Standoff at Black Ridge, a Gideon Job small-town action thriller written by Sam Barron and Bill Mackey. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every month, and more. Chapter 1. The morning air was cool and clean, carrying the scent of damp earth and new leaves. Spring in the Midwest was a quiet promise. The fields on either side of the gravel road still mostly brown, waiting for the sun to do its work. On that road, a man walked. His boots made a steady, crunching rhythm on the loose stone. The duffel on his shoulder held everything he owned, and its weight was a familiar comfort. He liked these empty roads. They asked no questions. That was when he heard it. A sound that didn't belong. A woman's cry. Sharp cutoff. Gideon Job stopped walking. The wind rustled the bare branches of the oak grove to his left. He waited. A minute passed. 2. A crow called from a fence post. He was about to write it off as a bird, a trick of the wind, when it came again. This time, it was unmistakable. A human sound. Fear, not pain. Yet. It was coming from the woods. He left the road, his boots sinking into the soft, leaf-littered ground. He moved quietly, not out of stealth, but out of habit. The trees were close together, the light dappled and weak. He followed the sound of running water, a stream ahead. And then a third cry, closer now, choked with tears. "Jeremy, please stop." He pushed through a final stand of young birch, and the scene opened up. A clearing by a wide, shallow stream. The water chuckled over smooth stones, oblivious. Parked on a dirt track that wound off into the woods was a truck. A new Ford F-150, black, gleaming like a beetle. In the bed was a heavy-duty gun lockbox, bolted down. The license plate was custom, JRMY1. His eyes moved to the stream. A young man, maybe 25, was chest-deep in the water. He was shirtless, his torso pale and wiry. His jeans were soaked dark. He had a girl by the arm, held in a vice grip. She couldn't be more than 18. She was wearing a simple yellow cotton skirt, now drenched and plastered to her body. Her blouse was thin and transparent with water. She had the kind of wholesome, corn-fed beauty you saw in church pews and county fair photos. Girl next door pretty, with a vulnerability that made what was happening to her all the more obscene. He was trying to bend her to his will. She was resisting, pushing against him with a frantic, desperate strength. "Stop it, Jeremy. I don't want to." Her voice was a desperate plea. He laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "Makes no difference to me, baby. See me." She saw Gideon then. Her eyes, wide and drowning in panic, locked onto his over the young man's shoulder. She twisted and tried to fight harder against the man's superior strength and size. "Help me." It wasn't a scream. The plea was a choked whisper, but Gideon heard it, as he always did. God help him, he always heard them, no matter how soft, no matter how far. It was his curse. It was his blessing. "Let her go," Gideon said. His voice was flat. It didn't echo. It just sat there in the damp air. Jeremy twisted his head, his grip on the girl slackening for a second. He turned his head and looked the newcomer up and down, the worn boots, the simple pants, the old jacket, the face which had seen more years than his father's. His expression shifted from surprise to contempt. "Mind your own business, old man," he sneered. "This doesn't concern you." He squeezed her roughly. She gasped, tears mixing with the water on her face. "Let her go," Gideon repeated. Same tone. Same 3 words. Jeremy told him what he could do with himself. The abuse was crude, the kind of language used by boys who thought it made them men. It didn't anger Gideon. It just confirmed what he already knew. The girl saw her chance. As Jeremy was focused on the stranger, she wrenched herself free with a sudden, desperate strength. She stumbled back, then turned and splashed through the shin-deep water toward the bank. The water flew up around her, in crystalline arcs. Her bare feet slipped on the mossy stones, but she didn't fall. "You little bitch," Jeremy snarled. He started after her. "I wouldn't," Gideon said. Jeremy didn't listen. He was coming now, not for her, but for the man who'd interrupted him. His face was a mask of entitled rage. He was used to people getting out of his way. Gideon just stood and waited. The girl reached the bank and scrambled up, her hands digging into the soft earth. Gideon reached down, took her wrist, and pulled her up the last bit. She collapsed onto the grass, shaking violently, her arms wrapped around herself. Her skin was ice cold. Her teeth were chattering. He shrugged out of his jacket. It was old canvas lined with flannel. He draped it around her shoulders. She pulled it tight, burying her face in the collar. Jeremy reached the bank. He was breathing hard, his eyes wild. "You're gonna regret this, you interfering." He started to climb out. Gideon didn't swing. He didn't ball a fist. He simply shifted his weight and placed the heel of his right boot firmly against the center of the young man's chest. He pushed. It wasn't a kick. It was a statement. Jeremy was off balance, one hand on the bank. The push was relentless, impersonal. He flailed, a look of comic shock on his face, and toppled backward into the stream. He disappeared into a deeper pool with a heavy splash. He came up sputtering, coughing up water, his hair plastered to his skull. The rage was now pure, unadulterated fury. He hauled himself toward the bank again, dripping, his hands clenching into fists. "I'm gonna kill you." He charged up the slope, swinging a wild, looping right hand. Gideon sighed. A small, inward sound of profound weariness. As Jeremy reached him, Gideon stepped inside the swing, let it harmlessly brush his shoulder, and brought up his right hand. He placed the heel of his palm against the young man's forehead. Again, it wasn't a strike. It was a redirect. He shoved, steady and firm. Jeremy stumbled backward, his feet tangling, and sat down hard in the stream again. The water closed over his head. This time, when he surfaced, the fight was gone. The cold water had leached the heat from his anger. He crawled to a half-submerged rock and clung to it, coughing, gasping, just trying to draw breath. A sticky thread clung to the corner of his mouth. He glared up at Gideon with burning eyes. Gideon stared him down. Jeremy lowered his gaze at last and just stared at the water, subdued but sullen. Gideon turned to check on the girl. She was gone. Only a damp patch on the grass, and the impression of her body remained. His jacket was gone with her. He looked toward the tree line and saw a flash of yellow disappearing into the shadows. She was running, and he didn't blame her. He looked back at Jeremy. He wasn't a threat anymore. He was just a cold, wet boy sitting on a rock, his dangerous moment past. Though you never knew for sure with his kind. Sometimes they came at you when you least expected it. He was the kind of boy who held a grudge against the smallest imagined slight, until one day, decades later, he was nothing more than a man-shaped stack of old grudges. Gideon walked back the way he had come, through the birch stand. He paused beside the glossy black truck. JRMY1. The gunbox stared up, a promise of violence neatly stored and locked away. He reached under the leg of his pants, to the sheath strapped to his inner thigh. The hunting knife came out smooth and silent. The blade was sharp, honed to a needle edge. It was a tool, not a weapon. Today, it was a tool for insurance. He knelt by the rear passenger side tire. The rubber was thick, new. He drove the point in and dragged it down. The sound was a long, satisfying hiss. He did the same to the front tire. 2 flat tires wouldn't stop Grudge Boy forever, but it would slow him down. It would give the girl in the yellow skirt more of a head start. It would give Jeremy time to sit in his expensive truck and think about what almost happened and what did. He resheathed the blade and stood. Back on the gravel road, he adjusted the strap of his duffel bag. The sun was a little higher now, warming his shoulders through his shirt. In his mind, he could still see that innocent nymph-like face twisted with pain and terror. He started walking again. The crunch of gravel under his boots was the only sound. The town was up ahead. There would be work there, a room, a quiet routine. For a little while. Gideon Job walked, and he did not look back. Chapter 2. The sign was sun-bleached pine, the letters for Black Ridge carved deep and painted a black that had faded to charcoal. The population, 2147 was stenciled in newer, brighter white below. Gideon walked into town as the sun cleared the flat horizon, his long legs eating up the asphalt. At 6'5", he moved with a quiet, predatory grace that made the empty street feel too small. His shoulders were broad enough to strain the seams of his worn denim jacket, tapering down to a lean waist and hips that swung with a slow, deliberate rhythm. His boots made a hollow, echoing sound, like a hammer on an anvil in the morning quiet. Main Street was a straight shot of two-story brick buildings. A few pickups were already parked at angles. He passed a hardware store, a theater with a marquee that read "C_me in," and a white clapboard church. His destination was at the end of the block, a diner called the Ridge Line. Its neon coffee cup was dark, but fluorescent light spilled from the windows. He stopped outside, rolling his massive shoulders. The duffel wasn't heavy. It held a change of clothes, a few tools, a book. Everything else he carried was in the set of his jaw and the cool, watchful distance in his eyes. A bell jingled softly when he opened the door. The smell inside was a layered warmth, bacon grease, bleach, coffee. 3 old men in feed caps sat in a corner booth. They stopped talking when he entered. They didn't stare, but their eyes tracked him, assessing the width of his back, the size of his hands hanging loose at his sides. It was the look men gave a strange bull in their pasture. A woman sat alone at the counter, her attention on a tablet, a cream-colored blazer draped over the stool beside her. Gideon took a booth by the window. The vinyl seat groaned under his weight. She was there before he'd settled. Her name tag said Sam. She had blonde hair piled in a high twist, kind eyes, and a smile that was warm but worn at the edges. She was on the cusp of middle age, or just past it, with a ripe, full figure her pink uniform struggled to contain. Thick blonde hair framed her strong but not unattractive face, but it was her eyes that did all the talking. Those blue eyes that danced with a promise of mischief and danger. "Coffee?" she asked, already holding the glass pot. Her gaze traveled up his frame, from his boots, over his denim-clad thighs, past his belt buckle, to the tapering broad chest and powerful shoulders, finally meeting his eyes. A faint pink touched her cheeks, the corner of her mouth curling in an ironic half-smile that seemed to be holding back a sharp wit. "Black, please." She filled the heavy ceramic mug. "Just passing through." Her voice had a smoky, husky quality. "Looking for work." She glanced at his hands, big scarred knuckles capable of violence or careful work, then back to his shoulders, which filled the space of the booth. A practical assessment that lingered a second too long. "Grain elevators usually herein. Old man Haggerty runs it. He's ornery, but he pays on time. Breakfast? Full American. Eggs over hard. Wheat toast." She didn't write it down. "You got it." She turned and walked back toward the kitchen. Gideon watched her go. The uniform was tight across the round, high swell of her ass, the fabric straining with each step. Her bare legs below the hem were strong and shapely, toned like a tennis player, tapering to muscular ankles and white sneakers. She had a way of moving that was all woman, a conscious or unconscious sway that made the old men in the booth follow her progress before they glanced back at him, their expressions unreadable. His eyes drifted to the woman at the counter. Late 30s. Her hair was the color of wildflower honey, pulled into a severe, elegant knot. She read her tablet with focused stillness. She wore a simple silk shell under her open blazer, and even from here he could see the elegant curve of her figure against the fine material. Her skirt was knee-length, tailored, hugging a narrow waist and flaring over slender hips. She held herself with a rigid, academic poise, but Gideon got the sense that she was barely holding herself together. The bell jingled. A man in grease-stained coveralls came in. "Mornin', Dr. Susan," he said, sliding onto a stool a few down from her. She looked up. Her smile was professional, polite, not quite reaching her cool gray eyes. "Good morning, Carl. How's the knee holding up?" "Better, Doc, like you said. Still clicks on the stairs. Give it time." She offered another brief smile and returned to her screen. "Dr. Susan." Sam brought Gideon's coffee pot back. He'd barely touched his mug. "Warm you up," she said, her voice dropping. She bent low to pour, leaning across the table. The top 3 buttons of her uniform were undone. The V of fabric fell open, revealing a lace-edged cup of a practical white bra. The lace did little to hide the heavy, pale weight of her breasts, the dark circles of her nipples clearly outlined against the tight material. A scattering of freckles dusted the upper slopes. The scent of her, drugstore perfume, clean sweat, and a warmer, muskier female scent washed over him, mixing with the coffee. "Thank you," he said, his voice a low rumble. He didn't look away from the window, but he felt the heat of her, the offer hanging thick in the air. She straightened slowly, letting her arm brush his shoulder. "Gets a little lonely here," she murmured, so only he could hear. "For a new face. A strong one. I'm used to my own company." He was trying to be kind and courteous, to avoid hurting her feelings, but he had the impression that she was used to all kinds, and it would take a lot more to rebuff her completely. He wasn't the kind of man to do anything that would hurt a woman that way, so he endured her flirtations stoically. His food arrived. He ate with genuine pleasure, enjoying the simple, wholesome, classic fare. You couldn't go wrong with eggs and bacon, buttered toast, and strong coffee. Sam fluttered at the edge of the booth. "More water?" "Hot sauce," her hip bumping the table as she reached for an empty sugar caddy. The contact was electric, deliberate. Her uniform skirt rode up, showing a firm, creamy thigh. She was throwing the signal out on all frequencies, a beacon of simple, aching availability. He could have had her. He knew it. A nod, a touch, and she'd be giving him the key to a room above a garage, her body soft and open in the dark, asking no questions. But he also knew that invitation came with complications, the risk of entanglements. He felt a different kind of attention, and looked up. Dr. Susan was watching him over the rim of her teacup. Her gaze wasn't warm, nor was it inviting. It was clinical. Assessing. But it wasn't just clinical. It was fixed on him with an intensity that contradicted her cool posture. She was studying the line of his jaw, the way his throat worked as he swallowed, the sheer physical scale of him in the small booth. Her eyes, that clear, cool gray, held a spark of something else, a primal recognition, a fascination she was trying to dissect. Their eyes met. A jolt passed through the diner's haze, silent and sharp. He saw her breath catch, just a tiny hitch. She looked away first, back to her tablet, but the line of her neck was tense. Sam caught the look. She leaned in, her breast pressing against his arm. Her whisper was conspiratorial, tinged with a jealous heat. "Don't waste your time." A slight tilt of her head toward the doctor, her voice rough now, she hip-checked his shoulder as she turned on her heel. "She ain't the kind, honey." He cut into the second egg. He swallowed a bite of toast, washed it down with coffee. He thought of other women he had known, with a similar armor of education and polish. They built walls of words and status. But their bodies always gave them away, the quickened pulse in a slender throat, the unconscious wetting of lips, the way their knees pressed together a little tighter when he walked by. They never were the kind who understood silence. But they felt the pull. Oh, they felt it. He finished, stacked the plates neatly. Sam brought the check on a small plastic tray. "You tell Haggerty that Sam down at the Ridge Line sent you. He owes me." Her eyes held his. "I'll do that." She left. The check had a total scrawled in blue ink. Underneath it, written neatly, was a phone number. And a name. Sam. The A was dotted with a tiny, hopeful heart. He took his worn leather wallet from his back pocket. He counted out exact change, then added 20% for the tip. It was polite. It was a full stop. He laid the bills on the tray, covering the number completely. He stood. His knees gave a soft pop, and he unfolded to his full imposing height, his head clearing the low-hanging lamp over the table. The old men watched, their eyes narrowing. Dr. Susan was watching again. She closed the cover of her tablet with a definitive click, slid off the stool, and shrugged into her blazer. The motion pulled the silk of her shell tight across her chest, pushing against the cool fabric. She had magnificent legs, slender but shapely, disappearing under the tailored skirt that covered them almost to the knees. He caught himself wondering what it might be like to be caught in their grip. She didn't smile. didn't nod. Just looked at him with that same frank scrutiny. He knew what she saw. She saw the worn boots, the faded jeans hugging powerful thighs and a lean waist, the scarred knuckles. She saw a gentle giant of a man who had done his share of living, and then some. She saw the man who had just turned down the easy, smiling waitress and her blatant offer. He wondered what that cool, academic mind was doing with the raw data of him. Was she categorizing him? Or was she imagining something else? How those big hands would feel on the silk over her hips, how that tall, hard body would cover hers, what that quiet mouth would taste like. He pushed away these errant thoughts. He knew her kind. She would be trouble. Women like her always were. Trouble was what he needed least. He held her gaze for a 3 count. He saw a faint tremor in the hand holding her tablet case. A slight, involuntary parting of her lips. A shiver starting deep, hidden and rippling outwards, making the fine wool of her skirt tremble against her thigh. She felt it. He knew she felt it. The animal recognition. The loins tightening, the breath going shallow. She broke the stare, a flush creeping up her elegant neck. He walked to the door. The old men tracked him, a current of respect and caution in their silence. From behind the counter, Sam called out, her voice bright and public again, a mask firmly in place. "You come back now, you hear?" He raised a hand in acknowledgement without turning. The bell jingled. The morning air was sharper now, clean. He breathed it in, the scent of the diner, of perfume and female heat blowing away. The duffel bag found its familiar place over his shoulder. He glanced back once at the diner window. Inside, Dr. Susan was at the register now, paying her bill. Sam was talking to her, laughing at something forced and loud. The doctor's face was politely attentive, utterly detached, but her posture was rigid, her knuckles white on the strap of her tablet case. She was holding herself together. Against what? He turned and walked north, toward the rusting silhouette of the grain elevator. Chapter 3. The low hum grew steadily into a rumble. In his peripheral vision, a vehicle appeared, heading towards town. It was a black and white Ford Interceptor, the words Sheriff Black Ridge stenciled in gold on the door. It slowed as it drew parallel to him. Gideon kept walking, his worn duffel bag slung over one shoulder, eyes forward. He gave a slight, polite nod in the driver's direction without breaking stride. The cruiser went past him by 100 yards, then its brake lights flared. It executed a smooth, wide U-turn across the empty road and rolled back up alongside him, matching his pace. The passenger window slid down with an electric whir. The man behind the wheel was in his late 40s, big in the shoulders and gut, with a face that had settled into permanent, suspicious lines. His hair was gunmetal gray, cut short, and his eyes were the color of old dishwater. A white nameplate above his badge read Sheriff Dickey. Those eyes performed a slow, thorough scan of Gideon, from his scarred boots up his faded jeans over the plain work shirt to his weathered, impassive face. "Morning," the sheriff said, his voice flat. "Morning, Sheriff," Gideon replied, not stopping. He kept his hands loose at his sides, maintaining the same pace, neither slowing nor speeding up. "Where are you headed?" "Grain elevator. Heard they're hiring." "That's so. You new in town?" "Passing through. Looking for work." Sheriff Dickey's gaze lingered on the duffel. "Mind showing me some ID?" Gideon met his eyes. His expression was neutral, respectful. "I don't mind, sir. But I don't believe you have cause to ask me for it. I'm just walking on a public road." A muscle in Dickey's jaw twitched. The politeness seemed to irritate him, more than defiance would have. "Cause is I'm the sheriff and I'm asking. Your attitude's not helping you, friend." "No attitude intended, Sheriff. Just stating a fact." "That's attitude enough. That, and the fact that you ain't stopped walking. You trying to run away from law enforcement, mister?" Gideon kept walking, at his easy pace. "No, sir, I am not." "Then why ain't you stopped yet?" Gideon jerked his chin at the grain elevator ahead. It was materializing from a silhouette to a more detailed structure now, but it was still a good mile away, he guessed. He didn't expect to get there any time soon now. "I told you, Sheriff," I'm heading to the grain elevator. Heard they might be hiring. The sheriff grunted and braked his vehicle. Well, you can stop right there. It took him a minute to realize that Gideon hadn't stopped. Then a few more seconds to put the car into gear again and catch up the few yards he had covered. This time his tone was sharper. I told you to stop walking, mister. Gideon stopped. The sheriff braked hard again. He watched Gideon suspiciously, as if expecting him to make a run for it at any second. Gideon stayed where he was. Step over here to the vehicle. I want to search you. Gideon didn't hesitate. He walked the few steps to the open window and set his duffel on the gravel shoulder. You have probable cause for a search? I've got a feeling, Dickie said, shoving his door open and stepping out. He was a large man, but it was the soft bulk of a man who did more driving than walking. Still, he had to look up slightly to meet Gideon's eyes, and it was evident from his frown that he wasn't accustomed to looking up at people. He loomed close, trying to use the uniform and his authority as a bludgeon where his physical size fell short. A man walking out here all alone. Makes me wonder. I understand, Gideon said calmly. He raised his arms slightly from his sides, permitting the search without explicitly consenting. Dickie patted him down with rough, practiced hands. The pat-down was cursory, missing the hard, flat shape of the knife strapped high on Gideon's inner left thigh. He checked Gideon's front pockets, finding only a clean handkerchief, a stub of pencil, and a few folded dollar bills with some change. No wallet. Where's your ID? Dickie demanded, stepping back, his suspicion hardening. I don't carry any. Don't carry any, Dickie repeated, mocking the quiet tone. What kind of man doesn't carry ID? What are you hiding from? Not hiding, Sheriff. Everyone's got a phone. Where's yours? I don't have one. Dickie stared at him, his gray eyes narrowing. What you mean, you don't have a phone? Everyone's got a phone. Gideon shrugged. I don't need one. The sheriff looked at Gideon, as if he had changed suddenly from a human being to some other species. What kind of man doesn't have a phone in today's day and age? How you get on the internet? I don't. The sheriff made a scoffing sound. No internet? What if you want to, you know? Check your email. Look at your social media. That kind of thing. Regular people kind of stuff. Don't need any of that either, Gideon said. The sheriff looked up at him. He was a tall man, at least 6'2", but his bulk had caused him to slouch habitually, and it took an inch off that height, making him look like a linebacker gone to seed. He had to look up at Gideon, and Gideon sensed that he wasn't accustomed to having to do that. He was probably one of the tallest men around town, until Gideon showed up. No phone. No ID. He said it slowly, as if tasting the strangeness of it. That's just plain weird is what it is. Never heard the likes of it before. It's not illegal, Gideon said. Sheriff Dickie snorted. It ought to be. It's not just unusual. That's a choice. A deliberate choice. Who goes around without a phone or ID? I'll tell you whom. Someone who's trying to hide something is who. Still not a crime, Sheriff, Gideon said mildly. Like heck it ain't. Failure to identify is an offense. I'm placing you under arrest. Turn around. Hands behind your back. Gideon didn't move. Sheriff, I've broken no law. I'm walking to seek employment. You can't arrest me for that. I can, and I am, Dickie snapped, his face flushing. He unhooked the handcuffs from his belt. The metal gleamed dully in the morning light. You want to make this difficult? Go ahead. Give me a reason. For a long moment, Gideon looked past the sheriff, down the long empty road toward the distant silver towers of the grain elevator. He thought of the simple work waiting there, the rhythm of it, the anonymity. Then he looked back at Dickie's triumphant, agitated face. He saw the suspicion and hostility there, the distrust of anything that didn't fit Dickie's idea of how things should be. Without a word, Gideon turned and placed his hands behind his back. The cold steel clicked shut around his wrists, tightened a notch past comfortable. Dickie grabbed the duffel bag from the ground, then marched him to the rear of the cruiser, a heavy hand on his shoulder. He opened the door and pushed Gideon's head down, guiding him into the back seat. The smell of stale coffee, vinyl, and industrial cleaner filled the compartment. Dickie tossed the duffel into the front passenger footwell and slid behind the wheel, the car sagging with his weight. He caught Gideon's eyes in the rearview mirror. "You picked the wrong town to come into and try to start trouble." Gideon held his gaze in the mirror. His voice, when it came, was so quiet it was almost lost in the rumble of the engine. "I'm not looking for any trouble, Sheriff." The cruiser pulled onto the road, not back toward the grain elevator, but in the opposite direction, toward the town of Black Ridge. Gideon watched the silver towers shrink in the rear window, until a bend in the road took them from view. Chapter 4. The Black Ridge Sheriff's Station smelled of burnt coffee, industrial cleaner, and a faint metallic tang. It was a large square structure with a high counter, 2 desks behind it, and a row of 3 holding cells visible through an open door to the left. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Sheriff Dickie gestured for Gideon to stand before the counter. A deputy with a name tag that read Kyle, young and lean with a buzz cut and eyes that darted like a sparrow's, got up from his desk and came over, still holding his phone and scrolling it even when he walked. Gideon had a feeling the phone never left his hand, except for when he slept, and even then it was probably close enough to touch. "Right hand," Dickie grunted, uncapping an ink pad. Gideon extended his hand, his movements slow and deliberate. Dickie rolled each finger, then the palm, pressing them onto the card. Gideon let him do as he wished, without complaint or resistance. "Other one." The process repeated. Deputy Kyle kept glancing up from his phone. His gaze darted at the corded muscles of Gideon's forearms, the breadth of his shoulders, the size and height of the taller, older man. There was a challenge in Kyle's stare, a young buck sizing up an old bull, but it was undercut by a nervous energy that Gideon had seen before. Gideon met Deputy Kyle's eyes for a brief, blank moment. He saw it then, buried beneath the eager officiousness, a secret cruelty, a hunger that hadn't yet found its true outlet. It was in the slight tightening of his jaw, the way his fingers twitched toward the butt of his sidearm. Gideon filed the observation away, and looked back at the ink staining his hands. "Clean yourself up," Dickie said, nodding to a grimy sink in the corner. Gideon obeyed, the soap washing most of the ink from the deep lines of his finger pads. As he dried his hands on a coarse paper towel, Dickie picked up the fingerprint card. "Gonna run these. See what pops." Kyle put him in number 2 with Anders. "Yes, sir," Kyle said, jumping up a little too quickly. He unlocked the heavy door to the cell block and shoved at Gideon's back as if testing his strength. "Go on then." The cell was a concrete cube with a steel bunk bolted to the wall and a stainless steel toilet in the corner. On the lower bunk sat an old man in filthy layers of clothing, his white beard matted, his eyes the color of a winter sky. He was muttering to himself. "Get in," Kyle said, his voice attempting a swagger that didn't fit. Gideon stepped inside, and the door clanged shut, within a millimeter of striking Gideon's elbows and shattering them. Kyle lingered for a moment, as if expecting a reaction, fear, anger, pleading. Gideon simply sat on the empty upper bunk, his back against the cold wall, and looked back at him expressionlessly. Kyle shook his head, sneering, and went back to his phone, scrolling as he walked away. The old man's muttering coalesced into words. "Another one for the meat grinder," he rasped, not looking at Gideon. "They'll grind you up and feed you to the land. That's what they do." Gideon remained silent, his eyes taking in the details of the cell, the old man, the sound of Dickie's chair squeaking in the outer office. "The trust," the old man hissed, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He finally looked up, his gaze sharp and lucid amidst the grime. "You see 'em? No. You don't. They're in the walls. In the water. Buying the town piece by piece. The diner, the hardware store, Old Man Peterson's farm. Sheriff's on the payroll. A retainer, they call it. A retainer for services rendered." He barked a laugh that turned into a wet cough. "I was on their land. My land. My granddaddy's land. They put up fences and signs and men with quiet eyes. I walked it anyway. I always walk it. They arrest me. They always arrest me. But one day. He trailed off, his energy spent, and went back to muttering. Gideon swung his legs up onto the hard bench, crossed his arms behind his head and relaxed. He had been here before. He knew how it went. At his desk, Sheriff Dickey scanned Gideon's fingerprints and uploaded them. While the system churned, he typed Gideon Job into a search engine. The results were sparse and irrelevant. He tried deeper databases, paid for by county funds. No criminal record, state or federal. No driver's license in any of the 50 states. No social security number, activity. No property records. No social media. It was as if the man had been born yesterday, fully formed and silent. Goddamn ghost, Dickey muttered under his breath. He'd pegged Gideon as ex-military, maybe special forces gone to seed, or a career criminal smart enough to stay off the grid. But this was a void. It unsettled him. A man should leave ripples. The station phone rang, a shrill sound in the quiet office. Dickey snatched it up. Sheriff's office. Sheriff Dickey. This is Alistair Wentworth, of Empathy Technologies. I'm calling from our head office in San Francisco. The voice was smooth, cultured, the kind of voice Dickey associated with expensive lawyers. Dickey frowned. Mr. Wentworth. What can I do for you? I understand you have a man in custody. A Gideon Job. Chapter 5. Dickey's eyes flicked toward the cell block. How'd you hear that? I only just booked him, an hour ago. That's irrelevant. I'm calling as a courtesy. Gideon was, until recently, in our employ. Dickey's eyes widened. He worked for you. He couldn't reconcile the idea of a man like that working for some fancy firm in San Francisco. He did. And he was one of our oldest and most productive employees. Wentworth's tone was laced with practiced sympathy. Tragedy struck. Let's just say he lost his family. Wiped out in one tragic night. He didn't take it well. Suffered a complete breakdown. He resigned, withdrew his life savings, and simply walked away. I see, Sheriff Dickey said, leaning back in his chair. And you still keep tabs on him? We've been keeping a distant eye where we can. He's no threat to anyone, Sheriff. Just a profoundly broken man, wandering. He deserves pity, not a cell. Dickey absorbed this. I appreciate the call, Mr. Wentworth. That explains a lot. But I'm curious, how did you find out that we have him in custody? That's not relevant, Sheriff. But if you must know, we are a technology firm. We have multiple contracts and deep relationships with the Pentagon and Department of Defense. You might even say that a great many of the digital tools and technology that you employ in the course of your law enforcement work bear our mark. That's very interesting, Mr. Wentworth, Sheriff Dickey said, recognizing an evasive answer but not seeing the need to press the point. We'd appreciate his release and your discretion. He's suffered enough. I'll take it under advisement, Dickey said and hung up. He sat for a long moment, the receiver cooling in his hand. He had sent Deputy Kyle out on patrol, so he could wrap his head around the enigma that was Gideon Job without being spied on. The office was quiet save for the hum of the lights and the low, rambling monologue drifting from the cells. A ghost with a corporate guardian angel. A broken man. The pieces fit a certain picture, one that made Gideon less of a threat and more of a sad, wandering problem. He pushed back from his desk, the chair groaning, and walked to the cell block door. He peered through the small, wire-reinforced window. Gideon appeared to be dozing on the upper bunk, his chest rising and falling slowly, his face a mask of worn leather. On the lower bunk, Old Man Anders was holding court with the empty air. And they siphon the vitality right out of the soil, I tell you. It's in the chemical sprays. Turns the corn sweet but the men sour. Dickey shook his head and returned to the outer office. He poured the last of the bitter, scorched coffee into his chipped mug and was just about to sit down and drink it when the front door opened, its hinges giving a familiar protesting squeal. Letty Miller stepped inside. She was a small woman, softened by age but not much abused by it. Her hair was a cloud of fine snow-white curls, and her face was a gentle map of wrinkles that gathered most deeply at the corners of her eyes, suggesting a lifetime of kindness. She wore a simple floral print dress and a light cardigan, and she carried a woven handbag over her forearm. Her posture was straight, her demeanor one of polite insistence. "Good morning, Sheriff Dickey," she said, her voice soft but clear. "Morning, Letty," Dickey said, setting his mug down. "What can I do for you?" "Have a seat." "Thank you, I believe I will." She settled herself primly on the edge of the wooden chair facing his desk, placing her handbag in her lap. "I've come to ask you a question, if I may." "Go ahead." "Do you have a man in your custody?" Dickey leaned back, folding his arms. "That depends, Letty." "What's the name of the man?" "Well, I don't know his name," she admitted, her hand smoothing the fabric of her bag. "Then why are you asking?" "My granddaughter, Brianna. She works at the store across the street. She saw you bring a man in a while ago. A big fella." Dickey's eyes narrowed slightly. "What's it to her? Or to you?" Letty Miller's gentle face grew firm. "That man saved my Brianna's life this morning." Dickey sat forward, his coffee forgotten. "He did." "He did. This morning, early, Brianna was down at the old creek just off the town road. Jeremy Whitman found her there." Letty's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, but her gaze never wavered. "He tried to have his way with her." "His way?" Dickey asked. "You know what I mean, Dickey Warren," she said, her voice tightening. "He wouldn't stop. Not when she told him no. Not when she begged him. He had her pinned. If that stranger hadn't happened by, well, God alone knows what would have happened." Dickey let out a long, slow breath. "So you've come in to report it." A sad, knowing smile touched Letty's lips. "You and I both know that won't do any good, and we know why. I didn't come to report it. I came to ask you to release that man from your custody. At once." "Why would I do that?" "Isn't it obvious? He saved my Brianna. He saved her from Jeremy Whitman." She leaned forward, her eyes locking onto his. "Tell me true, Sheriff. Would anyone else in this town have done that? Would they have lifted a finger?" Dickey looked away, out the dusty window to the quiet street. He thought of the Whitman name, the unspoken rules. "Probably not," he admitted honestly. "So it's settled then," Letty said, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. "You let him out right now, and I'm going to take him home with me." Dickey looked at her, at the unshakable certainty in her aged eyes. He considered the charges, vagrancy, resisting, flimsy things that wouldn't stick. He considered the phone call, the tragic story of a broken man, a drifter wandering like a ghost, no phone, no ID, just drifting. He wasn't that different from Anders. Besides, he knew that arguing with Letty Miller was like arguing with the sunrise. It would happen regardless of what you said. "All right, Letty," he said, standing up. "I can do that." He took the keys from his desk and walked to the cell block. He unlocked the door and swung it open. Gideon was already on his feet, as if he'd been waiting. "Job. You're free to go." Gideon nodded once to Old Man Anders, who was watching silently for once, and stepped out. "You take care of yourself," Gideon said to Anders, who said nothing in response. Dickey led Gideon back to the front office. "This is Letty Miller," Dickey said. "You apparently did her family a service. She's vouching for you." Gideon turned. His eyes, the color of a rain-heavy sky, took in the small, determined woman who had risen from her chair. She looked up at him, a full foot and a half shorter, and offered a warm, grateful smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. "I'm much obliged to you, sir," she said. Gideon gave a slow, slight nod. "Ma'am." Letty Miller turned toward the door, her hand on the knob. "Come along, then." As Gideon moved to follow her, Sheriff Dickey cleared his throat. "Job. A word." Dickey studied Gideon for a long moment, the silence stretching. "I ran your prints," he said finally. Nothing. Called up a friend in the marshals. Nothing. Then I get a call from a fancy lawyer type in San Francisco. Tells me you're a broken man, a ghost, that I should let you go. So I am. Gideon said nothing. He just waited. But here's the thing, Dickie continued, his voice dropping. You made a very big mistake this morning. A bigger one than you know. Crossing Jeremy Whitman. He shook his head slowly. The Whitmans, they're not just a family. They're an institution around here. Old money, older tempers. They're the kind of folk who nurse a grudge like it's a fine whiskey. They savor it. They let it age. And they always pay back their debts. You understand what I'm saying? Gideon's expression didn't change. I hear you. I'm advising you as the local law, Dickie said, though the words sounded hollow even to him. Get out of Black Ridge. And stay out. For your own good. Gideon held the sheriff's gaze. He gave a single, slow nod. I thank you for the advice, Sheriff, he said, his voice a low rumble. He turned, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Chapter 6. The morning sun was sharp and clean on the sidewalk outside the sheriff's station. Letty took Gideon's arm with a grip that brooked no argument. Now, she said, her voice firm. You're coming with me. Right across the street. Gideon allowed himself to be steered. Ma'am. You saved my granddaughter. The least she can do is return your property. She's at work. At the store. The way she said the store carried a weight of old history and new disdain. They crossed the quiet main street. Gideon's eyes swept the block, noting the faded brick facades, the hardware store with its dusty windows, the shuttered storefront or two. And then, directly opposite the law's domain, sat the anomaly. Wholesome Harvest Market. The sign was crafted from reclaimed barnwood and hand-painted in earthy greens and creams. The windows were spotless, displaying artful pyramids of glossy vegetables and baskets of what looked like hand-woven bread. It was the kind of place Gideon would expect to see in Palo Alto or Beverly Hills. Here in the heartland, it looked as natural as a palm tree in a wheat field. Letty snorted, catching his gaze. Sticks out, don't it? Used to be Jessup's Grocery and Provision. Best bacon in the county. Now it's this. She pushed the heavy oak door open. A delicate chime sounded, and the smell hit Gideon first. Not the familiar comforting scent of sawdust, aging cheese, and cured meat, but the cloying humid aroma of essential oils, expensive coffee, and an overabundance of leafy greens. The air felt thick, almost wet. He followed Letty inside, his boots silent on the polished concrete floor. His internal catalog began immediately. The shelves were blonde wood, perfectly aligned. The products were a study in curation. Gluten-free, dairy-free, soy-free, locally sourced, though the local seemed to be defined as within a 5,000-mile radius, organic, biodynamic, artisanal. He saw a jar of pickles for $14. A loaf of sourdough for $12. A tiny wedge of cheese wrapped in wax paper, priced at $28. His eyes moved to the shoppers. A woman in a worn denim jacket and cowboy boots studied a bag of quinoa with a puzzled, almost guilty frown before placing it carefully in her basket. An older man in overalls picked up a bottle of cold-pressed juice, winced at the price, but put it in his cart anyway. They moved quietly, these locals, as if they were in a library or a church that wasn't theirs. There was money here. The carts were full, but no joy in the spending. It was a transaction of necessity. There she is, Letty said, her voice cutting through the hushed atmosphere. Brianna was at the far end of the store, restocking a refrigerated case with small glass bottles of kombucha. She wore a green apron with the store's logo over her simple clothes. She looked up, saw her grandmother, and a warm smile started to form. Then she saw Gideon, and the smile faltered, replaced by a flush of surprise. She wiped her hands on her apron and came over. Gran, what are you? She began, then turned to Gideon. Her cheeks reddened. Letty slapped her granddaughter lightly on the shoulder. Bree, did you forget your manners? Brianna couldn't quite meet his eyes. Thank you. For this morning. Gideon gave a slow, slight nod. Ma'am. A silence stretched. Brianna seemed to remember something. "Your jacket," she said. "I still have it. I didn't realize I had it until I got home. I fell on the way. Got dirt all over it." Letty intervened. "We'll clean it up right new and get it to you, Mr. Job," he said. "Gideon Job." "Pleased to meet you, Letty Miller," she said primly. "That is quite a name you have yourself there, Mr. Job." Gideon inclined his head. "My mother chose it." "Did she name you after the Gideon in the Book of Judges?" Letty asked. "She did, ma'am." Letty nodded, as if she knew that already. "And where are you staying in town, Mr. Job?" "I'm not sure if I'll be staying at all," he admitted honestly. "I suppose it depends on what?" Letty asked matter-of-factly. Brianna looked embarrassed at her grandmother's forthrightness. "Well," Gideon said, "until Sheriff Dickey picked me up on the road, I was on my way to see a man about a job. I suppose if I get the job, I might stay a while, just long enough to build yourself a little roll of spending money," she asked bluntly. Gideon couldn't help a faint smile touch his thin lips. "I suppose." Before Letty could fire another question at him, a man emerged from a door marked "Manager." He was in his 50s, with a softness around the middle that spoke of a sedentary life. His thinning hair was carefully combed over a pink scalp. He wore a crisp polo shirt, green embroidered with the Wholesome Harvest logo. He had the weary, genial face of a lifelong small-town man, but his eyes held a persistent, anxious sheen. "Letty," he said, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. His gaze found Gideon, and his pupils widened, taking in the breadth and height and size of the stranger. "Earl Jessup," Letty said, not returning the smile. She looked him up and down, as if he were a boy caught tracking mud on her clean floor. "I was just about to tell this gentleman here how your daddy, and his daddy before him, ran a proper store on this spot. Sold feed and flour and honest provisions. Back when honest folk could still afford to shop here." Earl's smile tightened. "Times change, Letty. We have to adapt. The new ownership, they've brought a lot of vitality to the town." "Vitality?" Letty scoffed. The word sounded foreign and ridiculous in her mouth. "Is that what you call it? Selling $8 lemons to people whose grandparents bought this land for $1 an acre? You're a young man, Earl." Gideon saw Earl flinch at being called young by this fierce old woman. "I can't fathom it. I just can't. How do you join in with those people? How do you turn your back on the town that housed generations of your folk? Your daddy is spinning in his grave so fast he could power the county." Gideon watched the store manager's reaction. Earl Jessup's face flushed a deep mottled red. The anxiety in his eyes curdled into a sharp, defensive anger. He couldn't meet Letty's searing gaze. He couldn't argue with the simple, brutal truth of her words. So he did what weak men have always done. He turned his irritation on someone who couldn't fight back. His head snapped toward Brianna. "Brianna, the inventory for the wellness aisle isn't logged. Corporate will be doing a spot audit tomorrow. I need it done before quitting time today. Now." The dismissal was cold, curt, a king banishing a servant. Brianna's spine straightened almost imperceptibly. The acceptance in her eyes was the most painful thing Gideon had seen all morning. She didn't protest, didn't roll her eyes, didn't sigh. She simply nodded. "Yes, Mr. Jessup." She gave Gideon one last quick look, an apology, a farewell, a silent testament to her reality, and turned, walking back toward the labyrinth of overpriced shelves. Gideon watched her go. He watched Earl Jessup, who was now studiously examining a display of Himalayan salt lamps, unable to look at Letty. He watched the old woman, her jaw set, her eyes burning with a righteous fire that time had not dimmed. Letty looped her arm through Gideon's again, her grip tight. "Come on," she said, her voice loud in the hushed store. "The air in here is stale. Smells too much like money for my liking." She led him back toward the door. Earl Jessup did not look up from his salt lamps. Outside, on the sidewalk, the spring sun felt like a baptism. Letty took a deep, cleansing breath of the real air, the air of Black Ridge, still carrying a hint of distant soil and growing things. "Come on then," she said, and got into her pickup truck. Gideon got in the passenger seat as she started the truck and drove them out of town. Chapter 7. The battered old Ford smelled of hay, diesel, and the faint clean scent of the soap Letty used. She cranked the engine, which turned over with a grumble of protest before settling into a steady rumble. "You comfortable?" she asked, glancing over at him. She wore a simple plaid shirt with the sleeves rolled up, her forearms tan and strong against the steering wheel. "Yes, ma'am," Gideon said, his eyes already scanning the road ahead. "Used to be" was no more than a few minutes from Main Street to our place. But with all these darned fence-offs, it takes nigh on 20 minutes. So I guess you're getting the grand tour, like it or not." She pulled onto the county blacktop, and the town of Black Ridge fell away behind them. Almost immediately, the landscape opened up into rolling hills that should have been dotted with cattle or planted with early spring crops. "See that?" Letty said, nodding to their left as they passed a long gleaming white fence. "The Svensson place. Or what used to be. Old man Svensson died 3 years back. His son, Billy, took one look at the medical bills and the mortgage, and sold every last acre to Black Ridge Consolidated. Now he lives in Phoenix, I hear. Sells insurance." She said the last word like it was a curse. Gideon watched the empty pastures slide by. The grass was clipped short and uniform like a golf course. No livestock. No equipment. And there, Letty pointed with her chin toward a massive wrought iron gate at the end of a long paved driveway. The Cartwrights. They didn't even wait for a death in the family. Saw the dollar signs and jumped. Took the payout, bought a condo in Dallas, and come back once a year to make sure the estate, that's what they call it now, is being maintained. They've got a service that comes out to mow the nothing. Her knuckles were white on the wheel. It's a cemetery. A pretty fenced-in cemetery for a way of life. Gideon watched the land, noting the lack of fresh tire tracks from tractors. No irrigation systems running. No distant hum of machinery. It was farmland in a state of suspended animation, waiting for a purpose that had been stripped from it. "It's the silence that gets me," Letty said, her voice dropping slightly. "Spring used to be the noisiest season. Engines coughing to life at dawn. Calves bawling. Men yelling to each other across fields. Now it's just wind. And the sound of your own thoughts." They passed a cluster of outbuildings set back from the road. A grain bin, a machine shed, a modest farmhouse with a wraparound porch. All empty. The windows of the house were dark, reflecting the sky like blind eyes. A child's swing hung motionless from an oak tree in the front yard, its ropes frayed and gray with age. "The Hendersons," Letty said quietly. "4 generations on that land. Sarah Henderson and I learned to ride horses together when we were girls. Her grandson tried to make a go of it after she passed. Organic vegetables, farmers markets, the whole 9 yards. She shook her head. Couldn't get his produce into any of the local stores. Couldn't get a booth at the county fair. Couldn't even get the bank to extend his operating line for 1 more season. Moved to Omaha last fall. Works at a meat-packing plant now." Gideon said nothing. He watched a crow lift off from a fence post and flap lazily across the empty field. They drove on, mile after mile of the same sterility. The bright white vinyl fences were relentless, a continuous barrier separating the road from the emptiness beyond. Gideon saw a hawk circling high over one field, but there was nothing for it to hunt. Every quarter mile or so, a small green sign was staked into the ground just inside the fence line. He caught the words, "Protected land and no trespassing," before they slid past. "You notice there's no for sale signs," Letty said, as if reading his thoughts. "That's because nothing's for sale. It's all bought up. Every last acre for miles around. They don't want neighbors. They don't want farmers. They don't want anyone who might actually use the land for what God intended." A massive steel barn appeared on the right, gleaming and new, utterly out of place among the weathered structures they'd passed. Its doors were closed, its parking lot empty. No signage indicated its purpose. "Equipment storage, they say," Letty offered without being asked. "Though nobody's ever seen any equipment go in or out. Went up about 18 months ago. Trucks came in the night, worked under floodlights, finished the whole thing in 2 weeks. Didn't hire a single local. Brought their own crew from somewhere out of state. Gideon filed that away. They crested a low rise, and for a moment the whole valley spread out before them. It should have been beautiful, the gentle roll of the hills, the patchwork of fields, the distant tree line marking a creek. But the beauty was sterile, emptied of meaning. It was like looking at a painting of a place that no longer existed. Then, abruptly, the scenery fractured. The white fences ended, replaced by a sagging line of rusted barbed wire stapled to crooked cedar posts. The manicured grass gave way to a patchwork of mud, churned earth, and stubborn patches of winter wheat. A faded red International Harvester tractor, caked with dirt, sat near a leaning barn whose roof was more patched than original tin. A few black Angus cattle lifted their heads from a trough to watch the truck pass. "Old Man Peterson," Letty said, and for the first time her voice warmed with something like pride. 82 years old. Heart's given him trouble, his knees are shot, and the bank's called his note twice. Black Ridge Consolidated has offered him triple what the land's worth on paper. She shook her head, a fierce smile touching her lips. He tells them to take their money and get the hell off his property. His daddy homesteaded this section in 1905. He says he'll die on it before he lets it become a damn lawn. Gideon looked at the place. It was poor. It was struggling. It was alive. Smoke trickled from a stovepipe chimney. A dog barked from the porch. The mud spoke of work, of effort, of a connection to the earth that the sterile fields they'd passed could never understand. "They're all but starving him out," Letty continued, the heat back in her tone. "Won't buy his cattle. Won't service his equipment. The co-op suddenly can't spare the seed he ordered. He's a stubborn old fool. And we need about 100 more just like him." She drove on, the Peterson place disappearing behind them, a brief, defiant stain of reality before the white fences resumed their march. "Up here's our turnoff," Letty said a few minutes later, slowing the truck. A gravel road, less maintained than the county blacktop, branched off to the right. A simple sun-bleached sign read Miller. Road goes about 2 miles straight to the house. Haggerty's place is just up ahead on the main road, another half-mile or so. "This is close enough, ma'am," Gideon said, his voice a low rumble. "I can hoof it from here." Letty brought the truck to a full stop. "What? You're not going to let me drive you to Haggerty?" "No point taking you out of your way, ma'am. It's just a half-mile, Mr. Job. I've walked farther." She studied him for a moment, then nodded. "All right. But when your business with old Haggerty is done, you come on down to our place and join us for supper. You promise me you'll do that? I'll have your jacket cleaned and pressed for you by then." He looked at her face and saw she wouldn't brook a denial. So he nodded and said, "All right, ma'am." She nodded firmly. "That's settled then. Good luck with Haggerty." "Thank you, ma'am." He climbed out and stood watching as she turned the truck down the gravel road toward the Miller place. The engine noise faded into the distance until it was swallowed by the silence Letty had spoken of. He turned and started walking up the blacktop toward Haggerty's silos rising in the distance. This time, no police cruiser came down and arrested him. Nothing else stopped him. He made it all the way. Chapter 8. The Black Ridge Grain Cooperative rose from the flat earth like a fortress of rust and corrugated steel. As Gideon approached, the silence of the countryside was finally broken. Here there was noise, the low grinding hum of a conveyor belt, the metallic clank of machinery, the hiss of pneumatics. But it was a thin sound, struggling against the quiet. The facility was massive, built for a boom time that had long since passed. 4 towering concrete silos stood in a row, their sides stained with decades of weather. A rusted metal shed housed the intake bay, where a single semi-truck sat idling. Gideon walked up the gravel drive, his boots crunching loudly. He scanned the perimeter. No white vinyl fences here. The chain-link fence surrounding the yard was sagging and patched with baling wire. The sign above the gate, Haggerty Grain and Feed, was faded to a ghostly gray, peppered with bullet holes from some long-forgotten target practice. He walked past the idling truck. The driver, a man with a face like tanned leather, watched him from the cab with suspicious eyes but said nothing. Gideon stepped into the intake shed. The air was thick with the smell of dust, diesel, and drying corn. It was a smell he knew. It smelled like work. A glass-walled office sat on a raised platform overlooking the intake grates. Gideon climbed the metal stairs, his boots ringing on the grating. He didn't knock. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was a chaotic bunker of paper stacks, dusty ledgers, and spare parts. An oscillating fan rattled in the corner, pushing hot air around. Behind a desk buried under invoices sat a man who looked like he had been carved out of granite and left out in the rain. Haggerty was big, barrel-chested, with a shock of white hair and eyebrows that looked like wire brushes. He was on the phone, gripping the receiver like he wanted to crush it. "I don't care what the sensor says," Haggerty barked into the phone. "I'm telling you the moisture content is fine. You want to dock me, you come down here and stick your hand in the grain yourself." "Yeah. Well, go to hell." He slammed the phone down so hard the plastic housing cracked. He looked up, glaring at Gideon. "If you're selling something, get out," Haggerty growled. "If you're from the trust, get out and don't come back without a warrant." "I'm looking for work," Gideon said. Haggerty leaned back in his creaking chair, eyeing Gideon from boots to hairline. "Work? You're not local." "No." "Drifter?" "Passing through." Haggerty snorted. He gestured vaguely toward the town. "You're at the wrong end of the road, old man. You want the trust office on Main. Go tell them you're a displaced artisan, or whatever the hell they're calling bums this week. They'll give you a debit card and a pat on the head. We don't do handouts here." "I don't want a handout," Gideon said, his voice flat. "I want a shovel." Haggerty narrowed his eyes. "A shovel? Or a broom? Or a wrench? Whatever you need turned, lifted, or cleaned. I work for cash. I don't sign papers." Haggerty laughed, a dry barking sound. "You don't sign papers? You think this is the 1800s? I got insurance liability. I got tax codes. I got federal inspectors crawling up my ass with microscopes looking for a reason to shut me down." He waved a hand dismissively. "Go on. Get out of here. I don't have time for tourists." A sudden shout from the floor below cut through the noise of the fan. Then came the screech of metal on metal, followed by a heavy grinding thud. The floor vibrated. Haggerty swore. "That belt is going to put me out of business." He heaved himself out of the chair and stormed out the door. Gideon followed. Below, at the main intake pit, the conveyor belt had stopped. Two younger men in grimy coveralls were wrestling with a heavy steel access plate near the motor housing. The belt was jammed. A massive clump of wet, clogged grain and debris had wedged itself into the roller mechanism. "What did you do?" Haggerty bellowed from the catwalk. "It's jammed tight, boss," one of the men yelled back, straining against a crowbar wedged under the plate. "We can't get the leverage to pop the housing. It's rusted shut." Haggerty started down the stairs, moving surprisingly fast for a big man. "Get the torch. If that motor burns out, we're done." Gideon was already moving. He passed Haggerty on the stairs, moving with a fluid speed that made the older man blink. He reached the floor and walked up to the two men. "Move," Gideon said. The man with the crowbar looked up, sweaty and angry. "Who the hell are?" Gideon didn't argue. He stepped into the gap, planted his boots on the oil-slicked concrete, and gripped the edge of the stuck steel plate with gloved hands. It was a half-inch of industrial steel, rusted to the frame, holding back tons of pressure from the jammed belt. He didn't grunt. He didn't jerk. He simply applied force. The muscles in Gideon's back shifted under his jacket like coiled snakes. The tendons in his neck corded. For a second, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a gunshot, the rust seal shattered. Gideon heaved the heavy plate upward, metal screeching in protest, and flipped it back onto the concrete deck with a deafening clang. "Clear it," Gideon said to the stunned workers. The two men scrambled, reaching in with rakes to pull out the impacted debris. The tension released, the roller groaned, and the belt shuddered back to life. Gideon stood up, brushing rust flakes from his gloves. He looked up at the catwalk. Haggerty was standing at the railing, looking down. The anger was gone from his face, replaced by a shrewd, calculating look. He watched the belt running, then looked at the heavy steel plate lying on the concrete, a plate that usually took 2 men and a winch to move. He looked at Gideon. "You got a name?" Haggerty asked, his voice carrying over the machinery. "Job." Haggerty nodded slowly. "All right, Job. $20 an hour. Cash. Paid at end of shift. You break it, you bought it. Deal." Haggerty pointed to a rack of tools against the wall. "Grab a shovel. Pit number 2 needs clearing before the next truck gets here." Gideon walked to the wall, took a wide-mouthed grain shovel, and went to work. Chapter 9. The shovel was a heavy, broad-bladed thing, its ash handle worn dark and smooth by a generation of grain men. Gideon balanced it across his palm, found the weight to his liking, and carried it down the steel stairs from the tool rack to pit number 2. The pit was a concrete trough sunk into the floor of the intake shed, 12 feet long, 4 feet deep, with a heavy steel grating laid across it like a cattle guard. The grating had been pulled aside and propped against the wall. What lay below was a half-foot deep mat of impacted corn, old kernels gone soft and yellow, fermented into a dense sour cake that had crusted onto the concrete walls and tide lines. The smell rose up to meet him, thick and sweetly rotten, undercut with the iron tang of standing water. It was the smell of a thing that should have been moved a week ago. He shrugged out of his jacket and hung it on a nail by the grating. He rolled his sleeves to the elbows. He climbed down the iron-rung ladder, bolted to the wall. His boots sank an inch into the soft mass at the bottom. He set his feet, hefted the shovel, and went to work. The first cut into the impacted grain was the hardest. The crust resisted, then gave with a wet, sucking sound, releasing a fresh wave of fermented stink. He levered up a heaping load and pivoted, swinging it cleanly into the steel wheelbarrow waiting at the lip of the pit. The grain hit the metal with a heavy, satisfying thump. He turned back and cut another. Then another. Within 10 minutes, his shirt was dark at the back and under the arms. Within 20, sweat was beading at his hairline and running down into his collar. The grain dust rose with every shovel load and hung in the shafts of yellow morning light that fell through the high windows of the shed. It settled on his forearms, in the creases of his neck, in the corners of his eyes. He blinked it away and kept working. He fell into the rhythm of it without thinking. Bend, cut, lift, pivot, throw. Bend, cut, lift, pivot, throw. The work had its own honesty. It made no demands of a man beyond what he could give it, and it gave back the simple satisfaction of a pit growing emptier and a barrow growing fuller. He had done worse work in worse places. This was good work. Up on the catwalk, the conveyor belt ran steady. Gideon glanced up at it once between loads. The belt was wide enough to carry 1,000 bushels an hour, but the stream of corn riding it now was thin, no more than a steady trickle. It climbed up the elevator leg into the silo with a slow, lonesome rattle. The belt was doing maybe 1/10 of what it had been built to do. He filed that away with everything else. The 2 young workers in coveralls were across the shed now, rebolting the access plate he had wrenched off an hour earlier. They worked with the noisy, clattering inefficiency of men who knew they were being watched. Every few minutes, one of them would glance up at the pit, at the man in it, at the pile of grain in the barrow that was already higher than what they had cleared all morning before the belt jammed. They would look at each other, mutter something, and go back to their bolts. Gideon paid them no mind. They would either come around or they wouldn't. Either way was fine. By the time the wheelbarrow was full, he was breathing hard but easy. He climbed the ladder, took the handles of the barrow, and rolled it across the shed to the dump chute that emptied into a waste hopper outside. The hopper was already half full of similar muck. He tipped the load in, hosed the barrow clean with the spigot mounted on the wall, and rolled it back to the pit. He climbed down and started again. Bend, cut, lift, pivot, throw. He emptied 2 more barrows before the leather-faced driver in the idling semi, finally got tired of waiting on whatever ticket Haggerty had been promising him, and pulled out of the bay. The diesel rumble faded down the gravel drive. Gideon listened to it go. No truck rolled in to take its place. The bay sat empty, its concrete pad scarred with old oil stains and shaped tire marks, like the worn-down dance floor of a hall that nobody danced in anymore. He kept shoveling. Somewhere past 11, he heard heavy footfalls on the catwalk above. He didn't look up. Job. He looked up. Haggerty was at the railing, his white hair lit from behind by the high window, looking down into the pit. He held a brown paper sack in one hand and a battered metal thermos in the other. Take a break. Get up here and eat something before you fall over. I'm fine, Mr. Haggerty. I ain't asking. I'm telling. You drop dead in my pit. I got paperwork I don't need. Get up here. Gideon planted the shovel upright in the soft grain like a flag, climbed the ladder, and made his way up the catwalk stairs. Haggerty was already setting himself down on a long wooden bench that ran along the wall by the loading door, where a high, narrow window let in a wedge of breeze and a view of the empty bay. Gideon sat at the other end of the bench. He took the paper sack Haggerty offered him. Inside was a thick ham sandwich on white bread wrapped in wax paper, an apple, and a cold can of root beer beaded with moisture. My wife made too much, like always, Haggerty said, unscrewing the cap on his thermos and pouring coffee into the cup. Woman thinks I'm still feeding a crew of 8. Thank her for me. I'll do that. Gideon unwrapped the sandwich. The bread was thick-cut and home-baked, the ham layered generous, a slice of yellow cheese, butter, and a smear of mustard. He ate slowly, taking his time with each bite. Haggerty drank his coffee and looked out at the empty bay. For a while, neither of them said anything. The conveyor belt hummed its thin tune. Somewhere out past the silos, a meadowlark was working a fence post. Watched you go at that pit, Haggerty said at last. You shovel like a man who's done his time on the wrong end of a handle. Some. Whereabouts? Gideon thought about the question while he chewed. Worked a feedlot in Oklahoma one winter. Loading dock in St. Louis a while back. Cleaned hog barns down in Arkansas one summer that I'd just as soon forget. Haggerty grunted. Hog barns. There's a man's been to hell and come back to tell about it. It was a long summer. Haggerty took a swallow of coffee. I'm 68 years old. Bought this co-op off my daddy in '78. 48 years come October. He nodded out at the empty bay. Used to have a line of trucks waiting at that gate from dawn till dark in harvest season. Drivers cussing each other for taking too long on the scales. I had 8 men on payroll at the peak. 2 on the pits, 2 on the scales, 2 on the belts, my foreman and a mechanic who could fix anything you put in front of him. Old boy named Whitaker. Dead 12 years now. What happened? Haggerty laughed, a short dry sound with no humor in it. What happened is the farms quit being farms. Around here, anyway. Quit being places that grew things and turned into places that sat. Got new owners with new ideas. Got contracts the like of which my daddy wouldn't have spit on. Don't disturb the soil, the contracts say. Don't run heavy equipment. Don't till. Don't plant. Just leave the land lay and collect a stipend. He took another swallow of coffee. Used to be a farmer was a man who put a seed in the ground and worried about the rain. Now he's a man who signs a paper and waits for the mail. Gideon thought about the dead farms Letty had driven him past. The bright white vinyl fences. The clipped grass like a golf course. The Cartwrights in Dallas. The Hendersons in Omaha. He took another bite of his sandwich. Who's buying? He asked. The trust. Haggerty said the word flat. Heritage Trust. Whitman family runs it. Old name around here. Used to be respectable, even. He set his coffee down on the bench between them. These days, they got their fingers in everything. Land, the store, the bank, the sheriff. I get a call from one of their boys, at least once a week. Real polite. Real concerned. Worried about my health. Worried about my liability insurance. Worried about whether an old man should be running a facility this size on his own. He showed his teeth in something that was not a smile. They'd love nothing more than to buy this co-op off me. They've offered. Twice. Number that would have made my daddy faint. You turned them down. I told him where to stick it. He picked up his coffee again. I'll run this place till the day I can't lift a sack of seed corn off the floor. Then I'll sit on my porch and watch it rust. Either way, the trust ain't getting it. Gideon nodded slowly. He took another bite. The bread was very good. What's a man your age doing on the road, anyway? Haggerty said, changing tack. You ain't running. I can tell that much. Man running doesn't shovel grain at $20 an hour. Man running goes south where it's warm and lays low. I'm not running. Then what? Gideon looked out at the empty bay. He thought about how to answer. Lost some things a while back, he said finally. Walking helps. Haggerty studied him a long moment. He had the look of a man who had heard a great many stories at this bench, over a great many sandwiches, and could tell the true from the false by long acquaintance. Whatever he heard in Gideon's voice, he didn't press. Well, he said, there's worse places to walk than my co-op. Yes, sir. Haggerty took the last swallow of his coffee, screwed the cup back onto the thermos, and pushed himself to his feet with a hand on the bench. Take 15 more. Then back at it. I got a Hardin truck coming in at 3 out of Beaver County. He's hauling clean corn, and I need that pit ready to take it. He don't like to wait. It'll be ready. I know it will. Haggerty walked back along the catwalk to his office, his heavy bootfalls ringing on the steel grating. Gideon finished his sandwich slowly. He ate the apple down to the core. He cracked the root beer and drank half of it in one long pull, the cold sweetness cutting through the grain dust at the back of his throat. The other half he capped and saved for later. He sat for a few minutes with his back against the warm corrugated wall, and let the breeze from the high window dry the sweat on his neck. He watched a barn swallow swoop in through the open loading door, cut a tight arc through the dusty light, and dart out again. He thought about the trust, and the white fences, and Letty Miller's pickup truck rattling past the dead farms, and the boy Jeremy Whitman knee-deep in a stream with a girl's arm in his fist. He thought about how many of those threads ran back to the same hand. Then he set the thoughts aside, the way a man sets a tool back on a peg, and went back down to the pit. The afternoon came on hot through the high windows. He emptied 2 more barrows before noon, 3 more after, the sweat darkening his shirt all the way through. Around 2 o'clock, the 2 young workers in coveralls finished bolting up the access plate and drifted over toward the pit to watch him work. They stood at a distance for a while, saying nothing. Then the bigger of the 2, red-haired, freckled, maybe 25, came to the edge of the pit and looked down. You want a hand on the barrow? Gideon looked up. The man's face was open. The earlier wariness softened into something like respect. I wouldn't say no. Tommy, the man said, putting out a hand. That fella back there's Cole. Gideon climbed up the ladder, wiped his palm on his pants, and shook. Job. Mr. Haggerty said. I'm sorry about earlier. When the belt jammed. We didn't know who you were. Nothing to be sorry for. Tommy nodded, took the handles of the full wheelbarrow, and rolled it off toward the dump chute. Cole, smaller and dark-haired, came over with a flat-bladed scraping shovel and climbed down into the pit beside Gideon without a word. Together they cleared the last of the crusted mat off the concrete in half the time it would have taken Gideon alone. The Hardin truck arrived at 4 minutes past 3. Gideon was up out of the pit by then, hosing down the concrete walls with the wand from the spigot, the brown water swirling into the drain. He watched the driver back the rig in, watched the hopper open, watched the bright, dry corn pour down through the regathered grating in a heavy gold curtain. The belt above ran heavy for a while. The shed felt almost alive. By 5:15 the truck was gone. The pit was empty and clean, the grating was relaid, and the belt was idling thin again. Gideon washed his hands and his forearms at the outside spigot. The water ran brown for a long while, then clear, He pulled his jacket down off the nail and shrugged it on over his damp shirt. The evening air was cool and sweet after the heat of the shed. Haggerty came out of the office and crossed the gravel yard, walking with the slightly stiff gait of a big man at the end of a long day. He stopped a few feet from Gideon and pulled a small canvas envelope from his hip pocket. 10.5 hours, near enough to 11, on a man's first day. I'll round you up. He counted out bills from the envelope and laid them in Gideon's hand. 220. Cash. Like we said. Gideon folded the bills once and slid them deep into his front pants pocket. Thank you. Haggerty looked at him. His eyes were the color of dishwater, and they had a tired shrewdness in them. Tommy and Cole are good boys. Lazy as the day is long, but good. They like you. That don't happen with strangers. Not lately. They're all right. You coming back tomorrow? 6 a.m. 6 is when I unlock. You come at 5:45, and we'll have coffee on the back step. Haggerty paused. He seemed for a moment to be deciding whether to say something more. The moment passed. He just nodded once and said, Go on then. Get yourself a meal. You earned one. Yes, sir. Gideon picked up his duffel from where he had set it that morning, by the office stairs. He shouldered it, raised one hand to Haggerty, and walked out through the open gate. The silos threw long shadows eastward across the gravel drive. The Blacktop County Road waited beyond, running south back toward the turnoff to the Miller place and the supper Letty had made him promise. Behind him, the conveyor belt ran on, thin and patient, climbing its small stream of corn into the dim cavern of the silo. Gideon turned south and walked. Chapter 10. The sun was low and red behind him by the time he reached the Miller turnoff. The gravel road ran straight east between two ribbons of pasture, the white vinyl fence still pale on his right, the wire and posts of the Peterson place broken and honest on his left. He walked easy, his duffel light on his shoulder. The day's labor had loosened in him to a clean, used-up tiredness, the kind that settled in a man's bones without complaint. A meadowlark started up from a fence post and led him a little way down the road before veering off into the grass. The shadows of the silos behind him stretched out long and thin across the fields, reaching almost to where he walked. The Miller place sat at the end of 2 miles of gravel. He saw it from a quarter-mile off, a 2-story white clapboard farmhouse with a steep tin roof, set back from the road behind a stand of old oaks just beginning to bud out. A red barn behind, smaller than the ones on the Whitman places but standing square and well-painted. A vegetable garden turned and ready for planting, the rows clean and straight. A chicken coop and a wire run with a few brown hens still pecking the spring grass before dusk drove them in. Letty's old Ford pickup was parked at the side of the house. Next to it sat a smaller, dented compact with a faded high school decal still clinging to the back window, Brianna's, he guessed. Smoke rose lazy and gray from the chimney. The porch light was on, a warm yellow square in the deepening blue. A black and tan hound came down off the porch as he approached the front walk, an old dog, deep-chested, gray at the muzzle, with the unhurried gait of an animal who had decided long ago what was worth getting up for and what wasn't. The hound stopped at the bottom of the porch steps and watched him come. It didn't bark. It didn't wag. It just took his measure with eyes the color of strong tea. Easy, friend, Gideon said. He put out the back of his hand. The hound sniffed it gravely, considered, and decided in his favor. The long tail gave one slow, dignified swing. The screen door opened. Letty stood there in the same plaid shirt from the morning, an apron tied over it now, a wooden spoon in her hand. Her white hair was still pinned up, but a few strands had escaped and floated around her face. She looked Gideon over from his dusty boots to his sweat-stiff collar and made a small, satisfied sound. Well, you kept your word, she said. And you look like a man who's earned his supper. Yes, ma'am. Get on up here. That's Sergeant. He don't bark and he don't bite, but he don't truck with foolishness either. You've passed his inspection, so come on. Gideon climbed the porch steps. The old hound followed him at a respectful distance, padding silent on the boards. Pumps around the back, Letty said. Towel on the rail. Wash up good. I won't have grain dust at my table." She paused, eyed him again, and pointed the wooden spoon at his shirt. "And there's a clean one of Henry's hanging on the back porch peg. He was a big man, too. It'll fit you. Yours can soak. I'll see to it." "Ma'am, I don't want to put you." "You're not putting me out, Mr. Job. I asked you to supper. I'm feeding you supper. Don't make me say it twice." "No, ma'am." He set his duffel just inside the screen door and went around the side of the house. The pump was at the back, an old hand pump set over a concrete slab worn smooth by 100 years of boots. He stripped off his work shirt and hung it over the rail. He worked the handle, and the water came up cold and clean and smelling faintly of iron. He cupped it in his hands and splashed his face, his arms, his neck, the back of his neck where the grain dust had caked into the creases. He soaped with a sliver of yellow lye that lay in a tin dish on the slab. He rinsed twice. The water that ran off him onto the concrete was the color of weak tea. The shirt on the peg was a heavy blue cotton, faded almost gray at the shoulders, the collar soft from years of washing. It smelled clean and a little of cedar. He pulled it on. It fit him through the chest and the arms as if it had been cut for him. He rolled the sleeves to the elbows and tucked it into his pants. He looked at it for a moment. Whoever Henry had been, he had been built the same as Gideon was. He thought about that a moment, and then set the thought aside and went in through the back door. The kitchen was a working farm kitchen, square and lived in. Range against one wall, a deep cast-iron sink under a window that looked out on the garden, a long pine table with 3 places set, a sideboard with the breadboard and the cooling pie. The light came from a low ceiling fixture with a yellow shade and from a kerosene lamp set in the middle of the table. A door at the far end opened on a short hall that led toward the front of the house. The smells in that room were the kind that made a tired man weak. Pot roast. Potatoes browned in the drippings. Green beans cooked slow with bacon. Cornbread fresh out of the cast iron and still steaming on the board. An apple pie cooling in the window in the last of the daylight, cinnamon and butter rising off it. Brianna stood at the sideboard with her back to him, slicing the cornbread into wedges. She wore a simple yellow dress with a small print of white flowers, a sweater the color of cream over her shoulders. Her dark hair was loose down her back, brushed out, still a little damp from her own washing up. The hem of the dress fell just below her knees. Her feet were bare on the warm wood floor. She turned when she heard him come in, and the knife stilled in her hand. For a second, neither of them said anything. The lamplight caught the side of her face. He saw the country girl Letty had raised, corn-fed, pretty, plain, unspoiled, with eyes the color of a forest stream and a flush high on her cheeks. She had washed the mourning out of her hair and the mourning out of her skin, but he saw the mourning was still in her somewhere way down, and would be for a long time. "Mr. Job," she said, quiet. "Miss Miller." "Brianna." "Please." "Brianna, then." She looked down at the cornbread, gathered herself, and brought the board to the table. He saw her hand was steady. Whatever she had been through that morning, she had decided how to carry it. "Sit," Letty said, coming through from the front room with a stoneware platter held in both hands. The pot roast steamed up around her face, brown and falling apart at the edges, ringed with carrots and onions and potatoes the size of a man's fist. She set it in the center of the table. "That chair at the end is yours. Henry's chair. Don't argue." He didn't argue. He sat. Letty took the chair to his left, at the head of the table. Brianna took the one across from her grandmother, on his right. The hound came in from the back porch and lay down with a heavy old dog grunt under the table, his chin on Gideon's boot. "Mr. Job, do you say grace?" "At another man's table, yes, ma'am. At his wife's table, I'll say whatever she asks me to." Letty smiled a small, tight smile. "You'll do. Bow your head." He bowed his head. Brianna folded her hands. Letty said grace short and plain. "Thanks for the food, thanks for the hands that worked the land that grew it, thanks for the company at the table, a word for absent friends, and amen." The amen sat in the kitchen for a moment, like a third pitcher set down. "Pass your plate," she said. He passed his plate. She loaded it without asking how much, the way women had been loading plates for hungry men in farm kitchens for 150 years. 2 thick slices of roast. A heap of potatoes and carrots. A spoonful of pan gravy. Beans. A wedge of cornbread. She handed it back to him and pointed at the butter. Don't be shy. He buttered the cornbread. He cut a piece of the roast. It was good. It was very good. He had been hungrier than he knew. He ate without hurry, in the way of a man who had been hungry too many times to insult food by rushing it. Letty watched him with quiet satisfaction. Brianna watched him for a moment too, then dropped her eyes to her plate. Haggerty work you hard? Letty said. Honest work. He paid me fair. He's a good man, that one. Hard as a fence post and twice as ornery, but good. His Marlene used to be my closest friend. 40 years we sat in the same pew at the Methodist before she passed. Cancer took her in '98. He hasn't been the same man since, but he's still the man, if you take my meaning. I do. He talked to you? Some. Then he's taken to you. He don't talk to most. She reached for the gravy boat and tipped it over her potatoes. The kitchen filled up with the sounds of a meal being eaten. The small scrape of forks. The clink of a glass. The slow, contented sigh of the hound under the table. Somewhere out beyond the back porch, a bullfrog started up down by what must have been a pond. He looked while he ate at the room. He didn't turn his head to do it. He had long ago learned how to see a room without seeming to. Through the open door to the front hall, he could see down the wall a wedding photograph in a plain wood frame. A young Letty with her dark hair piled up, and a Marine in dress blues beside her, his cap under his arm, his face the kind of square-jawed solemn that the Corps trained into a man and then never trained out. Henry, then. Beside it hung a portrait in a Marine Corps frame. A younger man, dark-haired, no more than 20, in dress blues of his own, his eyes a forest stream color Gideon had seen earlier that day in another face entirely. Brianna's father, he understood, without anyone needing to say it. Beside that, a smaller photograph. The same young man on the back of an old gray gelding, a little girl in pigtails set up in front of him in the saddle, her small hands gripping the horn, both of them grinning. The little girl was Brianna. Above the kitchen door hung a print of the Last Supper that had been there long enough to have gone amber at the edges. On a small shelf below the kitchen window, a Bible well thumbed. Beside the Bible, a tin can full of pencils and a pair of reading glasses folded neat. Tell me about the road, Mr. Job, Letty said. Ma'am. You've been walking it a while. I can see it on you. Tell me about it. What's a man see walking these roads? He thought about that. He buttered another piece of cornbread. Sees a lot of country, he said. Sees how it changes from a mile to a mile, and how it stays the same too. Sees what's growing and what isn't. Sees what folks are doing and what they aren't. Sees the same dog in the same yard in 3 different states. He took a bite. It's good country, ma'am. Most of it. Folks are mostly good. Most everywhere. Most. She nodded once, accepting that. And what about you, Brianna? He asked, turning the conversation away from himself in the way an old soldier learns to do. Your grandmother said you work at the store. You always lived here in Black Ridge. She looked up. He saw her gather herself to answer. All my life. I went away 1 year. 2 semesters at Manhattan. She saw his look. Kansas, not New York. Kansas State. Studied early childhood. Wanted to teach kindergarten. That's good work. It is. But I came home. Gran needed me. She did not need me, Letty said tartly. I told her not to come home. She came home anyway. Gran needed me, Brianna said again, with the gentle, unshakable patience of a country girl who had decided what was true and would not be argued out of it. She looked back at Gideon. Maybe I'll go back one day. Right now I'm at the store, and I help Gran with the garden and the hens and we get on. Sounds like a good life. It is. She said it simply, and she meant it. He believed her. There was no falseness in her, no straining towards something other than what she was. He had not seen a girl like this in a long time. He finished what was on his plate. Letty loaded him another helping over his polite protest. He ate that too. When the second plate was clean, she nodded with the satisfaction of a cook who has done what she set out to do, and got up to fetch the pie. The pie was as good as it had smelled. He ate his slice slowly. Brianna brought him coffee in a heavy white mug. He thanked her. She gave him a small nod and went back to her own seat. When they were all done and the plates pushed back, Letty wiped her mouth with her napkin, folded it, and laid it beside her plate. She looked at him across the table. "Mr. Job, there's a guest room down the front hall, been waiting on company for I don't know how long. Bed's made up. Towels are clean. The water's hot, if you want a real bath instead of that pump. You're staying the night." "Ma'am, I appreciate that. I was planning to walk back into town and find a—" "You were planning to walk back to town in the dark, on a stomach full of pot roast after 11 hours in Haggerty's Pit." She said it without heat, as a statement of fact about a foolishness she would not be entertaining. "You're staying the night. I'll have no argument from you. You're a guest in this house, and I'll see you settled before I sleep." He looked at her. She looked back at him steady. He understood that he could argue, and he understood that he could lose, or he could give in now and save his strength for things that mattered. "Yes, ma'am." "That's better. Brianna will show you the room. Bathroom across the hall. Towels on the shelf. House is quiet after 9. "Yes, ma'am." "Brianna." Brianna stood up and folded her napkin. She did not look at him directly. "This way, Mr. Job." He pushed back from the table. He thanked Letty plainly and meant it. She waved it off and started clearing. Brianna led him through the front parlor and into the short hall that ran past the foot of the staircase. There were 2 doors off the hall. She opened the one on the right. The room was small and clean. A single iron bedstead with a quilt pieced in dark blues and greens, a wedding ring pattern old but cared for. A washstand with a white china pitcher and bowl on it. A small dresser empty. A braided rag rug on the wood floor. A single window with a thin white curtain that let in the last of the blue dusk, and a square of early moonlight on the floorboards. "The bathroom's just across," she said, pointing to the door on the other side of the hall. "Towels are on the shelf inside. Hot water takes a minute to come up. Gran and I are upstairs. If you need anything in the night, just come to the foot of the stairs and call. We'll hear you." "Thank you, Brianna." She stood a moment in the doorway. She looked at him then, properly, for the first time since he had come in. Her eyes in the lamplight from the hall were very steady. "Mr. Job, I never thanked you proper. For this morning. I'm thanking you now." "You don't have to." "I know I don't have to. I'm doing it anyway." He inclined his head. "You're welcome." She nodded once and stepped back into the hall. "Good night, Mr. Job." "Good night." She drew the door closed behind her. He heard her bare feet pad back down the hall, through the parlor up the stairs. A door closed softly upstairs. He stood a moment in the small clean room with the square of moonlight on the floor. Then he set his duffel on the dresser and began to get ready for bed. Chapter 11. The house had been quiet a long time. He lay on his back in the iron bed, the quilt up to his chest, his hands folded across his stomach, his eyes open in the dark. He had washed at the bathroom sink across the hall, and come back to the room, and stripped off the borrowed shirt and his pants, and folded them across the chair the way he always did, and he had slid naked between the cool sheets the way he always slept and lain down a little after 9. He had thought he would drop off fast, for a man as tired as he was. But sleep had not come. He had heard Letty moving around in the kitchen for a long while after he lay down, the small sounds of a woman who would not leave a kitchen until it was right. A pan set on its hook. A chair pushed back. The click of the back door bolt. Her step in the parlor. Her tread on the stairs, slow and a little heavy on the knees. the closing of a door above him, at the back of the upstairs. After that, the lighter sound of Brianna moving about above him in the front bedroom. A drawer opening. The brief run of water in a pipe. The small soft thump of a bed taking weight. Then the long settling quiet. The square of window above the bed had gone from blue to black, and a moon had come up behind the oak trees out front. The light of it came through the thin white curtain by slow degrees and laid itself across the floor as a long pale rectangle and crept by an inch and then another up the wall opposite his bed. The light had the gentle cold quality moonlight has, which is no kind of warmth at all, but a kind of clarity. The room was bright enough now to see plainly. The pitcher and bowl on the washstand. The braided rug. The dresser with his duffel on it. The chair where he had laid his folded clothes. He was thinking of a feedlot in Oklahoma, a long time ago, when he heard the soft creak of a stair. The latch on his door lifted a few moments later. It was the smallest of sounds, a soft metallic give as the tongue eased out of the strike plate. The door came open an inch. A breath of cooler air came in from the hall. The door came open enough for her to step through, and she stepped through and closed it behind her with the same care she had opened it. The latch settled back into place with a small dry click. She was a shape in the moonlight, then a person. She wore a long white cotton nightgown that fell to her ankles, plain, with a small ribbon tie at the throat. Her dark hair was loose down her back. Her feet were bare. She stood a moment by the closed door, her hand resting on the knob behind her, as if she needed it there to begin. Her breath came shallow and quick at her throat, lifting the soft cotton at her chest. Her free hand pressed flat against the front of the gown, palm against her stomach, the way a person presses to settle a thing they cannot otherwise still. She let go of the knob. She crossed to the side of the bed. Her bare feet made no sound on the rug. The moonlight came up the length of her as she came. She stopped beside the bed and looked down at him, and her hands lifted to the ribbon at her throat and stopped there, her fingers on the loop of the bow without pulling. She did not pull. Her hands stayed there a moment, and a small tremor ran through her fingers, and her chest rose once on a breath she held and then let out slow. He saw what it cost her to be there. He saw also, in the wide, dark steadiness of her eyes, that the cost had been counted before she ever set her foot on the stairs, and paid. And the paying was what had brought her down. Her fingers pulled the ribbon. The bow came undone. She gathered the hem of the gown in both hands, and drew it up over her body, and over her arms, and lifted it free, and let it fall onto the rug at her feet. She stood in the moonlight then with nothing on her. He saw her plainly. He could not have not seen her. The light made a thing of her that he would remember a long time afterward in other rooms on other roads. She was small-boned and full where a young woman is full, her breasts high and round with the dark soft circles of her nipples standing already, her waist narrow, her hips a clean sweet curve down to long legs. There was a small dark triangle low on her belly. Her skin was the color of milk in the moonlight, with a deep flush rising from her chest into her throat, and up across her cheeks and into the roots of her hair. Her hands did not lift to cover herself, but they would not stay still either. They opened and closed at her sides, the fingers spreading and gathering, and then, in a small surrender, she set her palms flat against the outsides of her thighs and let them stay there. His body answered before his mind did. The hard, hot rush of it. The full ache of him going stiff under the sheet, fast and complete, and without any decision on his part. It had been a long time. It had been a very long time. He had not realized until that moment how long. The breath went out of him long and slow, and he was aware that she heard it and aware of the small lift it brought to her chin. She lifted the edge of the quilt and the sheet beneath it and slipped under. She came against him in one slow movement, the whole length of her, and the shock of her bare skin on his nearly closed his eyes. She was warm. She was warmer than he had been ready for. Her breasts pressed soft and full against his chest, and he felt the quick small flutter of her heart through them, fast as a bird's. The smooth muscle of her thigh slid up over his, and he felt then the proof of her own readiness against his hip, a small heat and a small wetness she did not try to hide. Her hand came across his stomach, and that hand was not steady either, and where her palm settled on him he felt the small fine trembling of it. Her cheek settled against his shoulder. Her hair fell across his throat and smelled of plain soap and something else underneath the soap that was only hers. Her breath at his collarbone was fast and shallow, the breath of a young creature whose courage and her wanting were in the same throat together and had to share the air. His own breath had gone quiet, the way a man's breath goes when he is asking his body to do a thing his body does not want to do. The pulse in his neck was hard against the skin, and he could feel hers answering it where her cheek lay. His hand at his side had closed once into a fist before he willed it open again. He held still. He held very still. He had been a man who could hold still for many things, and this was the hardest of them. He let himself feel her a moment. He owed her that much, and he owed himself that much, and there was no use pretending he did not feel it. The full weight and warmth of a young woman who wanted him, in a clean bed in a moonlit room in a quiet house. His blood was up high and hard. He felt the small, soft motion of her hip against him, the smallest beginning of her asking for the thing she had come to ask for. He felt the shape of how easy it would be. How natural. How a man could turn into her and gather her up and answer, and how she would open under him, and how the dark would close around them both, and how nobody would ever know, and how some part of him would die a little less for an hour. He felt all of that. And then he laid his hand, very gentle, on the top of her head and held it there. She lay against him a long moment. The small searching motion of her hip slowed and stopped. Her trembling fingers on his stomach went still. The fast bird flutter of her heart against his chest slowed by degrees toward something steadier. Her breath at his throat lengthened, and on one of those longer breaths the wet of a single tear ran down warm onto the skin above his collarbone and was followed by no other. She lifted her face from his shoulder and looked up at him. Whatever was in his face, she searched there a long moment in the moonlight. He saw the moment she found it. The set line of her mouth eased. The high color in her cheeks softened. Her eyes, which had come into the room so dark and so steady with what she had decided, took on a different light now, a settling, a clearing, a wider seeing. She let out a small breath that was almost a laugh and was not a laugh. She let her forehead rest a moment against the side of his jaw. Then she lifted herself off him, slow, careful of him, and slid out from under the sheet. The cool air came in where her warmth had been. She stood by the bed in the moonlight, and bent and gathered the nightgown up off the rug, and shook it out, and pulled it on over her head and let it fall. Her hands, which had trembled at the ribbon when she came in, were steady now as she tied it again. She smoothed the gown down her body with both hands, the way a woman smooths a dress before she goes out a door. At the door she paused and turned and looked back at him one last time. Her eyes, in the moonlight, held an expression he had not seen there before. It was not the readiness she had come in with, nor the disappointment a man might expect to see, nor anything as small as gratitude. It was something quieter and larger than any of those. He would carry it with him a long time. Then she was gone. He listened. Her feet through the parlor. The slow weight of her going back up the stairs. The opening of a door. The closing of it. He lay a long while, looking at the moonlight on the wall. The heat in him took its time going down. His blood was a long time slowing. He did not fight it, and he did not feed it. He let it pass through him, the way a man lets weather pass, without giving it a name. He thought about her, and he did not think about her. He thought about a girl in a yellow skirt in a stream that morning, and the same girl naked and warm against him only minutes before, and the long thin line of his own life that had brought him by some series of small turnings to this room on this night with that girl above him, sleeping or not sleeping in her own bed. After a while, the moonlight crept off the wall and onto the ceiling. After a while longer, it was gone from the room entirely, and only a faint silver edged the curtain. He closed his eyes. He slept. Chapter 12. The smell of bacon woke him before the light did. He lay a moment in the narrow iron bed, the quilt heavy across his legs, and listened to the sounds of an old house coming awake. The slow tick of a clock somewhere in the parlor. The hiss of a kettle starting up. The creak of the back door, and Sergeant's old man grunt as the hound was let out to do his morning business. A rooster sounded off from the direction of the barn, late and unhurried, more from habit than duty. The square of window above the bed was pale gray. First light. He had slept harder than he had meant to. He swung his feet down to the rag rug, sat a moment with his palms flat on his knees, and then stood. He dressed in clean clothes from his duffel, plain dark pants, a clean work shirt, his good socks. He pulled on his boots and laced them. He made the bed up tight, the way the army had taught him a long time ago, and the way he had never stopped doing. He folded the quilt at the foot. He carried his duffel to the door and set it ready. He washed his face and hands at the bathroom sink across the hall. The water was cold. He toweled off, ran a comb through his hair and his beard, and went down the short hall and through the parlor to the kitchen. Letty was at the range, a long-handled spoon in her hand, stirring something in a heavy iron skillet. She wore a fresh apron over a dark blue dress. She looked over her shoulder when his boot touched the kitchen floor and gave him a brisk nod. Sit. Coffee's on the table. Eggs in a minute. Yes, ma'am. He sat in Henry's chair. A heavy white mug waited at his place, steam rising off the black coffee. He drank a swallow. It was good and strong, and a little bitter, and exactly what a man needed at first light. Brianna came in from the back porch carrying a wire basket of brown eggs, a few stray feathers caught in the weave. She wore her work clothes now, jeans, a plain blue shirt, her hair pulled back in a single dark braid. She set the basket on the sideboard. When she turned and saw him at the table, she did not flinch and she did not flush. She gave him a small, quiet smile that was all her own, that no one else in the room would have read for what it was, and she took 2 of the eggs to her grandmother at the range. "Mornin', Mr. Job." "Mornin', Brianna." That was all. She went on about her business, and he went on about his coffee, and the air in the kitchen was easy. Letty served the eggs out of the skillet, 3 to his plate, 2 to her own, 2 to Brianna's. There was bacon already on a paper-lined plate at the center of the table, and a stack of biscuits under a cotton cloth, and a small dish of yellow butter, and a jar of dark sorghum molasses with a long spoon in it. He buttered a biscuit and split it, and laid 2 strips of bacon inside, and ate it that way. He had 3 eggs and 4 biscuits before he was done, and Letty looked pleased about all 4 of them. Brianna sat across from him, and ate a plain breakfast quickly and well. She did not look at him over the table, and she did not avoid looking at him either. She was who she was that morning. He saw her grandmother's plain, steady country in her, and he was glad of it. When her plate was clean, she folded her napkin and stood. "I'm late for the store, Gran." "You go on. Take a biscuit." She took a biscuit and a strip of bacon wrapped in a square of wax paper, and she shrugged into a denim jacket from a peg by the door. At the doorway she stopped and turned and looked back into the kitchen. "Mr. Job." "Brianna. You take care of yourself out there." "I will." She nodded once, the way her grandmother nodded, and went out. He heard her engine start up beside the house, heard her ease the small dented car down the gravel road. The sound of it faded slow into the morning. Letty poured him another cup of coffee. "You'll want to be off to Haggerty's directly, I expect." "Yes, ma'am." "There's a road that cuts across the back of our place to the elevator. Saves you 1.5 miles. I'll walk you to the gate." "I appreciate that. And before you go, I want you to take this." She set a small bundle wrapped in a clean dish towel beside his cup. 2 biscuits and some bacon. Lunch will be a long way off, and Haggerty don't always remember a man's got a stomach. Don't argue." "I wasn't going to." "Good." He finished his coffee. He thanked her plainly for the meal, and meant it. He shouldered his duffel, and tucked the dish towel bundle into the side pocket, and put on his jacket. She walked him through the parlor, and out the front door, and across the yard, and around the side of the barn to a worn track that ran east through a back pasture. The morning sun was just up over the trees beyond the field, low and red, the dew still bright on the grass. The track went straight as a string toward the silos. "Follow that for 15 minutes, and you'll come out behind Haggerty's grain bin. There's a gap in the fence he uses for his own walking. He won't mind." "Yes, ma'am." She stopped at the edge of the yard with her arms folded over her apron and looked up at him. "You come back for supper one of these nights, Mr. Job. Brianna and I'll be glad of the company." "I'd like that." "That's settled then." He raised a hand and walked out across the pasture, the duffel light, the bundle warm against his ribs, the cool morning sweet in his lungs. He looked back once when he had gone 100 yards. She was still at the edge of the yard, watching him go, a small straight figure against the white clapboard of the house, the old hound at her feet. He raised his hand again. She raised hers. Then he turned and walked. Haggerty's was already running when he came up the back track. The conveyor belt hummed. 2 trucks were in line at the gate, a third being unloaded in the bay. Tommy and Cole were on the floor already, the rolling clatter of the wheelbarrow going as he came around the corner of the office stairs. Haggerty was at the catwalk railing with a clipboard, his white hair lit up by the morning sun coming through the high windows. He saw Gideon come in and nodded once. 5:58, Haggerty called down. "You're early. Coffee's on the back step." "Thank you." He drank a half cup of black coffee on the back step in the sun, set the cup on the rail, hung his jacket and his duffel and the dish towel bundle on the office peg, and went to work. The day went the way good days of work go. He cleared 2 pits and helped Cole rerun a slipping belt, and spent the long heat of the early afternoon out by the south bin with Tommy, replacing a section of rusted ladder rung by rung with new galvanized stock Haggerty had been meaning to get to for 2 years. The biscuits and bacon from Letty went down at 11, eaten standing in the shade of the bin while Tommy ate a bologna sandwich from a paper sack, and asked him polite questions about the road, and got polite short answers and seemed satisfied with them. A little before 3, he was up on the catwalk with Haggerty going over the gauge on the elevator leg motor, which had a tick in it Haggerty did not like the sound of. Gideon listened to it a minute and pointed at the bearing housing. "That's your noise. Bearing's going dry." "You can hear that?" "I can." "Then we'll pull it tomorrow. You're getting paid by the hour, son. Don't go solving my problems faster than I can keep up." "Yes, sir." Haggerty grunted. He looked at Gideon a moment with that same look from yesterday, the man trying to read a page in a language he half remembered, and then he shook his head and went back down the catwalk to his office. By 5:30 the 3rd truck of the day was rolling out, and the yard was quiet. Gideon hosed off at the outside spigot, the brown water running off him into the gravel. He pulled his jacket on, over his damp shirt. Haggerty came out of the office with the canvas envelope in his hand, and counted out $220 and laid the bills in Gideon's palm. 11 hours. Rounded up again. "Thank you. You find a place to lay your head tonight?" "Not yet, no. Mrs. Miller put me up last night. I'd like my own room going forward." Haggerty nodded once, accepting that without comment. "There's a family on the south side of town, name of Delgado. Hector and Maria. Good people. Hector worked the elevator for me 20-some years before his back went. They got a small place on Sycamore, last house on the right before the lot turns to weeds. They rent out a room sometimes when they can find a body decent enough to put in it. You tell Hector I sent you and that I said you're all right. He'll square you away." "I'm obliged." "Tomorrow. 6. Don't be late." "No, sir." Gideon shouldered his duffel and walked out through the open gate and turned south on the gravel road toward town. He came into Black Ridge on the south end, which he had not yet seen. The county blacktop curved past the grain elevator and a sad little cluster of 2 boarded-up storefronts and a closed feed store, and then it became Sycamore Street. The houses on Sycamore were small, single-story, most of them sided in aluminum that had gone chalky in the sun. A few were brick. Yards were small and well kept where they were kept at all, a tidy garden here, a swept porch there, and gone to weeds where they weren't. A pickup with no wheels sat on cinder blocks in front of one house. A dog barked at him from behind a chain-link fence at another, and then settled when he kept walking. He passed a small Pentecostal church with white-painted cinder-block walls and a hand-lettered sign reading services Sunday 10 a.m. Wednesday 7 p.m. All welcome. He passed 3 Mexican families' worth of children playing in the dust of a side yard, who stopped their game to watch him go, and started it back up after he was passed. He found the last house on the right, before the lot turned to weeds. It was a small white clapboard house, square and plain, with a deep front porch and a tin roof painted dark red. The porch boards had been swept clean. A row of clay pots ran along the porch rail, with red geraniums and rosemary growing in them. 2 old metal chairs and a small table sat at one end of the porch. A worn welcome mat, with the word BIENVENIDOS in faded letters, lay before the door. The yard was small but neat. Behind the house, a vegetable garden was already turned, and the early rows planted with what looked like onions and chilies and tomato starts wrapped against the spring frost in clear plastic cones. He climbed the porch steps and knocked on the screen door. A woman came to the door from inside. She was in her late 50s, small, dark-eyed. Her black hair shot with iron gray and pulled back in a tight braid. She wore a clean apron over a blue house dress. She looked him over through the screen with frank, unhurried suspicion. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to bother you. My name is Job. Mr. Haggerty, up at the elevator, gave me your name. Said you might have a room I could rent. Her eyes went to his duffel, and to the dust on his boots and back to his face. She did not open the screen. Haggerty sent you. Yes, ma'am. She studied him, another long moment. Then she turned her head without taking her eyes off him, and called over her shoulder in Spanish for someone named Hector to come to the door. A man came up behind her, in the hall. He was a few years older than the woman, 60 or so, lean and small and wiry, his face brown and lined deep around the eyes and mouth from a life of sun. His hair was iron-colored, cut short. He wore a clean cotton shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows, and old work pants and house slippers. He moved a little stiff in the hips, a man whose back had told him long ago that it was done with certain kinds of work. He looked at Gideon through the screen with the same dark, careful eyes as his wife. Mr. Haggerty sent me, sir. Said you might have a room. The man took a long, unhurried look at him. Then a small, slow smile came to one corner of his mouth. Old Haggerty. He's still alive, then? It was not really a question. Yes. We have a room. Come in, please. He pushed the screen open. Gideon stepped in. The front room was small and clean. A worn brown couch under a window. A wood veneer coffee table with a folded newspaper on it. A small television on a stand. A crucifix on one wall, and a framed print of the Virgin de Guadalupe on another, and between them a small shelf with 3 school photographs of a young boy at 3 different ages, the most recent showing him at maybe 12. The smell in the house was of clean laundry, and something simmering on a stove in the back of the house, pork and chilies and tomato and cumin and onion. Maria, this is Mr. Job. Haggerty sent him for the room. Welcome, Mr. Job. Thank you, ma'am. I will heat the dinner. Hector, show him the room. Mr. Job, you have eaten. I had breakfast, ma'am. Then you have not eaten. Hector. The room. Hector smiled the small smile again. She does not negotiate. I see that. The room was off the back hall, behind the kitchen. It was small and very clean. A single bed with a chenille spread, a wood dresser, a straight-back chair, a small lamp on the dresser, a braided rug on the floor, a window that looked out on the back garden and the alley beyond it. A wooden cross hung above the bed. A small woven rug hung on one wall, red and black, the kind of weaving a man's grandmother might have made 50 years ago in another country. $40 the week, Hector said. Or $150 the month. Breakfast is on you. Supper, if you are here for it, you eat with us. Maria cooks for too many. She always has. $40 the week is fair. You pay when you can. End of the week is fine. I'll pay tonight. He drew 2 20s from his pocket and handed them across. Hector took them with a small grave nod and did not count them. Welcome to our house, Mr. Job. I'm grateful. Set down your bag. Wash up. Come to the kitchen. He set his duffel on the chair. He washed his hands and face at the small bathroom across the back hall. When he came into the kitchen, Maria already had a plate set for him at a small formica table. A deep bowl of red pork stew with chunks of soft potato in it, 2 warm flour tortillas wrapped in a cloth napkin, a small dish of pickled jalapenos and onions, and a tall glass of cold water. Hector sat across from him with a plate of his own, smaller. Maria sat at the head with no plate and a cup of coffee, and watched him eat the first 3 bites with the patient attention of a woman who needed to see with her own eyes whether the food was right before she would let herself sit easy. The stew was very good. It tasted of long, slow cooking, and of a kitchen that knew what it was doing. He told her so. She nodded once, satisfied, and got up to fetch herself a plate. They ate without much talking at first. The boy he had seen in the photographs was not at the table. He did not ask. After a while, a small dark-eyed boy in pajamas came barefoot into the kitchen, rubbing his eyes, surprised to find a stranger at the table. "Miguel," Maria said. "This is Mr. Job. He will be staying in the back room. Mr. Job, this is our grandson Miguel." "Hello, son." The boy stared at him a moment with the same unhurried suspicion as his grandmother, and then, accepting that whatever was happening at his kitchen table was happening, he climbed onto the chair next to his grandfather and accepted a tortilla and began to eat. When the meal was done and the plates cleared, Hector stretched his back carefully and stood. "Come, Mr. Job. The porch is good in the evening. Maria, may I have a Corona?" "You may have one." 2. 1. He smiled the small smile. He took a single brown bottle from the refrigerator. He looked at Gideon. "What may I bring you, Mr. Job?" "I have another beer. I have water. I have coffee. I have Auritos for the boy that nobody drinks but him." "The Auritos would suit me, sir. I don't drink." Hector's eyebrows lifted by a small fraction. He nodded slowly. He took an orange glass bottle from the refrigerator, opened both bottles with a church key off a magnet on the fridge door, and carried them out through the back door onto the porch. The back porch faced west. The sun was almost down now, the sky over the alley a deep red going to purple. There was an old metal glider out here with cushions worn soft, and a small table between 2 metal chairs. Hector lowered himself slowly into one of the chairs. Gideon sat in the other. Hector handed him the orange bottle. The label said, Auritos Naranja. The soda was very cold and very sweet, the kind of orange pop a man might drink on a summer porch when he was a boy. For a while, they did not speak. Hector took a long first pull of his Corona, and rested the bottle on his thigh, and looked out at the alley and the back of the houses across it. A train sounded somewhere off to the east, the long, lonesome whistle of a freight running through the night a long way away. "Mr. Haggerty," Hector said at last. "How is he?" "The same?" "I'd say the same. Hard. Fair. Working too long. He was always like that. I worked for him 23 years. Pitman, then belt foreman, then back to pit when my younger man could foreman it better. He kept me on 3 years after he should have let me go. I was no use to him by then. He paid me the same, and let me come in late and leave early, and never said a word about it. When my back finally said no more, he came to the house. He sat in the chair you sit in now. He drank a Corona with me. He said, Hector, you will not come back to the elevator tomorrow, and I will not have it. He gave me 3 months of pay in an envelope. He said, this is what you would have earned if I had let you keep coming in to break yourself, so it is yours. I did not want to take it. He said, take it or insult me. So I took it. That is the kind of man Haggerty is. That sounds like him. It is him. There are not many of him left. He took another slow pull. How did you come here, Mr. Hector? If you don't mind me asking. I do not mind. I came here in 1979. From Michoacan in Mexico. I was 19 years old. I came across the border on foot at night with a coyote and 4 other men. 2 of those men did not make it through the desert. I have prayed for them every Sunday for 46 years. He crossed himself once, the small, precise gesture of a man who has done it 10,000 times. I worked in Texas for 2 years in the onion fields. Then in the cattle yards in Amarillo for 1 year. Then a man told me there was work in the wheat in Kansas, and I came north. I met Maria in Garden City. She was born in this country, in Dodge City. Her father had come up in the 50s. We were married in 1984. We had 1 son, Antonio. He paused a moment. He looked out at the alley. Antonio is gone. He did not say where. Gideon did not ask. Miguel is his boy. Antonio's wife, Elena, lives here with us. She is at work. She works at the place they call the Wellness Center, in town. She cleans there at night and is home by morning. That's a hard schedule. It is the only schedule they would give her. The day work is for other people. Hector said it without particular heat. It was a fact about how the town worked, and he had had a long time to make his peace with it. And you came to Black Ridge when? In 1991. Maria's cousin had a small farm here then. He needed a man who could work the cattle. I worked for him 8 years. When he died, his sons sold the farm. They did not need a Mexican cattleman. They needed money. Same as everyone. I worked then for Haggerty. And here we are. And Maria. Maria cleans houses. 3 houses. She used to clean 6. Now 3. The other 3 have been sold. He took a swallow of beer. The people who bought them did not want a cleaner who would talk in the kitchen. They wanted a service. From the city. With uniforms. Maria's uniform was an apron she made herself. So now she has 3 houses, and her garden, and Miguel after school, and she goes to Mass on Wednesday and Sunday, and we get on. It sounds like a good life. It is a good life. It is a smaller life than it was. But it is a good one. He looked at Gideon then, the dark eyes steady in the failing light. You are not from here. No, sir. And you do not stay long anywhere. No, sir. That is your business, and I do not ask. But I will tell you something, Mr. Job, because Haggerty sent you, and Haggerty does not send fools, and because you sit on my porch and you drink an orange pop and you do not interrupt an old man with questions. This town, Black Ridge, it is not what it was when I came here. There are good people in it still. The Millers. Haggerty. The pastor at the Pentecostal down the street. A few more. But the town itself, the town as a body, it is sick. It is being eaten from inside by people who smile when they take. You have not seen them yet, perhaps. You will. They wear good shirts. They have soft hands. They speak of the community. They have taken the farms, and they have taken the stores, and they are working now on the rest. They came from my house 6 months ago with an offer. A very generous offer. Maria spit on the ground after the man left. I told them with respect, no. They will come again. They always come again. He took another swallow. I am not telling you this to ask you anything. I do not ask anything from a man who has just sat down at my table. I am telling you because Hector Delgado is 61 years old, and he does not like to lie by silence. You will hear things in this town. You will see things. I want you to know, when you do, that one old man on Sycamore Street saw them too, and that his door is open if you need a quiet place to think about them. I appreciate that, Mr. Delgado. Hector. Please. Hector. I'm Gideon. Gideon. He tried the name with care. He smiled the small smile again. A good name. A fighter's name. It's just a name. Names are never just names, Gideon. The light over the alley had gone from red to purple, to a deep blue-gray. A first star had come out. Somewhere up the street, a screen door slapped and a mother called a child in for the night. Hector finished his Corona and set the empty bottle gently on the small table between them. Gideon drank the last of the cold, sweet orange pop and set his own bottle down beside it. "I should let you rest, Hector. You've had a long day." "I have. And you have had longer." Hector pushed himself up out of the chair with a hand on the porch rail. "Welcome to our house, Gideon. Sleep good." "Thank you." Hector went inside. Gideon sat a few minutes more on the porch in the blue dark, listening to the small sounds of the south end of Black Ridge settling down for the night. A dog. A truck a long way off on the county road. A child laughing somewhere. The freight train sounded again from the east, fainter now. After a while, he stood up and went inside to the small clean room at the back of the house, and he stripped down and got into the bed under the chenille spread, and he closed his eyes and slept. Chapter 13. The black Lexus came up the gravel drive at 10:15 in the morning. Gideon was at the head of the catwalk stairs, replacing a length of frayed wire on the safety rail, when he saw it turn in off the county blacktop. The car was new and clean and out of place among the dust-coated work trucks at Haggerty's gate. It moved slow up the gravel, as if it were afraid of scratching its paint, came around the line of silos, and stopped in front of the office stairs in a spot that no truck driver would have parked because it blocked the path of anyone trying to get to the scale house. The man who got out was in his middle 40s, fit, with the kind of haircut a man pays $100 for in a city and pretends costs less. He wore a charcoal suit cut close at the shoulders and a soft blue shirt open at the collar. No tie. His shoes were thin and polished, and not a kind of shoe a man wore on a working yard. He stood by the open door of the car for a moment and looked around the place the way a man looks at a property he has already decided what to do with. Then he reached back inside and brought out a slim leather folder, closed the door with one finger, and walked toward the office stairs. Gideon kept working. He did not look up at the man, and he did not look away. He let the man pass below him without seeming to notice. He listened to the click of those city shoes on the iron stairs and tracked them up to the office door above his head. He laid down the wire cutters and set the new length of cable in a coil and went down the stairs slow. He picked up a push broom from where it leaned against a post and started sweeping the concrete floor under the catwalk, working his way over toward the glass front of the office. The push broom moved a thin line of grain dust along the concrete in a long, slow curve. He kept his head down. He did not look up at the office. He did not need to. Through the glass he could see the man standing in front of Haggerty's desk with the leather folder in one hand and a long white envelope in the other. He could see Haggerty leaned back in his old chair with his arms folded and his white head cocked, not getting up, not offering a hand, not offering coffee. He could see the man set the folder down on the desk and open it and turn it around toward Haggerty. He could see, beside the folder, the man lay the envelope down flat. The envelope was unsealed, and the man slid out of it the corner of a slip of paper, just the corner, just enough for Haggerty to see what was printed on it. He left it that way on the desk, like a card he was offering in a game. The man spoke. Gideon could not hear the words through the glass, but he could read the shape of what was being done. The voice was low and even and patient and reasonable. The hands moved in small, calm gestures, a man laying out a case the way a man might lay out a deck of cards. He spoke for 2-3 minutes. He gestured once at the open folder. He gestured once at the envelope and the slip showing at its mouth. He gestured once with a small open hand at the office and the silos and the yard beyond the glass, a gesture that took it all in and dismissed it in a single motion. Haggerty did not move. Haggerty did not unfold his arms. When the man was done speaking, Haggerty looked at him a long moment. Then Haggerty leaned forward in his chair, picked up the folder, and closed it without looking at what was inside. He picked up the envelope and slid the slip of paper back down into it and laid the envelope flat on top of the folder. He pushed both across the desk to the man's side. He spoke perhaps 4 words. Gideon could not hear them. He did not need to. The man held very still. The smile that had been on his mouth thinned to nothing. He looked down at the folder and the envelope on his side of the desk. He looked up at Haggerty. He spoke again, shorter this time, and the patient, reasonable voice had a different quality in it now, a fine cold edge that Gideon could see in the small tightening at the corners of the man's mouth even through the glass. Haggerty said one word. The man stood there a moment. Then he picked up the folder and the envelope and tucked them under his arm with deliberate care, as if he were collecting items he did not want bent. He turned and walked out of the office. He came down the iron stairs at the same unhurried pace he had gone up. Gideon kept sweeping. The city shoes crossed the concrete floor 12 feet from him. The man did not look at him. The man walked past him out into the yard and over to the black Lexus and stood beside the open door and made a phone call. The call was short. He spoke into the phone with the same patient, even voice. He nodded once at whatever was said back to him. He ended the call. Then he turned and he looked at Gideon. Gideon was sweeping a slow line toward the open shed door. He felt the man's look come across the yard and settle on him and stay. He kept sweeping. He pushed the line of dust through the doorway and out into the gravel, and then he stopped, leaned the broom against the doorframe, and looked up. The man was watching him with a small, thin smile. The smile of a man whose day had been unsatisfactory in one particular, and who had just found a small new pleasure to make up for it. He came across the gravel toward Gideon with the easy stride of a man walking into a room he owned. New around here, friend? Some. Working for the old man, are you? For now. The smile widened a fraction. The man stopped a polite distance away and looked Gideon over in a slow assessing sweep, taking in the dusty boots, the worn jeans, the gray work shirt, the gloves tucked through Gideon's belt, the gray in his beard. Gideon could see the man fitting him into a box he had a box already made for. Aging laborer. Drifter. Day rate. Nothing. Word to the wise, friend. Place like this won't be needing a man your age very much longer. The old man's days here are numbered. I'd start looking around. There's plenty of better work in towns within 100 miles. Concrete plant in Salinas always hiring. They pay good for a man who can still lift. I appreciate the advice. Just a courtesy. I hate to see a working man get caught on the wrong side of a closing door. He reached into his inside pocket and brought out a slim silver case, and from the case withdrew a single white card and held it out between two fingers. If you find yourself looking for honest work in the next week or two, I know some people. You give me a call. We can probably do something for a man with a strong back. Gideon looked at the card. He did not take it. The man held the card out another beat. Then he smiled the small, thin smile again, and tucked the card neatly back into the case and the case back into his pocket. Suit yourself, friend. Have a good day. He turned and walked back to the Lexus. He folded himself into the driver's seat with the same deliberate care he had used with the folder. The door shut with a soft, expensive sound. The engine started without a sound a man's ear could pick up. The car backed slowly, turned, rolled down the gravel drive at the same careful pace it had come up, and was gone around the bend toward the county road. Gideon stood a moment with the broom against the door frame. He looked at the spot where the car had stood. There was no oil stain. There was no track of grease. There was nothing. He picked up the broom and went back to work. He worked the day through without saying anything to anyone about what he had seen in the office. He didn't have to. Tommy and Cole had seen the Lexus come and go from the floor of the shed, and Haggerty had come out of the office at 11 and stood at the catwalk rail a long minute looking at nothing in particular before he went back inside, and the whole yard knew that something had happened that had not been good. Nobody asked. Nobody talked about it. They worked. Gideon worked too, but a part of him had gone elsewhere and stayed there. He felt the way a man feels in a wood when he hears a branch crack a half-mile off and cannot place it. His hands kept moving over the work. His eyes kept moving over the yard. He found each time a truck pulled in at the gate that he had stopped what he was doing and looked. He found each time the wind shifted that he had lifted his head. He found that he was listening for engines on the county road. He was waiting for the other shoe. It did not come. The afternoon ran out quiet. The last truck pulled out at 4:30, and the belt ran a little while longer, and then Haggerty called it from the catwalk. Gideon hosed off at the spigot. He pulled on his jacket over his damp shirt. Tommy came over carrying his own jacket and a roll of his lunch sack. Job. Me and Cole are headed up to Earl's for a couple. You ought to come. I don't drink, Tommy. They got more than beer up at Earl's. Got coffee that'll take the paint off a barn. Come on. You worked hard. It's a Friday. Gideon looked at him a moment. He looked across the yard at Cole, who lifted a hand. He looked up at the catwalk. Haggerty was at the rail. Go on, Job, Haggerty called down. These boys will behave themselves if you're with them. Won't you, boys? Yes, sir, Mr. Haggerty. There you have it. All right then. Cole's truck was a red Chevy from the 90s with a long bed and rust along the rocker panels and a tailgate that did not latch. Tommy slid into the cab with Cole. Gideon swung his duffel up into the bed and climbed up after it and settled with his back against the cab and his boots braced on the wheel well. The truck started up with a healthy rattle. Cole pulled them out of the yard and turned north on the county road. Gideon raised a hand to Haggerty at the gate. Haggerty raised one back. The wind in the bed was cold and clean. Gideon let it blow on his face. He watched the fields scroll by. The sun was getting low, and the fields were lit up in that long slant light that made the world look better than it was. He could see the bright white vinyl fences a long way off across the dead pasture. He could see, far back to the east, a glint that was the tin roof of the Miller place. He thought about that house and about the people in it. He thought about Hector's porch and the orange pop. He thought about the morning at Letty's kitchen table and the small, steady look Brianna had given him over the eggs. He thought about a lawyer in a black Lexus. The roadhouse was 3 miles up the county road. Earl's in red neon over a long, low cinder block building set back behind a gravel lot full of pickups. Friday evening trade. The sound of a jukebox came out of the open front door, and across the lot, a sliding pedal steel and a man singing about a woman who'd left him in a town a long way off. Cole parked at the end of a row. Gideon swung down from the bed. Tommy held the door for him on the way in. It was the kind of place he had known in 50 other towns. A long bar along one wall with a brass rail and red vinyl stools. A row of booths along the other wall. The vinyl cracked, the tables ringed with the white scars of 1,000 wet beer bottles. A pool table in a back room with a lampshade hanging low over it. A jukebox by the door playing Merle Haggard. 3 pendant lamps over the bar in red glass. A neon Coors sign in the window. The smell of beer and frying, and old smoke, even though the no-smoking law had been on the books 20 years. Tommy and Cole steered him to the bar. The bartender was a heavy-set man in his 60s with a white walrus mustache and a bar towel over his shoulder. Earl, this here's Job. He's working for Haggerty. Job. Welcome. Thank you. What'll you have? Coffee, please. Black. Earl gave him a long look, the look a bartender gives a man who asks for coffee in a roadhouse on a Friday evening, and then he nodded, neither pleased nor displeased, and turned and got down a heavy white mug and filled it from a pot behind the bar and slid it across. On the house. First time. Obliged. Tommy and Cole ordered buds, and they all 3 turned with their backs to the bar and watched the room. Gideon stood with his coffee in both hands, and let his eyes go over the place the way he always did when he came into a room he did not know. He saw her at the far end of the bar. She was at the corner where the bar curved into the wall, on a stool with one stockinged foot up on the rung and one bare foot in a high-heeled black shoe down on the brass rail. She had taken the other shoe off. She wore a black skirt that ended a long way above the knee, and a red sleeveless blouse with the top 2 buttons undone, and a thin gold chain at her throat. Her blonde hair was down out of the twist she'd had it in at the diner, and it fell in heavy waves over one shoulder. She was leaned a little forward on her elbows over the bar talking to Earl about something with the easy half-laugh of a woman who came here often and had a long history with the man behind the bar. She felt him look. Her eyes came up the length of the bar and found him and stopped. The half-laugh went out of her mouth. The blue eyes held. "Well, I'll be damned," she said. The words carried in the small lull between songs. "Even in, Sam. Even in, stranger." Tommy looked at Gideon, and then at Sam, and then at Gideon again with the slow grin of a young man who has just become aware that he is in the middle of something the size of which he had not suspected. "You two know each other?" "He had breakfast at my counter," Sam said. She did not look at Tommy when she said it. "Just yesterday." 5 days ago," Gideon said. "Monday." "Monday then." A small smile touched the corner of her mouth. "I thought you'd be in the next county by now, stranger." "I'm working for Haggerty." "Haggerty." She said it with a soft surprise that was not quite surprise. "Well, I'll be damned twice." She slid off the stool. She put her bare foot down on the floor, and bent and slid the second high-heeled shoe back on with a small practiced motion and stood up. She picked up her drink, a clear glass with what looked like vodka and ice and a wedge of lime, and walked the length of the bar to him. She did not hurry. He watched her come. So did most of the men at the bar. She stopped in front of him. She looked up at him. The smell of her was the same as in the diner, a drugstore perfume he couldn't name and a clean female warmth underneath it. The top of her head came to his collarbone. "Buy a girl a drink." "You already have one." "I do." She lifted the glass and took a small sip without taking her eyes off him. "But a girl appreciates the gesture." "Then let me buy your next one." "That'll do." The jukebox shifted. A slower song came on. A woman this time, an old recording, the voice rough at the edges with cigarettes and time. Sam tilted her head a little. "Dance with me." "I don't dance, Sam." "You don't dance?" "No." She looked at him a long moment over the rim of her glass. The blue eyes were warm and amused and not, underneath the warmth and the amusement, entirely steady. There was something behind them that she did not let into the front of her face. He saw it because he had been seeing such things in such faces for 40 years. "Well then, stranger." She tipped the glass at him in a small private salute. "What do you do?" The question came at him soft and low and only for him. The corners of her mouth had lifted into a smile that was not the smile she had been giving Earl. It was a different smile, entirely. Her eyes held his over the rim, and they were laughing at him a little and asking him something at the same time. He took a slow breath. He held her gaze. "Depends on the company," he said. The smile widened by an exact small degree. She let it sit there a moment between them. Then she turned her head and looked out at the room and looked back at him. "My company's all here." "Is it?" "It is." He looked into the blue eyes a long time. He thought about a great many things in the space of a few breaths. He thought about a girl in a white nightgown in a moonlit room 2 nights ago, and how that had been one kind of thing, and how this would be a different kind of thing entirely. He thought about Letty's kitchen, and Hector's porch, and a black Lexus on a gravel drive. He thought about how a man who had been on the road too long sometimes needed to remember he was still a man, and about how a woman who had a question in her eyes like that one deserved an answer and not a kindness. "Drink your drink," he said. She drank her drink. Her house was on the west side of town, a small frame bungalow on a quiet street, peeling white paint, a single light burning in a side window. She drove. She drove a small old Pontiac that smelled of her perfume and of cigarettes she did not smoke anymore. He sat in the passenger seat with his duffel between his boots and watched the houses go by in the dusk. She drove with one hand on the wheel and the other resting on his thigh, easy and warm, no claim in it, just a touch. She parked in the gravel drive. She turned the engine off and sat a moment with both hands on the wheel. "I want to say something before we go in." "Go on." "I haven't done this in a while." "All right." I don't want you to think I do this. I don't." She looked over at him. The light from the side window of the house fell across half her face. "All right then." She got out. He got out. She came around the front of the car and took his hand, the first time she had taken it, and led him up the walk. Her hand was small and warm, and a little rough at the palm from carrying coffee pots 40 hours a week. The front room was small and neat. A couch, a TV, a bookshelf with romance novels and a Bible. A photograph on the mantel that he did not let himself look at long enough to take in. A short hallway with 2 doors off it. One door was closed. The other stood ajar on a bedroom in shadow. She did not look at the closed door as they went past it. He did not look at it either. Her bedroom was small and feminine and very clean. A double bed with a pale yellow quilt. A vanity with a mirror and small bottles arranged on it. A window with white curtains. A reading lamp on a bedside table. She turned on the lamp and not the overhead. The room came up in a warm gold light. She turned to him. He set his duffel by the door. He took off his jacket and laid it over the back of a chair. He came to her. He kissed her first because she needed to be kissed first before any other thing. He took her face in both his hands and tipped her chin up and bent down and kissed her slow and full and a long while, the way a man kisses a woman who needs to know she's being seen. She made a small sound at the back of her throat that was not a word. Her hands came up and gathered the front of his shirt in both fists and held on. She undressed, standing in the gold light. He helped her with the small zipper at the back of her skirt because her hands had begun to shake. She pulled the red blouse off over her head. She unclasped a black bra and let it fall. She was full where a woman in her 40s is full. Soft at the belly, heavy in the breast, with stretch marks like fine pale ribbons low on her stomach that she did not try to hide and that he found, looking at them in the lamplight, beautiful. He undressed too, slow, neither hurrying nor making her wait. When he was naked, she came against him and ran both her hands flat up the sides of his ribs and around to his back and laid her face against his chest and held very still a moment, just standing there against him with her bare skin warm along the length of him, breathing. He took her to the bed. He took his time with her. He let her show him what she wanted. When she did not know what she wanted, he showed her something and waited to see if she was glad of it, and she was. The lamp stayed on. She had asked for it on with the small motion of her hand when he reached for it. She wanted to see him, and she wanted him to see her, and he obliged. She cried out softly twice, and the second time she held on to him with both hands, gripping his shoulders so hard he would carry small purple marks the next day. After, she lay against him with one leg thrown over his, and her face pressed to his neck and her hand flat over his heart. She did not speak for a long time. When she did speak, her voice was so low he almost did not catch it. "Thank you, stranger. Sam. Thank you." He did not say anything. He stroked her hair. She fell asleep that way, against him, her breath slowing at his throat. He lay awake a long while, looking at the cracked plaster of her ceiling in the gold light. He thought about a great many things, and about no thing in particular. After a while, he reached up and turned off the lamp. The room went dark. Somewhere far off a dog barked twice and went quiet. He closed his eyes. He was woken by her cry. She came up off the pillow in the dark with a sound he had heard from grown men in worse places, a small, ragged, tearing sound out of the back of her throat, and she said a name. The name was Daniel. She said it once and then again, and the second time it broke in the middle, and she was awake and gasping, her hand fisted in the sheet at her chest, her body shaking against him in the dark. He gathered her up. He took her in against him, careful and slow, and put one big hand flat on her back between her shoulder blades and held her there. He did not say anything. He did not ask. He did not need to ask. She cried into his chest for a long time. She cried the way a woman cries who's been holding it for years and has been waiting, without knowing she was waiting, for a quiet dark room and a man's chest she did not have to be a certain kind of woman in front of. She cried until she had nothing left, and then she breathed against him in long, slow shudders for a while longer, and after a while the shudders eased, and after a while longer her breath went deep and even, and she slept again with her face wet against his collarbone and her hand still fisted in the sheet at his chest. He lay holding her in the dark. He looked at nothing. He listened to her breathe. After a while, he slept too. He woke at first light. He lay a moment in the gray room. Sam was on her side, turned away from him now in her sleep, one bare shoulder above the quilt, her blonde hair across the pillow. Her breath was deep and even. The line of her back rose and fell. He got up quiet. He dressed in the same clothes he had worn the day before. He took his duffel from beside the door, and his jacket from the chair. At the bedroom door he stopped and looked back at her once. She slept on. He went out through the small front room and let himself out the front door. He pulled it shut behind him, gentle, until he felt the latch take. The morning was cold and very clear. The sky over the roof lines to the east was the pale milk blue of first light, going to pink along the horizon. The street was empty. A single dog barked somewhere a block over and stopped. He shouldered his duffel and started walking. He took the long way through town, south to Sycamore, past the small white Pentecostal church with its hand-lettered sign, past the houses still dark in the dawn, until he came to the last house on the right before the lot turned to weeds. He let himself onto the porch, silent. He set his duffel inside the screen door, but did not go in. He pulled the screen shut. He turned and went back down the walk. He turned east on the road that led out of town toward Haggerty's. He had walked perhaps half a mile when he saw it. A thin black thread of smoke rising into the pale morning sky from somewhere ahead, somewhere out beyond the curve in the road where the silos stood. It was a long way off yet. The thread was thin and high, and it bent a little eastward where the upper air was moving. He stopped on the gravel shoulder a moment. He looked at the smoke. Then he started walking again, faster. Chapter 14. He came up the gravel drive at a run. The smoke had gotten heavier as he came, first a thin black thread, then a column, then a thick boiling pillar that rose 300 feet into the morning sky, and bent eastward at the top. By the time he made the bend in the road, and saw the elevator complex, he was running flat out, the duffel left back on the shoulder a quarter-mile behind him. The office was on fire. The glass had gone in the front windows, and dark orange flame was working out through the openings and licking up the corrugated steel of the catwalk roof. The intake shed below it was beginning to catch. He could see, even from the gate, the long bright lines of accelerant burning across the catwalk grating where someone had splashed it. The whole upper structure was going to take, fast. A black F-250 was parked at the open shed door. New mud splash plates, not from this county. The doors stood open. Tailgate down. He came in through the open gate at a hard walk, his breath coming heavy but even. 4 men. 3 of them outside the shed, near the truck. The 4th was just coming out of the shed, carrying a red plastic gas can in one hand at his side. The biggest of them saw Gideon first. He was a heavy man in his late 30s, 6'2" and 250, his head shaved to dark stubble, his shoulders straining a black work shirt. Thick neck. Heavy brow. Big knotted hands that hung loose at his sides. He stood square to Gideon with his weight settled even on both feet, and he watched him come. The second was lean and dark and wired, his arms tattooed to the wrists in faded blue ink, a thin mean face, a strip of mustache. The third was shorter and wider, a fireplug of a man with red hair shorn close and a face the color of brick. The 4th, coming out of the shed with the gas can, was the youngest, 23 or 24, narrow-shouldered, his face still soft. He froze when he saw Gideon at the gate. Gideon stopped a dozen feet from the big one. Step back from there. The big one cocked his head. He looked Gideon over, the way the lawyer had the morning before. He took the dusty boots, the work clothes from yesterday's shift, the gray and the beard. A small thin smile came to his mouth. You lost, friend. Where's Haggerty? The big one looked over at the lean tattooed one, and they both grinned. The tattooed one tipped his head toward the shed. In there. Catching up on his sleep. Gideon walked past them. He walked past them the way a man walks past a pair of dogs that have not yet decided to bite, his eyes on the dogs, his pace even, no hurry and no fear. The big one made no move. The tattooed one let him pass. The red-haired one watched him. Gideon stepped into the shed. Haggerty was on the concrete floor against the base of the catwalk stairs. His hands were tied behind him. His face was bad. The white eyebrows were red. The lip was split. The nose was broken and bleeding heavily down into the white of his beard. One eye was beginning to swell shut. He was breathing in short, shallow gasps that meant ribs. He was conscious. The good eye lifted to Gideon, and he started to say something. Gideon shook his head once. Haggerty closed his mouth. Gideon went down on one knee beside him. "I'll be back for you, Mr. Haggerty." The old man nodded once. Gideon stood up. He turned and walked back out of the shed. The four men were where he had left them. The big one had drifted a half step forward. The young one had set the gas can down at his feet. "You boys are going to walk to your truck. You're going to get in it. You're going to drive away. You're going to live." The big one laughed. It was an honest laugh, a deep belly laugh, the laugh of a man who had heard a funny thing he had not expected to hear. "Friend." He wiped at the corner of his eye with a thick knuckle. "You got no idea what you walked into. I'm telling you once." The big one's grin came off his mouth. "Okay then." The big one came. He came in straight at Gideon with his head down and his hands up wide, a brawler's rush, no science to it. He meant to grab Gideon up in those big hands and put him down on the gravel and let his friends in. The other three started forward at the same time, loose, easy, the way men move when they have decided to enjoy a thing. Gideon stepped off the line of the rush a half-pace to his right. As the big man came past him into empty air, Gideon hooked his right boot behind the big man's left ankle and drove his left palm flat between the shoulder blades and shoved. The big man's foot caught, and his weight kept going, and he went down face first onto the gravel. The gravel opened his cheekbone and his forehead in long red lines. The tattooed one came in second from Gideon's left, throwing a wide hook at his head. Gideon ducked under it, came up inside the man's reach, and threw a short hard right hand into the soft tissue just below the breastbone where the air lives. The tattooed one's mouth fell open. He went to one knee gasping with his hands at his middle, and could not get any of it back for a long second. The red-haired one was already on Gideon. He was the shortest of them, and the fastest. He came in low and hard, and threw a hook into Gideon's short ribs on the left side. The punch was a good one. It hurt. It hurt a great deal. Gideon turned his hip into it, and rode some of it off, and answered with a forearm across the bridge of the red-haired one's nose. The cartilage went under the forearm with a soft, wet crunch. Blood came down out of the nose, across the red-haired one's mouth and chin. He stepped back, swearing and pawing at his face. The young one stood 10 feet off with the gas can at his feet, and did not come in. He watched. His hands were empty and at his sides. He had not decided yet who he was in this. The big one was up off the gravel. He was up faster than a man his size should have been able to come up after a face-first fall. He spat once into the gravel, a tooth the bright pink of blood, spittle, and stones. He came at Gideon again. This time he led with a heavy right that would have taken Gideon's head off if it had landed where it had been aimed. Gideon slipped it. He stepped inside and hooked a left into the body, into the float ribs on the right side, deep with his hip behind it. The big man grunted. The grunt had pain in it. He swung again with his left, wild, and Gideon caught the swing on his elbow and answered with a right elbow up and across the big man's jaw. The big man's head snapped sideways, and a strand of bloody spittle whipped out from the corner of his mouth. He went back 2 steps. He did not go down. He spat again, and grinned at Gideon through bloody teeth. The tattooed one had got some of his breath back, and was up. The red-haired one was wiping blood out of his eyes with the back of his arm. Both of them came at Gideon at the same time now. The tattooed one swung wide. The red-haired one ducked low and bulrished. Gideon stepped sideways and let the tattooed one's swing carry him past, and pivoted, and met the red-haired one's bulrush with a knee straight up into the center of his face. The kneecap caught the cartilage that was already broken, and broke it deeper, broke the bone behind it as well, and the red-haired one's head snapped back hard. He sat down on the gravel hard, his hands at his face, his eyes streaming. He stayed sitting. The big one came in from behind. Gideon turned, and caught a right hand on his shoulder he had meant to slip. The blow rocked him. It rocked him hard. He answered with two short hard rights into the big man's cut cheekbone, and the second one split the gravel cut wider. A small flap of skin came away. He followed it up with a left, into the soft of the throat below the chin. The big man stepped back gagging, one hand at his throat. The three of them stood there hurting now, the big one gagging, the tattooed one bent at the waist, the red-haired one sitting in the gravel with his hands at his ruined face. The young one 10 feet off, frozen. Gideon stood with his weight even, his fists low, breathing through his nose. He was not winded. He was loose. He had not been hit cleanly anywhere, except the one shot in the short ribs that he could already feel knotting up, and the one shoulder shot from the big man that was going to hurt for a week. "That's the easy part done," he said. "Walk to the truck." The big man wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and looked at the smear of blood on the knuckles. He looked up at Gideon. His eyes had something different in them now. The comfortable laughter of a minute ago had gone out of them. What was in them now was a flat-hot hate. "Get the bat, Vinny," the tattooed one said through the broken mouth. The tattooed one went to the truck bed, and came back with a Louisville Slugger. The aluminum caught the morning sun in a hard bright flash as he hefted it. The red-haired one was up off the gravel by then. He had got the 4-inch fixed blade hunting knife out of the sheath on his belt. He held it reverse grip along his forearm, the blade flat to the inside of his wrist, his other hand up open. He had stopped swearing. The mean little face was set. The big man, Vinny, walked over to the truck and reached into the open cab and came back with a length of black pipe wrapped at one end in heavy electrical tape for a grip. It was 18 inches long, 2-inch black iron, the kind of length a man carries under his seat for the kind of work this had turned out to be. The three of them spread out. The tattooed one to Gideon's left with the bat. The red-haired one in front with the knife. Vinny to Gideon's right with the pipe. They came in slow this time. They had learned. "Don't do this," Gideon said. They came. The tattooed one swung the bat first, a hard right-handed swing, head high. Gideon stepped inside the arc of the swing, under the bat's reach, and caught the tattooed one's right wrist in his own left hand on the upswing. He turned his hips and drove his right elbow up under the chin in a short rising strike. The chin gave with a hard wet crack, as the lower jaw broke at the hinge on both sides. The tattooed one's eyes lost focus. The bat fell out of his hand. Gideon stripped it from the air before it hit the ground, and stepped past the falling body. The red-haired one came at him with the knife. He came the way a man comes when he has cut other men, low sideways, the blade hidden behind the forearm. He feinted high. He stabbed low for the soft tissue under Gideon's ribs. Gideon turned his hip, and brought the bat down at an angle across the knife arm at the elbow. The aluminum hit bone with a high bright ring. The joint folded the wrong way. White bone came through the skin at the inside of the elbow. The red-haired one bellowed. The knife dropped onto the gravel. He came in anyway with his good hand and his head down, swinging blind. Gideon brought the bat around backhand, and met him with it at the temple. The Slugger was a 34-inch competition bat, and the swing carried Gideon's full hip behind it. The aluminum rang once, high and clean, and the side of the red-haired one's skull went in with the sound of a heavy melon split open. A fine dark mist of blood and tissue flicked out into the morning air. The whole body went sideways 3 feet, and came down loose on the gravel. The legs jerked once, twice. The bowels let go inside the dead man's pants. Then he lay still. Gideon felt it go out of the man. A small absence, sudden and clean, the way a candle goes out across a room. He had not meant for the bat to be a killing blow. The aluminum had carried more than he had given it. He had answered with too much force on a man who had come at him with one good arm. That was a thing he would live with again. He had no time to live with it now. Vinny was on him with the pipe. The pipe came down overhand, two-handed, a felling blow. Gideon raised the bat crossways above his head and took the pipe on the aluminum. The bat shuddered in his hands but held. Vinny was a strong man, and the pipe was heavy, and the second blow would be the one that mattered. Gideon did not give him the second blow. He stepped inside Vinny's reach with the bat still raised and drove his right knee up hard between Vinny's legs. Vinny made a sound that was not a word. He folded forward. The pipe rang on the gravel beside him. Gideon brought the bat down on the back of Vinny's skull. He brought it down hard. He brought it down because he did not have a choice. Vinny was a heavy man and a hard man, and if he got back up off the gravel, he was going to come again, and the third coming would be the one that did it. Gideon hit him once across the back of the head with the full hip and the full shoulder. The aluminum rang again, deeper this time, the sound a man hears when a thing has carried as much as a thing will carry. Vinny went face down at his feet. A dark pool started under his head almost at once. Gideon felt that one too. He felt it different than the red-haired one. The red-haired one had been an accident of force. Vinny had been a decision, and the decision sat in his chest now like a stone. That was two of them. He had not wanted any of it. The young one had a pistol out. He had got it out of the inside of his jacket while the work was being done on the other three, and he had it up now in both hands at 12 feet, the barrel jumping in his grip. He was holding it the way a young man holds a gun when he has been to a range and has not yet pointed it at a man. Drop the bat. Drop the bat. Gideon held the bat low along his thigh. Put that down. Drop it. Drop it or I'll shoot. Listen to me. 2 of your friends are dead. 1 isn't getting up for a long time. You're alone in this now. Put the gun down. Walk to your truck. The tattooed one was conscious again on the gravel. The broken jaw hung at the wrong angle, but the eyes were tracking. He was reaching for the knife on the gravel beside him with his good hand. Gideon saw the hand close on the handle. The young one shot. He shot because his nerve broke and because he did not know what else to do. The barrel jumped wide, and the shot went past Gideon's left shoulder and rang off the steel of the shed wall behind him. Gideon was already moving. He came inside the gun in 2 strides and caught the boy's right hand with both of his own, the right palm flat against the back of the wrist and the left around the front of the slide. And in 3 quick movements he tore the pistol out of the boy's hand, dropped the magazine into the gravel, racked the slide and stripped it from the frame, and tossed the empty frame one way and the slide another into the dust. The whole thing took less than 2 seconds. The boy stood staring at his empty hand. Gideon shoved him hard in the chest with the flat of his palm, and the boy sat down on the gravel without resisting it. The tattooed one was on his feet now with the knife. He came on the broken jaw, and the wind not yet back and the eyes not right. He came because he could not stop coming. He came because some men, when they have been hurt past a certain point, come anyway, and he was one of them. Don't make me. The tattooed man took another step. He brought the knife up. Gideon went to meet him. The tattooed one slashed high at Gideon's face. Gideon ducked the slash and caught the knife wrist in his left hand on the way down and turned the wrist outward against the joint. The knife dropped. Gideon kept turning the wrist. The shoulder gave at the socket with a hollow, wet pop. The tattooed one screamed through the broken jaw, a thin, terrible sound. Gideon let go of the wrist and took the man by the throat with his right hand and put him down on the gravel on his back hard and knelt on his chest with one knee. He looked down into the tattooed face. The eyes were rolling. The broken jaw hung. The throat under his hand was thrashing for air. He could have let him live. He could have stood up and stepped back and let the man bleed out his shoulder and his jaw on the gravel and waited for the law and the ambulance. He thought about it for a half a breath. He thought about a man with one working arm and a broken jaw who would have killed him for a paycheck and would still try if given the time and the chance. He set his right thumb in under the jaw and his fingers on the windpipe, and he pressed in hard and slow and full. The thrashing got worse. The eyes came back into focus a moment and saw him. He let them see him. He held the look. He owed the man that much, since he was the one doing it. The thrashing went out of the man by degrees. The eyes went loose. The hands stopped pulling at his wrist. Gideon held the throat closed a long count past the last of it, to be sure. He felt this one most. He had done it slow, and he had looked into the face while he did it. He let the dead throat go, and lifted his hand off and wiped the hand on his pants. He sat back on his heels a moment. He breathed. Then he stood. That was 3. He had told them. He had told them twice. They had laughed and they had come. He turned to the young one. The young one was on the gravel where he had sat down, the broken pieces of his pistol on either side of him, the gas can on its side at his feet, his face the color of paper. He had watched the last killing. He was breathing shallow and fast through his open mouth. Gideon walked over to him. He went down on one knee in front of him, so that his face was level with the boy's. "Look at me." The boy looked at him. "What's your name?" "Riley." "Riley what?" "Riley Pence." "Who hired you, Riley?" "Mr. Marsh." "Who's Mr. Marsh?" "He works for the family. The Whitmans. He hires the work out." "Did Mr. Marsh tell you to kill the old man?" "He said, to make it look like an accident. Said the old man would die in a fire, because the place was a death trap. Said don't leave any marks, the fire wouldn't explain." "You left marks?" "Vinny. Vinny always hits too hard." "Listen to me, Riley." "Yes, sir." "You're going to drive that truck out of here. You're going to drive to Mr. Marsh. You're going to tell him 3 of his men are dead. You're going to tell him the man who did this is coming to see his boss. Not Mr. Marsh. The man who pays Mr. Marsh. You tell him that man should not be hard to find for a man who is coming. Say it back." The boy said it back. The voice shook, but the words were right. "And Riley, if you come back to Black Ridge, I'll kill you. Find a different line of work. You're not built for this one." "Yes, sir." "Go." The boy stumbled to the truck. He could not work the handle. Gideon got up and opened the door for him. The boy got in. He turned the key with his left hand. The engine started. He backed the truck around in the gravel without looking at the 3 men on the ground and drove out the gate. The truck went down the county road south, weaving, and was gone around the bend. Gideon stood a moment and watched the dust settle. Then he turned. He ran for the propane tank. The main shutoff was on a vertical pipe at the top of the tank, a yellow valve with a red wheel handle. He took the wheel in both hands and put his back into it. The wheel turned. He spun it shut hand over hand until it stopped. He heard the hiss in the line above him quiet and then die out. He stood a moment with his hands on the wheel. Then he ran for the shed. Haggerty was where he had left him. The smoke was heavier in there now. Gideon got under it. He went to the rack by the wall and took down the box cutter and cut the ropes at Haggerty's wrists. He got his arms under the old man's armpits from behind and lifted him up against his chest. Haggerty made a small sound at the ribs and bit down on it. "I know. I'm sorry. Come on now, Mr. Haggerty." "Coming." He half walked and half carried Haggerty out of the shed and across the gravel yard, past the 3 bodies and the gas can and the pipe and the bat, and out through the gate to where the old red pickup was parked where it always was. He got the passenger door open and got Haggerty up into the seat. He buckled the belt across the ribs with as much care as he could. He shut the door. He went around. He started the truck. He pulled it out of the gate and turned south on the county road. Haggerty sat against the door and breathed in short, shallow, careful breaths. After a mile, he turned his head and looked across the cab at Gideon. The good eye took him in, the blood on his shirt that was not his blood, the scrape on the knuckles of one hand, the steady way he held the wheel. "Mister," Haggerty said, "I don't know what you are." Gideon kept his eyes on the road. "I'm just a man who works for you, Mr. Haggerty." Haggerty looked at him a long moment. Then he turned his head and looked back out through the windshield and did not speak the rest of the way home. Chapter 15. Sheriff Dickie Warren saw the glow before he saw the fire. Haggerty's elevator. He began cursing a mile out and did not stop until he was at the gate to the property. He turned the last bend and saw the office fully involved, flames punching through the roof. He said it aloud to the empty cab, "You son of a bitch." He did not know if he meant someone else or himself. He parked short of the chaos and sat there a moment with the engine running. He did not want to get out. But that was not something a man got to choose after the choices he had already made. He cut the engine and opened the door, and the heat hit him like a wall. He walked forward. The gravel crunched under his boots. The fire had its own voice, a low, hungry roar that swallowed everything else. The volunteer crew was spread thin across the yard. Men in yellow coats he had known for years, their faces lit orange in the morning dark. Walt Cochran saw him coming and walked over, his helmet under his arm, his face running sweat. "Sheriff." "Walt." "Got a gas can over by the office stairs. Poor trail leading right up to the building. This wasn't an accident." Dickie nodded. He had known that before Walt said it. He walked past him toward the intake shed. The first one was near the shed door. Face down. Left arm bent at the elbow the wrong way. The joint pushed past where a joint was supposed to go. Dickie crouched down, the gravel grinding under his boots. He did not touch the body. He did not need to. The angle of the arm told him the elbow was broken. The way the head was tilted told him the neck was broken too. A professional job. Quick. Efficient. A man who knew where to put his hands. He stood up and walked to the second one. Near the truck. Big man, shaved head thick through the shoulders. Lying on his stomach with his face turned to the side. Dickie crouched again. The back of the skull was caved in. Not a bullet wound. Something heavy and blunt swung with force. He looked around on the gravel and found it. A Louisville slugger lying a few feet away, blood and hair matted along the barrel. The big man's own weapon used against him. Dickie looked at the body again. The blow had been delivered with intent. This was not a man swinging in self-defense, hoping to scare someone off. This was a man swinging to put someone down and stay down. He straightened up. He walked to the third one, closer to the gate. Younger. Mid-20s. Tattooed down one arm in faded blue ink. Dickie crouched and looked at the throat. Deep bruising. The clear impression of fingers. Someone had crushed his windpipe with their bare hands. He looked at the man's hands, empty. A hunting knife lay on the gravel a few feet away, still clean. He had not had time to use it. Dickie stood up slow. He looked at the three of them, laid out across the yard. 3 men. Armed. They had come here with a gas can and a job to do. They had walked into this yard, expecting to kill an old man and burn his building to the ground. And someone had stopped them. Someone had put all 3 of them down and walked away. He knew that kind of work. He had seen it before, a long time ago, in a different life when he had worn a different uniform. The broken arm and neck on the first one, that was a man who knew how to close distance and end a fight. The second one, the bat used against him, someone had kept his head and used the big man's own momentum against him. The third, the throat, that was not combat. That was judgment. Someone had looked that man in the eye and decided he did not get to walk away. 3 men. Professional grade work. A man who had been trained or had trained himself to kill efficiently and without hesitation. Dickie took his phone out of his pocket. He found the number. He pressed call. Marsh answered on the 5th ring. "Sheriff." "A little early." "Shut up, Marsh. I'm at the Haggerty grain elevator. There's a fire. There's a gas can. There are 3 dead men in the yard. What the hell happened here?" A pause. Not a long one. Then, "I don't know what you're talking about, Sheriff." "Don't give me that. I've known your work for 5 years. Intimidation. Pressure. Leaning on people. I looked the other way, and I told myself it was just business. This is murder. This is arson. You crossed a line. My understanding is that Haggerty's elevator suffered an unfortunate fire. A tragic accident. These things happen in old wooden buildings with faulty wiring. Faulty wiring don't leave a gas can and a poor trail, Marsh. You don't know what happened there, Sheriff. You arrived after the fact. The scene is chaotic. It's easy to misinterpret what you're seeing. Dickie's hand tightened on the phone. A muscle in his jaw jumped. He looked at the bodies. He looked at the fire crew working the blaze. He looked at the smoke rising into the pale sky. 3 men are dead, Marsh. 3 men are lying on my gravel with their arms bent wrong and their throats crushed. That is not faulty wiring. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, Sheriff. You're going to write a report. The report will say the fire was accidental. The deceased were unidentified transients, drifters who broke into the facility looking for scrap metal and got themselves killed when the building caught fire. The fire marshal will come. He will look around. He will agree with your findings. Case closed. You think the fire marshal is going to just... The fire marshal is a man who understands how things work, Sheriff. Just like you do. You will write the report. You will file it. Life will go on. Dickie was quiet for a moment. He looked at the 3rd body again. The crushed throat. The careful, deliberate work of a man who had done this before. These men didn't kill each other, Marsh. Someone did this. Someone put all 3 of them down. And I want to know who. A pause on the line. Dickie heard Marsh speaking to someone else, then heard the other person's voice, young, nervous, panicky, and then heard Marsh ask another question before returning to the call. His name is Job. A drifter working for Haggerty. He's the one who did it. He killed my men. Dickie felt the name land in his chest like a stone. Job. He remembered the booking sheet. The empty fields where a criminal record should have been. The phone call from the lawyer in San Francisco. The quiet way the man had looked at him from the cell, like he was waiting for Dickie to catch up to something. Gideon Job, Dickie said. He said it slowly, testing the weight of it. Marsh went silent for a beat. Then, you know him, Sheriff? Dickie was quiet. I had him in my cell 5 days ago, he said at last. The silence on the other end of the line stretched long enough that Dickie checked to see if the call had dropped. When Marsh spoke again, his voice was low and very controlled. You had him in your cell. Vagrancy. No ID. No phone. Letty Miller came and vouched for him. I let him go. Letty Miller. She said he saved her granddaughter from Jeremy. Down at the creek. The silence this time was different. It had texture. Dickie could feel Marsh thinking through the implications, fitting pieces together. You had a man in your cell who killed 3 of my operatives. And you let him go. I didn't know he was going to kill anyone. I let him go because an old woman told me he saved a girl from being raped. What was I supposed to do? You were supposed to do your job, Sheriff. You were supposed to keep him. Or run him out. You were not supposed to let him walk into Haggerty's elevator and destroy an operation I spent 6 weeks planning. 6 weeks planning to murder an old man and burn his business to the ground. I spent 6 weeks planning to acquire a piece of property that the trust needs. The methods were not your concern. They were never your concern. That was the arrangement. You look the other way. You take your envelope and you don't ask questions. Dickie felt something cold settle into his stomach. I didn't know there was going to be murder, Marsh. There was not supposed to be murder. There was supposed to be a fire. The old man was supposed to die in it. Clean. Simple. No questions. 3 men were supposed to walk in, do the job, and walk out. Instead, I have 3 dead men, a burned building, and a loose end named Job that I now have to deal with. Marsh scoffed. What sort of name is Job, anyway? It's from the Bible, Dickie said, rubbing a hand across his face. It came away sooty, and he stared at it. As in the Book of Job, Marsh made another sound. A religious nut. Is that what we've got here? Dickie suddenly felt very tired. I don't know, Marsh. But what I have here is a crime scene with 3 bodies and a gas can and a fire that everyone in town is going to have questions about. You will handle it. You will write the report I told you to write. You will make this go away. That is what we pay you for. You pay me to look the other way. You don't pay me to cover up murder and arson. We pay you to do whatever we tell you to do. And if you fail to do it, I will have a conversation with Mr. Whitman about whether you are still worth the investment. The name landed like a slap. Dickie had never met Old Man Whitman face to face. He had never needed to. The arrangement was through Marsh. That was by design. Marsh was the buffer. Marsh was the one who got his hands dirty. But Whitman was the one who signed the checks. And if Whitman decided, Dickie was a liability. He did not finish the thought. He could not afford to. I'll handle it, he said. His voice came out flat. He did not recognize it. Good. You do that. And Sheriff? What? Find this biblical Job. Find him before I do. Because if I find him first, I'm going to ask him a lot of questions about how he got out of your cell. And I'm going to want answers that might not reflect well on your continued employment. The line went dead. Dickie stood there with the phone pressed to his ear, listening to nothing. The fire roared behind him. The bodies lay still at his feet. He lowered the phone slowly and looked at it, at the dark screen, at his own reflection staring back at him. He turned and walked back to his cruiser. He put his hand flat on the hood and left it there a moment, feeling the heat of the engine through his palm. Then he thumped it. Once. Hard. The metal rang out sharp in the morning air. A firefighter nearby looked up, startled. Dickie did not see him. He got into the cruiser. He closed the door. He sat there with the engine running and the AC blowing cold on his face. After a moment, he reached into his glove box, took out a box of wipes, and used one to wipe his face clean of the soot. Then he used it to clean his hands. It came away filthy. He looked at the stained wipe for a moment, before crumpling it and tossing it over his shoulder into the passenger footwell behind him. He put the car in gear and pulled out of the gate. He intended to find Gideon Job, and God help him when he did. Chapter 16. Spring in the Midwest had its own kind of morning. The sun was already well up, the dew burning off the grass along the shoulder, the gravel road between Haggerty's house and the Delgados' neighborhood quiet, except for the occasional pickup heading the other way. A red-winged blackbird sang from a fence post. Somewhere off in the fields, a dog was barking at nothing. Gideon walked. He kept to the shoulder. His shirt was torn at the shoulder where the big man had grabbed him before Gideon had broken his neck. The right cuff was stiff with blood that was not his. A patch on the front of the shirt was charred, where a falling spark had caught it for a moment before he had slapped it out. His hands were skinned across the knuckles. His face was streaked with soot. A pickup passed, and the driver lifted 2 fingers off the wheel. Gideon lifted his hand back. The pickup did not slow. He turned onto Sycamore. Hector was on the porch in the cane chair with his coffee, a folded newspaper across his knee. He looked up when he heard the gravel and saw Gideon coming up the walk. Gideon stopped at the bottom of the porch steps. Hector. Hector took him in. The blood on the cuff. The burn on the shirt. The soot. The skinned knuckles. He looked at all of it, and then he looked at Gideon's face. Their eyes met. Gideon looked him straight in the eye and waited. 1 beat passed. Then a second. Hector's expression did not change, but something changed in his eyes, a kind of acceptance and perhaps even a hint of sadness. He gave Gideon a small nod. Buenos dias, Hector said. Buenos dias. Coffee's hot. Breakfast will be ready soon. Please join us. Thank you. Hector picked up his coffee. Gideon climbed the 2 porch steps and opened the screen door and went inside. The hallway was empty. He could hear Maria humming to herself in the kitchen, but he did not go in. He went down the short hallway to the small bathroom at the back of the house. He shut the door behind him. He sat down on the closed toilet seat and unlaced his boots slow. He set them side by side on the tile. He stood. He took the shirt off and looked at it. The blood on the cuff. The charred patch. The tear. He folded it and set it on the tile by the boots. He took off his undershirt, his belt, his jeans, his socks, his shorts. He folded them in a stack on top of the shirt. He turned to the mirror over the sink. There was a man in the mirror. The man was naked. He had the chest and shoulders of a man who had worked all his life and was not done working. His hair was still dark with a few gray streaks and was cut short. His face was streaked black with soot, the eyes pale in it. He had a thick white scar across the meat of his left shoulder that ran from the collarbone down to the bicep. He had a smaller scar, raised and shiny, on the right side of his ribcage, where something a long time ago had gone in. There was a star-shaped pucker low on the abdomen, where something else even longer ago had come out. His left forearm had a long thin line down the inside of it like a careful slice. His knuckles were skinned. There was a bruise coming up on his right forearm, where a bat had glanced off him before he had taken it away from the man swinging it. He looked at the man in the mirror for a long time. The man in the mirror looked back calmly. It was the look of a man who had seen a great deal, and endured a great deal more, and knew there was more to come. Much, much more. And he was ready for it. Gideon reached over and turned on the water. He let the shower run until the small room was full of steam. He stepped in. The water came off him gray, and then brown, and then pink, and finally clear. He scrubbed himself with a bar of Irish Spring until his skin was raw. He washed his hair twice. The water at his feet turned dark and then clean. He stood under the spray with his eyes closed and let it run on him and did not think about anything. When he came out and toweled off, he could hear voices in the kitchen. A woman's voice he did not recognize, low and tired. A child's voice, high and quick. Maria's voice answering both in Spanish. Hector's voice from somewhere brief. He dressed in clean clothes from his duffel. Clean shirt, clean jeans, clean socks. He combed his hair back with his fingers in the mirror. He gathered the dirty clothes and the boots and brought them out into the hall. The boots he set by the back door. The clothes he rolled together and put in a grocery sack he found folded on a shelf. He set the sack by the boots. Then he walked to the kitchen. 4 people were at the table. Maria at the near end, half standing, ferrying plates. Hector at the far end, the head of the table, his coffee in front of him. Miguel was in the chair on the near side, a boy of about 9, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt with some kind of cartoon on it, a backpack on the floor by his chair. Across from Miguel sat a young woman, dark-haired and pretty in a tired way, still in the navy scrubs she had worn home from the night shift. There was coffee in front of her. She was looking at Gideon. "Elena," Maria said, "this is Mr. Job. He is renting the room." "Mr. Job, this is our daughter Elena. Miguel's mother." "Ma'am." "Mr. Job," Elena said. She did not get up. She did not offer her hand. "Sit," Maria said to Gideon. "Sit, sit. Eggs, chorizo, beans, tortillas. Coffee." "Thank you." He took the empty chair across from Hector. Maria put a plate down in front of him. The food was good, and there was plenty of it. He waited until everyone else was served. Maria sat last, with a small plate of her own. "Bendicenos, señor," Maria said, and crossed herself. Hector and Miguel crossed themselves. Elena did not. Gideon did not. Maria looked at her daughter and did not say anything about it. They ate. For a while, it was only the small sounds of the meal. Forks on plates. Coffee being poured. Miguel chewing with his mouth open, until Maria said, "Miguel," in a tone that closed his mouth. Hector reading the back of his folded newspaper. Then Elena said, "Mr. Job, what kind of work do you do?" "Elena," Maria said, "let the man eat." "He can eat and talk, Mama. It's a question." She looked at Gideon. "I came home this morning, and there's a man in our house. I would like to know who he is." "It's all right, ma'am," Gideon said to Maria. He set his fork down. "I work at the grain elevator. For Mr. Haggerty." "Doing what?" "Whatever he needs done." "For how much?" "Elena," Maria said again. $20 an hour, ma'am," Gideon said. "Where are you from?" "Here and there." "You don't have family?" "No, ma'am." "No wife? Children?" "No." She watched him a moment. "How long do you plan to stay in town, Mr. Job?" "As long as there's work to be done." "And then?" "Then I move on." "Yeah," Hector said. It was the first thing he had said since they sat down. "Enough. Papa, I'm asking him a question. He can answer or not." "He's answered all your questions. You want to ask him more, ask him after breakfast." "I'm not done with breakfast." "Then eat." Elena looked at her father. Her father did not look back. He turned a page of the paper. After a moment, Elena picked up her coffee and drank from it. She picked at her feed, taking a bite of dry toast. The table was quiet again. Then Gideon said, "There was a fire at the elevator this morning. It will be shut for a while." Maria set her fork down. "Dios mío, is everyone okay?" Gideon thought about the 3 men lying dead on the ground and said, "Nobody working there was hurt. Mr. Haggerty was injured. I drove him home." Maria crossed herself and muttered something in Spanish. Hector turned another page of the paper, but he was not reading it. Elena watched Gideon and said nothing. Gideon went back to his food. "Abuelo," Miguel said into the quiet. "Gideon Job, that's a funny name. What does it mean?" Hector looked up. "Job?" "Yeah. Like Job. It's a weird name." "It's from the Bible, mijo." "Like a Bible name?" "Like that. There was a man named Job. A long time ago." "What about him?" Hector folded the paper and set it aside. He took a sip of his coffee. He held the mug in both hands and looked at his grandson over the top of it. "Job was a good man, mijo. He was rich. He had a big family. Many sons, many daughters. He had cattle and sheep and camels. He had land. He loved God and God loved him and Job was happy." "Okay." One day the devil came to God. The devil said, "Job only loves you because you have given him everything. Take it away from him and see if he still loves you." And God said, "All right. You can take it." God let the devil do that. He let him. That's not very nice. No. It is not. Listen. The devil took everything from Job. All his cattle died. All his sheep. All his camels. Then his servants died. Then his sons and his daughters, all of them all at once. The house they were in fell down on them, and they were dead. Job lost everything in one day. Miguel had stopped eating. What did Job do? He tore his clothes. He shaved his head. He fell on the ground. And he said, "Naked I came from my mother, and naked I will return. The Lord gives, and the Lord takes away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." He wasn't mad at God. He was not. Then what? Then the devil came back to God and said, "He still loves you because he is healthy. Make him sick and see." And God said, "All right." And Job got covered in sores all over his body. He sat in the dirt and scraped himself with broken pottery because the sores itched so bad. That's gross. It is gross, mijo. What did his wife say? His wife said, "Curse God and die. Why are you bearing this?" And Job said, "Should we take only good from God and not also bad?" What about his friends? His friends came to see him. They sat with him in the dirt for 7 days and said nothing. Then they started talking. They told him he must have done something wrong to be punished like that. They told him he was a sinner. They argued with him for a long time. Was he a sinner? He was not. So what happened? In the end, God spoke. God said his friends were wrong. God said Job had borne his suffering and not cursed him. And God gave Job back everything. More than he had before. New cattle. New sheep. New camels. New sons. New daughters. And Job lived a long time after, and he died old and full of days. Miguel thought about it. That's a hard story, abuelo. It's a hard story, mijo. Why did God let it happen? Hector set the mug down. He looked at his grandson. That's the question, mijo. That's always the question. No one said anything for a moment. Then Maria stood up and started gathering plates. Miguel. School. Backpack. Brush your teeth. Yes, abuela. The boy slid down from his chair and ran out of the kitchen. Maria carried plates to the sink. Elena stood up and picked up her own plate and her cup and brought them over. She did not look at Gideon as she passed him. Hector stood up. He took his keys from the hook by the back door. I'm driving the boy to school. Come along. I might know of some work that would be suited to you. Gideon looked at him. All right. He stood. He thanked Maria for breakfast. Maria said de nada without turning from the sink. Elena was running water over the dishes. She did not say anything. Gideon followed Hector out the back door. The morning had warmed. Hector's truck was an old Ford, dark green, parked in the gravel drive beside the house. Miguel came running out the back door with his backpack bouncing on his shoulders, climbed into the back seat, slammed the door. Hector got in the driver's side. Gideon got in the passenger side. The truck started on the second turn of the key. Hector backed it out of the drive and onto Sycamore and pointed it toward town. None of them said anything for the first mile. Then Hector said, I know a man. Has a small place out on County Road 7. Might be needing some help. I'll take you by there after I drop the boy. All right. The truck went on down Sycamore toward the school. Chapter 17. Hector dropped Miguel at the elementary school and kept driving. For a mile, he didn't say anything. The houses thinned. The pavement gave way to gravel, then dirt. Flat fields opened on both sides, brown and winter-killed. The man we're going to see, Hector said. His name is Father Tomas. He was a farmer first and a priest second. Some men around here still call him Padrecito. Not me. I call him Tomas. How long have you known him? 31 years. Gideon waited. He buried my son. Gideon let it sit a moment. Antonio. Yes. Hector did not say anything else. Gideon did not ask. They drove. The fields on either side were staked. Wooden posts driven into the dead furrows, bright orange flags lined up in rows that cut across the old plow lines. Every quarter mile, a sign bolted to a T-post, green and white, professional, a corporate logo, and a single line of text. Heritage Carbon Sink, a cleaner tomorrow. Every acre you see, Hector said. From the county line to the river. Used to be working ground. And now? Now nothing. The government pays the Whitmans not to farm it. The Whitmans pay the land leaseholders to stay home. The men who worked it work somewhere else, or they don't work at all. How many farms? Maybe 40. 60 if you count the small ones. How many people? Hector was quiet a moment. Counting just the men who used to work the land, maybe 300. Counting their families, twice that. Counting the seasonal workers who used to come through every year and don't anymore, I don't know. A lot. All Hispanic. Most. Some white. Some black. The seasonal men, all Mexican. Some come up from Guatemala, Honduras. Same families coming back every year for 20, 30 years. They knew this county better than the county knew itself. And now they go somewhere else. Or they stay home and starve. Or they get into things they shouldn't get into. Where do they live? The ones who stayed. Tomas. Some on a piece of ground his cousin owns north of town. Some in a camp out past the river. A few in town in trailers behind the laundromat. They are where they can be. Nobody wants them. Nobody hires them. So they hold on where they hold on. What was Haggerty paying you? 20 an hour. Cash. Good wage. He was a good man. The road curved. The staked fields gave way to a stretch that looked different, smaller, rougher, the furrows tight, cut by a small tractor. No orange flags. No signs. Just turned earth and the green tips of early crops pushing through. This is Tomas. A dirt track led off the blacktop toward a white house with a tin roof. Behind it, a barn with a wooden cross nailed over the double doors. Hector turned in. The truck bounced over the ruts and pulled up in front of the house. The quiet settled around them. A dog barked somewhere down the road. A rooster answered from a different direction. Hector cut the engine and sat a moment with his hands on the wheel. He's not a soft man, he said. Don't let the collar fool you. He buries us and he marries us and he baptizes our children, but he is not a soft man. All right. They got out. The barn doors were open. From inside came the steady metallic scrape of a wrench on a stripped bolt, and a voice saying something low and unhappy in Spanish. Hector smiled for the first time that morning. He walked toward the barn. Gideon followed. Tomas was bent over the engine of an old Massey Ferguson, a wrench in one hand, the other hand braced on the fender. His shirt sleeves were rolled to the elbow. His forearms were thick and corded, and black to the wrists with engine grease. A black leather cross on a leather thong hung against his shirt, the leather darkened where it had soaked up oil over the years. He was muttering. The word pendejo came up twice, once for the tractor, and once for whoever had last worked on it. Tomas. He looked up. He was in his 50s, weathered the way men weather, who have stood outside in every season of their lives. His face was carved deep. His eyes were dark and sharp, and not particularly kind. Hector. You've been at that bolt a while. This bolt was set by a man who hated me. He looked at Gideon. Who's this? He works at the grain elevator. Or he did. Until this morning. Tomas set the wrench down. He wiped his hands on a rag, slow, methodical, looking at Gideon while he did it. You know what happened at the elevator this morning? I was there. Were you the one who walked Mr. Haggerty out? I drove him home, carried him inside, left him with his wife. Tomas studied him a moment longer. Then he tossed the rag onto the workbench and stepped down off the tractor. What can you do? Whatever needs doing. That's not an answer. I can run a disc. I can run a tractor, if it'll run. I can frame roof, lay block, change oil, butcher a hog. I've done all of it. Where did you learn to do all this? Around. Tomas snorted. He looked at Hector. Around. He's a good worker, Tomas. You vouching for him? I am. What was Haggerty paying him? 20 an hour. Cash. Tomas looked at Gideon again, longer this time. Whatever he was reading, he kept the result to himself. Come on. I'll show you the ground. He walked them out the back of the barn. As they passed through the inner doors, Gideon caught a glimpse of what lay beyond. A slab of dark oak set as an altar, 3 rows of pews on cinder blocks, a carved Christ on the back wall with the hands open. Tomas did not pause and did not look. They went through. The fields lay spread before them. 20 acres of dark-turned earth, straight rows running north to south. A small orchard off to the left, the trunks whitewashed. Beyond the fence line at the far end, the survey stakes began. Orange flags. The corporate signs in the distance. The fallow ground baking under the sun. Tomas stopped at the edge of the work ground and rested his hand on a fence post. My grandfather broke this land with a mule. My father put the first tractor on it. We had 160 acres. The Whitmans hold the lease on 140 of what they built. I have what's left. He nodded toward a rise in the distance where a single oak stood. Gideon could just make out 2 headstones beneath it. My mother and father. They worked this land 60 years. The Whitmans wanted it for the lease. My father told them no. They waited him out. The year after he died, Whitman came to my mother with the papers. She was 81. She signed what she didn't understand. By the time I got it back to a lawyer, it was done. He said it without heat. I farm what I can farm. I keep some people fed. Hector said you might have work. I have 20 acres needs disking before I can plant. The tractor over there will run if I can get it to. If you can get it to, the ground is yours. 20 an hour. Same as Haggerty was paying. Cash on Fridays. Yes, sir. Tomas looked at him a long moment. You're not from Indiana. No, sir. You're not from anywhere I can place. No, sir. Are you trouble, friend? Only for the people who deserve it. Tomas's mouth moved at one corner. It was not a smile. It was a smaller thing than that. There are people on this property, he said. Families. They've been pushed off ground their fathers worked. Some of them are in trouble. Some of them have made bad choices because their children needed to eat. I do what I can for them. I do not need a stranger making things worse for them. ¿Me entiendes? Yes, sir. Good. He started walking back toward the barn. There's people I want you to meet. He led them along the fence line, past the orchard, toward the far side of a rise. As they topped it, the ground opened. A hollow stretched below them, maybe 4 or 5 acres of dirt and weeds, and across that hollow stood the trailers. Gideon counted 20 in the first sweep, and stopped counting. They were laid out in no pattern, set down wherever the ground was level enough to hold them, scattered between cottonwoods and around an open dirt yard at the center where a few picnic tables stood under a stretched blue tarp. Clotheslines ran between the trailers in every direction, heavy with shirts and trousers and children's clothes, the fabric thin but clean. Smoke rose from a few chimneys. A wood stove had been set up outside one trailer, the pipe rising at an angle through a sheet of corrugated tin. The vehicles were everywhere. Old pickups with primer gray fenders. A school bus painted brown and parked on blocks, its windows curtained, a stovepipe pushed through the roof. 2 campers older than Gideon. A flatbed truck loaded with scrap metal. A panel van without wheels, sitting on cinder blocks, a power cord running from it across the dirt to one of the trailers. Most of the vehicles had not moved in a long time. The ones that still could had county plates so dusty the numbers were not legible. Chicken coops along the fence. Garden plots in patches wherever the soil would take them. A pen with 3 goats. A sow with 5 piglets at her teats, lying in the shade of a sheet metal lean-to. A pair of mules tied to a stake at the edge of the hollow, swatting flies with their tails. Children. More than Gideon could count. Some kicking a deflated soccer ball in the dirt yard. Some climbing on the dead school bus. Some sitting on the steps of the trailers, watching the visitors come over the rise. Gideon stood at the top of the rise and looked at it. The whole hollow. Maybe 60 people in plain sight. Maybe more in the trailers. 81 families when we counted last spring, Tomas said. Some have left since. Some have come. Right now, it's maybe 250 souls. On this much ground. It's what they have. They walked down into it. A woman sat on the steps of the nearest trailer, shelling peas into a metal bowl. A toddler at her feet pushed a plastic truck through the dirt. She looked up. Her eyes went to Tomas first and softened. Then to Hector, and to Gideon last. They did not soften for Gideon. They went watchful. Rosa, Tomas said. Te presento a Gideon. Va a trabajar la tierra de atrás. She nodded once. She went back to her peas. They walked on. Past a man on an upturned bucket sharpening a hoe with a file, his shoulders narrow under his shirt, a cough rattling wet in his chest. Tomas raised a hand. The man raised the file in answer, and did not stop working. Past a young woman hanging diapers on a line. Past two old men sitting on milk crates with a checkerboard between them, neither of them looking up. Past a teenage girl with a baby on her hip, walking with the slow, purposeful step of a girl who has been a mother since she was a child herself. A black SUV was parked in the dirt yard near the picnic tables. Late model. Tinted windows. Mud on the rocker panels, but the paint underneath was new. Gideon saw it before Tomas did. Or before Tomas let on. He kept walking. A man came down the steps of one of the trailers near the SUV. 30s. Heavy gold chain at his neck. A ring with a green stone on his right hand, big enough to read at 20 feet. Lizard skin boots, hand-tooled, expensive. A pistol on his right hip, the hem of his shirt hitched up over the grip. Not hidden. Not meant to be hidden. A tattoo crawled up the left side of his neck. A skeleton woman in a hooded robe, the lines of her veil disappearing into his collar. A younger man was at the wheel of the SUV. Another stood by the open passenger door. He had a holstered sidearm too. He did not pretend otherwise. The man with the chain finished tucking a roll of bills into his shirt pocket. He looked up as they approached. Padre. Cesar. You've brought visitors. Hector, you know. The other is a new hire. He'll be working the back 20. Cesar's eyes moved over Gideon. Took their time about it. Settled eventually on the bruises along Gideon's knuckles. A man who works with his hands. That's right. Welcome, friend. He smiled. It was a smile he could turn on and off. If you find that the work here does not pay what you need, come and see me. I have work too. Better pay. Different hours. Gideon did not answer. Cesar's smile held. The Padre will tell you who I am. Don't be a stranger. He walked past them to the SUV. The man at the door closed it behind him. The engine started. The SUV bumped across the dirt yard and onto the dirt track and was gone. The three of them stood where they were. Tomas did not move for a long time. When he did, it was to wipe his mouth with the back of his hand. He looked at Gideon. That was Cesar Aguilar. He works for the cartel that runs this county now. He comes here every Thursday. The families on this property, half of them owe him money. They borrowed from him because their children were hungry and there was no other money. The interest is more than they will ever pay off. Some of them are working it off the only way they can. Running product. Carrying envelopes. Worse. He paused. He just collected from Rosa. Her husband is in Indianapolis trying to find work. They owe Cesar $800. She gave him $60. Why doesn't somebody stop him? Tomas looked at Gideon a long moment. Stop him, and his people come back at night and burn this place to the ground. They have done it before. 2 trailers 50 miles south of here last August. A woman and her 2 children burned alive inside. The sheriff ruled it electrical. He looked at the dust where the SUV had been. So we do not stop him. We make sure the children eat. We try to keep the young men out of his trucks. We bury the ones who get into them anyway. How many? This year? 6. Last year, 11. The year before, 4. Hector was looking at the ground. You came at the wrong time, Tomas said. Or the right one. I have not decided yet. He started walking. They followed him past a chicken coop built from scrap lumber and salvaged wire, a dozen hens scratching in the dust. Past a man in a straw hat, hoeing beans in a garden plot, bent double over the row. Past 3 children, kicking the deflated soccer ball. They were laughing. A girl of about 8 sat on a cinder block at the edge of one of the gardens. She had a paperback in her hands, the cover torn halfway off. Her lips moved over the words. Her finger traced the line. Her hair was thin, almost translucent in the morning sun. Her arms inside the sleeves of her dress were no thicker than the broom handle, leaning against the trailer behind her. Her cheekbones stood out hard above hollows where there should have been flesh. A water bottle sat in the dirt at her feet, near empty, and as Gideon watched, she set the book down, picked up the bottle, drank what was in it, set it back down, and picked up the book again. She did not look up. "Lucia," Tomas said. "She is sick. Her body cannot use the sugar in the food she eats. There is a medicine for it. She needs it every day. Without it, she will die. The medicine costs $300 a month. Her father has been gone since November looking for work. Her mother cleans houses in town and earns $90 a week. The clinic in Black Ridge will not see her without payment up front." Gideon stood looking at her. "What does she have?" "Diabetes. The kind children get. Her body is eating itself." "How long?" 6 months without the medicine. Maybe less. She has been without it for 3 weeks. Gideon did not say anything. "She reads," Tomas said. "She reads more than any child I have ever known. She wants to be a teacher. She is going to die in this trailer in the spring." He looked at Gideon a moment longer. "You wanted to know what is here. That is what is here." He walked on. At a trailer near the far edge of the hollow, a man in his 40s sat on the steps with a can of beer in his hand. Late 40s. Heavy through the chest. A face that had been handsome once and was still arranged like it knew it had been. He raised the can when he saw Tomas. "Padre. Eduardo. You've brought me a stranger. I've brought you a man looking for work. He's going to disc the back 20. Eduardo's eyes went to Gideon. He took his time about it. "You ever run a disc?" "Yes." "What did you run it behind?" "John Deere. Old. 8-row. Diesel." "Diesel. Where?" "Down in the Panhandle, a few years back. Texas." Eduardo nodded slowly. He took a drink of his beer. "You don't look like a man who runs a disc." "What do I look like?" Gideon asked. Eduardo's eyes stayed on Gideon. "I don't know yet. I'll tell you when I figure it out." Tomas made a sound in his throat. Eduardo used to run a crew of 12. Best field boss in the county. That was a long time ago, Padre. It was last summer. It was a long time ago. Eduardo raised the can. "Welcome to Heritage Carbon Sink, friend. A cleaner tomorrow." "Eduardo." "I'm being polite, Padre. I'm welcoming the man." He looked at Gideon. "You know why he's giving you this work? 200 men in this hollow. Half of them could disc that 20 in their sleep. The other half is me." He raised the can again. "And I cannot be trusted with the keys to a tractor before noon. So the gringo gets the work. The Padre is a practical man." "Eduardo." "I am not angry, Padre. I am stating the situation. You're drunk at 10 in the morning." "I am not drunk." He drank. "I am working on it." Tomas looked at him a moment longer. Whatever he wanted to say, he did not. He turned and started walking back the way they had come. Hector lingered. He set a hand on Eduardo's shoulder, brief. "Cuídate, hermano." Eduardo nodded, but did not look up. Gideon followed Hector and Tomas back through the hollow. He looked back once. Eduardo was still on the steps. He had set the beer down beside him and was holding his head in both hands. They passed Lucia on the way back. She had not moved. The book was in her lap. The water bottle was empty. They passed Rosa on the steps of her trailer. She did not look up. At the barn, Tomas stopped at the door. The disc is inside. The tractor battery is on the workbench. If you can get her started, start tomorrow at 6. If you can't, come find me and we'll figure out what's wrong. Yes, sir. And Gideon. Yes. You see what's here? I see it. Don't make it worse. No, sir. Tomas looked at him another moment. Then he nodded once and went up the porch steps and into the house. Hector got behind the wheel. Gideon climbed in. The truck coughed to life and Hector rolled them back down the dirt track. They passed the edge of the hollow on the way out. The girl with the paperback had moved. She was sitting on the steps beside Rosa, helping with the peas. Her small hands worked the pods, splitting them, running her thumb along the inside. He's a hard man, Gideon said. He has to be. They drove a while in silence. The orange flags began again on both sides of the road. Antonio, Gideon said. Hector kept his eyes on the road. Work these fields. The Whitmans took the lease the year he turned 22. He took a job he should not have taken. He died in a truck out near the river. The men he was working for left him there. Tomas found him. He did not say more. Gideon did not ask. The truck went on toward town. Chapter 18. Dickie parked in front of Wholesome Harvest and went in. The pneumatic doors sighed open, and the cold air came at him along with the smell of lemon-scented cleaning fluid. Brianna was at the second register, ringing up an older woman with a basket of canned goods. She saw him. That'll be $18.40, Mrs. Hopper. The old woman paid. Brianna bagged the cans and handed the bag across the counter. You take care now, she said. Bless you, child. The old woman shuffled away. Dickie stepped up. Brianna. Sheriff Warren. You got a minute? I'm working. Won't take long. There was nobody behind him in the line. She pulled her register light off and clipped a closed sign over the lane. I'm looking for Gideon Job. I don't know where he is, Sheriff. You haven't seen him? Not since the night Grandma took him home from the station. That's 5 days, Brianna. Yes, sir. He hasn't come by. Hasn't called. Hasn't been by the store. No, sir. She was a country girl raised to be polite to her elders and to men who wore a badge. She was being polite. She was also lying. You sure about that? Yes, sir. All right. If you happen to see Mr. Job, tell him I'm looking for him. Tell him I'd rather find him before someone else does. Yes, sir. You take care, Brianna. You too, Sheriff. He walked out. He was 3 steps from the cruiser when he turned and looked back through the glass. She had the phone out already. Both thumbs going. Fast. He got in the cruiser and started the engine. He knew where Letty would be. Saturday mornings, she worked the VFW hall on the south end of Maine. She had since Henry passed. She opened the place at 10, counted the bar stock, ran the books, and had it ready by the time the old men showed up at 4. He pulled in beside the old Buick. The front door was propped open with a brick. Inside it smelled of coffee and old cigarette smoke. Long room, bar at the far end, tables along the walls, framed photographs hanging crooked above the booths. American flag. Marine Corps flag. Photographs of young men in uniform from every decade since Korea. Letty was at the bar with a clipboard in her hand and a pencil behind her ear, counting cases of soda. She looked up. Dickie. Letty. She set the clipboard down. She did not come around the bar. What can I do you for? I'm looking for the man you vouched for last week. Gideon Job. I don't know where he is, Dickie. When did you last see him? 5 days ago. He had supper with Brianna and me at my house and slept in the spare room. The next morning, he went on his way. You haven't seen him since? I have not. Heard from him? No. Dickie set his hat down on the bar. Letty. I'm going to tell you something, and I want you to hear me. The man you vouched for is in trouble. Real trouble. There are people in this county who know his name now and are looking for him. Some of those people are not as patient as I am. If I find him first, I might be able to help him. If they find him first, they will not. Her eyes narrowed, and he could see her thinking that through. You think you can help him? I think I might be able to. How? By getting to him before they do. Then I figure out how to walk him through this without anyone else getting killed. At the mention of killing, she blinked suddenly, and he could see in that reaction that she did not know about the 3 bodies at Haggerty's elevator. This about the fire at the elevator? She asked. He nodded. Except it's about more than just that, isn't it? She said thoughtfully. He didn't answer that. He knew a rhetorical question when he heard it. Then another thought occurred to her, and she looked at him sharply. Why would you want to help him, Dickie? She asked. He had expected that. My job is to keep trouble away from this town. He's trouble. I just want him out of here. That's what's best for him and what's best for this town. This town or the Whitmans, he shrugged. Everyone who lives here. Except the Whitmans don't actually live here anymore, do they, Dickie? Sure, they maintain a house, an estate more like, but that's just for appearances and visits. They fly in and out pretty much every week. I hear they have houses all over. Even a small island somewhere, he sighed. Clock's ticking, Letty. I need to find Job and fast. Before someone else finds him. At that her eyes went wide. Marsh? He looked at her without answering. It would be better if I were to be the one to find him. I guess I don't have to spell that out to you. She blanched. No, I guess not. She leaned on the counter and stared out the window. A truck went by on the street, and a dog barked at it, and then everything was quiet again. You've been working for the Whitmans how long now, Dickie? It was not the question he had expected. The muscle in his jaw tightened before he could stop it. She caught the tightening, and her eyes did not leave his face. I work for the county, Letty. You know that. Well, the county pretty much belongs to the Whitmans. Or it might as well. Everyone's in their pockets, including you. What happened to you, Dickie? You used to be a good boy. I thought you'd grown into a good man. A good sheriff. I don't know what you're talking about, Letty. Yes, you do. He picked up his hat and turned it in his hands. Letty. I am not asking you to confess anything. I am just asking how long. He sighed. A while. Long enough that you should have known better. Long enough that I should have known better, he agreed. That seemed to answer her question better than anything else he'd said up to this point. And you think you can help this man? I think I have to try. She studied his face a long moment. Whatever she found there, she kept to herself. Then she took the pencil from behind her ear and set it on the clipboard. I told him there might be a room for him with Hector and Maria Delgado on Sycamore. Whether he went there, I cannot say. Thank you, Letty. Dickie. He looked at her. Her eyes were fire now. If you are lying to me about wanting to help him, I will live long enough to see it come back on you. I'm not lying. All right. He put his hat on and walked out. The road to Sycamore took him out through the old Polish neighborhood. Then the houses thinned, and the road ran straight and flat between fields staked with the orange flags he had been seeing all his adult life. He saw the black SUV a half-mile out. Coming the other way. Cesar. The last person he wanted to see right now. Or any time. The SUV slowed. Both vehicles pulled onto the shoulder facing each other, 20 feet apart. Dickie killed the engine. Cesar Aguilar was out of his truck by the time Dickie opened his door. Cesar stood beside the SUV with one hand resting on the roof. The pistol on his hip was visible. It always was. He did not consider it impolite to wear his weapon openly, any more than he considered a man's wedding ring impolite. Dickie knew better than to ask him if he had a license to carry. He knew he did not. They met halfway between the vehicles, which Dickie knew was a concession to his employers, not his badge in office. Power recognizes power and acknowledges it. It was the reason the Whitmans let Aguilar do what he did and looked the other way, and Aguilar's employers back in Mexico forbade him from interfering with the Whitmans' activities. The jaguar and the mountain lion did not tangle with each other. There were more than enough prey to feed everyone. Sheriff. Cesar. You are far from your station. I'm working. On a Saturday. On a Saturday. Cesar's mouth lifted at one corner. I heard about the elevator. It's no big deal. 3 men dead, Sheriff. That is a big deal around here. Maybe not where I come from, but here it is a very big deal, I think. Dickie shrugged in response. Marsh's men. It looks that way. And the one who put them in the ground, he just walks away, I hear. Aguilar said. Dickie pushed back his hat and scratched an itch. A midge was buzzing around his right eye. He slapped at it, catching it on his cheek and crushing it. He flicked it away. Not for long. I'm looking for him right now, in fact. You wouldn't happen to have seen him, would you? He didn't expect an answer, but then he saw the smile spread on the Mexican's face, and Cesar nodded slowly. He is at the Padre's place. Hector Delgado drove him there this morning. The Padre put him on the back 20. Disking. $20 an hour. You saw him yourself. I saw him. I welcomed him. I offered him work. He did not take it. And you're telling me this, why? Sheriff. 3 dead men means trouble is coming. I do not like trouble in my territory. Trouble is bad for business. I like peace and quiet. People want to get high more often when it is peace and quiet. I want it quiet again. I do not care who quiets it. You, Marsh, the gringo, the Whitmans, your mother, it matters not to me. The gringo is with Hector Delgado at the Padre's farm. You're a roach, Cesar. Cesar smiled a slow, sly smile, his head cocked as he sized Dickie up. Yes. You'll be here when we're all gone. Yes. Selling to whoever is left. Yes, Sheriff. That is what I do. The Whitmans built their houses on this ground. My grandfather worked these fields when this ground was nothing. We were here before them. We will be here after. Dickie had known him all his life. Cesar was telling the truth. Where were you headed? Cesar spread his palms, shrugging. Visiting some of my customers. As I do on Saturdays. Right. If I were to check your vehicle, might I find merchandise that isn't legal? Cesar laughed, a rich, throaty laugh. If you check my vehicle, you are a dead man, Sheriff. This too was true. Dickie nodded. All right then. You have a good day. You take care, Sheriff. Take very good care. Cesar got back in his SUV. He pulled past Dickie and was gone, waving out his window as he passed. Dickie got in the cruiser and turned the key. Tomas's place was 12 miles up. He pointed the cruiser that way and put his foot on the gas. He saw the truck 2 miles short of Tomas's. Old Ford. Dark green. Coming the other way at a steady 40. Hector Delgado had owned that truck since before he retired from the elevator. Through the windshield as it passed, Dickie saw 2 men in the cab. Hector at the wheel. A man in the passenger seat. Black hair. The right size. Dickie let the cruiser coast. He turned around in a gravel pull-off and came back onto the blacktop pointed south. He caught up to the truck inside half a mile. He gave it another quarter to see if Hector would notice. Hector did not. The old man drove with both hands on the wheel and his eyes on the road, and he had no reason on this particular afternoon to look in his rear-view mirror. Dickie hit the lights. The truck slowed and pulled onto the shoulder and stopped. Dickie pulled in 20 feet behind it. Hector's head was visible through the rear window. The passenger sat still. He stepped out. His right hand was near his sidearm, but he did not draw it. He walked up along the driver's side of the truck. Hector had his window down by the time Dickie reached it. "Hector." "Sheriff." "Step out of the truck, please. Keep your hands where I can see them." "Sheriff, I—" The passenger door opened. Dickie's hand went to his sidearm, but did not draw. He took one step back so he could see both men. Gideon Job stepped down out of the truck slow. Both hands open and out from his sides at chest level. He came around the back of the truck, slow, with his hands still up. He stopped at the rear bumper with his hands at his sides and his palms turned out. "Sheriff." "Mr. Job." "Yes." "Clean clothes. Black hair combed back. Bruised knuckles. A face that did not look surprised to see him." "I was coming to you," Gideon said. "You were?" "Yes." "Why?" "Heard you had questions. Figured I should make myself available." "You figured?" "Yes." Hector was still in the truck with his hands on the wheel, his eyes on the road ahead, not turning to look at either of them. "Hector was just giving me a ride, Sheriff," Gideon said. "He doesn't know anything about this. He's an old man going home to his wife. Let him go his own way." "You're going to come with me?" "Yes." "You're not going to make me do this hard?" "No, sir." "Turn around. Hands on the truck." Gideon turned. He put his hands flat on the side panel of the bed and stepped his feet back. Dickie moved up behind him. He patted him down with one hand, while his other hand stayed at his sidearm. He found nothing. He took the cuffs off his belt. "Hands behind your back." Gideon brought his hands behind his back slow. Dickie cuffed him, not loose, not too tight, the way he had been taught a long time ago by a man who said a sheriff is never harder on a prisoner than the job requires. "Let's go." He walked Gideon back along the truck and past the open driver's window. Hector did not turn his head as they passed. He kept his eyes on the road ahead. Dickie opened the back door of the cruiser. He put his hand on top of Gideon's head and ducked him into the seat. Gideon sat. Dickie closed the door. He turned and looked back at the truck. Hector had turned his head now. He was facing Dickie through the open driver's window, 20 feet of asphalt between them. The old man's face did not move. The eyes did. There was no anger in them, and no plea. There was the steady regard of a man who had decided a long time ago what he thought of the world. Dickie held the look a moment. Then he walked around to the driver's side. He got in. He started the engine. He pulled the cruiser off the shoulder and onto the blacktop and pointed it south toward town. In his rearview mirror, Hector's truck did not move. It sat on the shoulder where it had been pulled over, and Hector sat in it with his hands on the wheel watching the cruiser go. A quarter-mile down the road, Dickie checked the rear view again. The truck was still sitting on the shoulder. In the back seat, Gideon sat with his hands cuffed behind him and his head against the headrest and his eyes on the country going by outside the window. He did not say anything. Dickie did not say anything either. They drove on. Chapter 19. Gideon sat with his hands cuffed behind him and his head against the headrest and watched the country go by outside the window. The cruiser smelled of disinfectant and old coffee. The disinfectant was the kind they used in the cells, sharp and chemical, and it had soaked into the upholstery a long time ago. The coffee was something more recent. There was a styrofoam cup in the holder up front, half full, and Dickie had not touched it since they left the shoulder where he had picked Gideon up. Dickie drove with one hand on the wheel and the other resting on his thigh. He did not say anything. He had not said anything since he closed the back door. That was fine with Gideon. The road ran past the old creamery with the boarded windows. Past the grain silos at a crossing whose name Gideon did not know. Past a fence post with a red-tailed hawk on it that turned its head as the cruiser went by and did not move otherwise. The fields ran flat on both sides, staked out with the bright orange flags he had been looking at all morning from Hector's truck and from Tomas's barn. The flags were the same flags. The fields were the same fields. Only the direction had changed. After a while, the cruiser came up on a green metal sign on the right shoulder. Gideon watched it come. It was the same sign he had walked past coming in. He had read the front of it 5 days ago, on foot, with the dust of 200 miles of road on his boots. Now he saw the back. "You are now leaving Black Ridge." The sign went by the window. Gideon kept his eyes on it until it was gone. He turned his head and looked at the back of Dickie's head and did not say anything. He waited for a long beat for Dickie to speak. Dickie said nothing. He kept his eyes on the road and kept driving. Gideon turned back to the window. The orange flags ran on for another mile and then stopped. The corn came up taller after that. The rows ran a different way. A water tower passed on the right with the name of a town painted on it that Gideon did not recognize. The town was very similar to Black Ridge in that it had a single main street with a few stores and businesses on either side, and a small cluster of houses sprawled around the town center, and very little activity. The sheriff did not slow for the town. He went on through, and the field started up again on the other side. Dickie had not looked in the mirror once. The cruiser came around a long, slow bend, and a freight train was running parallel to the road on the left, the cars dark green and rust red, the wheels turning slow under them. The train and the cruiser ran together for half a mile. Then the train pulled ahead and ran on toward whatever town it was running to, and the cruiser fell behind and the train was gone around the curve before the cruiser was. Dickie finally cleared his throat. He glanced up at the rearview mirror, his eyes finding Gideon's. "Job." "Sheriff." "You don't talk much." "No, sir." "Most men in your situation, they talk." Gideon watched the road. "They want to explain. They want to tell me a story. They want to know what I know. They want to know what's going to happen to them. Some of them want to tell me they didn't do it. Some of them want to tell me why they did it. Either way, they talk." "Yes, sir." "You haven't asked me any questions." Gideon said nothing to that. "You know we left Black Ridge town limits almost 20 miles back." "I noticed." "Yet you haven't asked me where we're going." "No, sir." "Why is that?" Gideon said, "Figured you'd tell me when you wanted to tell me." Dickie nodded once at the windshield. He drove a while. "Haggerty's elevator," he said. Gideon had known the conversation would turn to this topic. "Yes, sir." "You were there the morning of the fire." Gideon held his gaze in the rear view. "You know I was." "You're not going to deny it then?" "What would be the point?" "Some men, most men, would deny it outright. Force me to prove it with evidence and witnesses. But not you." "Why is that?" "Because I was there," Gideon said. "You understand what that means?" Gideon said simply that I was there. "The fire was arson. The fire chief already showed me how that's obvious. The fire marshal will confirm it, but that's just a rubber stamp. Whoever set the fire made no efforts to conceal the fact. There's a gas can which probably has fingerprints, and there's 3 dead bodies lying in the dirt, which means there's probably a load of forensic and DNA evidence too." Gideon said nothing. The country continued to pass by. "That's murder on top of arson. 3 separate counts of murder." Gideon looked back at him. "Is that what the evidence says too?" he asked. "Or is that just you saying it? How about you tell me?" "Not much to tell. Those 3 men in the dirt at Haggerty's elevator," Sheriff Dickie said. "I know who 2 of them were. I'll know the 3rd by supper time. They were Marsh's men." "All right." Someone put a world of hurt onto those 3 men in their last moments, before they put them down. Gideon said nothing. Someone who knew what they were doing, and who did it very well, and who had done it before. Based on how they were killed, and the fact that there were 3 of them, and I had some notion of what they were capable of, I'd say that the person who put them down had taken down a load of other men like them before. This wasn't his first rodeo. Gideon continued to look out the window. And I suspect that man was you, Job. Gideon didn't move. Was it you, Job? Gideon turned his head to look back at Dickie in the rear view. His eyes were steady and calm. Yes, sir. You did all that by yourself. You put down those 3 men? Yes, sir. How the hell did you do that? Dickie said, then shook his head. No, I don't mean how you did that. I mean, how the heck did they let you do that? 3 of them against 1 of you. 3 armed men against 1 unarmed. How the heck does that play out? 4 men, actually. I let the 4th one go. 4 men, Dickie said. Yes, sir. And you let the 4th one go? Dickie nodded. All right. So you let 1 go. But how did you put down the other 3? It was 3 against 1. You were unarmed. How does 1 unarmed man go up against 3 armed men and live to tell the story? It wasn't 3 against 1. It wasn't? No, sir, it wasn't. Tell me, how was it? They came at me 1 at a time. 4 men. And they came at you 1 at a time. Yes, sir. Why? Because I challenged the biggest first. And why is that? Dickie asked. I knew by his swagger and his size and build, the others probably let him do most of the heavy lifting, and would assume he was more than sufficient to deal with me. They were probably used to that dynamic from prior experience. And were you right? Is that how it played out? It is. It was. So they came at you 1 at a time? Yes, sir. Dickie let it sit a while. Tell me about the one with the gun. He had the gun on Haggerty. I was afraid he would shoot him. So you took it off him? Yes, sir. And put 2 in his chest with his own weapon? Yes, sir. Dickie drove. He coughed once, cleared his throat, rolled down the driver's side window, stuck his head out the open window, spat hard, then rolled it back up. Forensics ran the prints on the big one a half hour. Got a hit. Vincent Cabrera. Did a stretch at Pendleton for putting a man through a plate glass window in Indianapolis. Out 3 years. The tattooed one I know on site. Corey something. Hires himself out. The 3rd one, I haven't put a name on yet. He didn't have a wallet on him. That's a particular kind of man, the one without a wallet. Yes, sir. You knew which one of them was carrying. Yes, sir. You knew before he showed it. Yes, sir. How? He was standing wrong for a man with empty hands. Dickie considered that. All right. The road ran past a Methodist church with the front doors closed and the lot empty. Past a feed store with a black dog asleep under the porch. Past a roadside table where a woman in a sun hat had set out jars of honey and a hand-lettered sign and a coffee can for the money. Mr. Job. Yes, sir. You remember the day we sat in my office? Yes, sir. I let you out because Letty Miller came in and told me what you'd done at the creek. That was the reason I gave myself. The other reason was a phone call I got that morning from a big-shot lawyer in San Francisco telling me a story. I listened to him. I listened to Letty and her granddaughter. And then I let you out. Yes, sir. That story didn't fit the man in my cell. It doesn't fit the man in the back of my car today. I have been a sheriff a long time, Mr. Job. A man who can take a sidearm off a hired gunman and put 2 in him is not just another drifter. He's not just a wandering ghost, as your big-shot lawyer friend called you. He is something else. Gideon watched the road. You want to tell me what? No, sir. Dickie looked at him long and hard in the rearview mirror, then finally nodded once. All right. Dickie drove on. The man on the phone. Yes, sir. He your lawyer? Among other things. I looked him up. His firm. His website. A few news articles. He's one of the best at what he does. Top of the pile. One of those that get paid by the hour. or half hour, or however those big city lawyers charge. They usually like to split it up into 15-minute installments, Gideon said. For billing purposes. 15-minute installments, Dickie said, as if testing how the phrase sounded in his mouth. And they usually charge a lot of money for those 15-minute installments. They do. Like $40–50 for every 15 minutes. Gideon smiled. A lot more than $40 or $50. Hundreds? Hundreds. Sheriff Dickie repeated, hundreds of dollars for every 15-minute installment. They charge by the hour, but yes, the pro rata rate works out to something like that. Right. So this lawyer in his fancy office in San Francisco, probably in one of those glass towers with a view of the bay and the Golden Gate Bridge. A corner office. A corner office. He would be earning a truckload of money. Would that be a fair description? It would. And he works for you, so to speak. And there are others, as highly paid as him, who also work for you. For the corporation. Yes. Many others, as in dozens? Gideon said nothing. Hundreds? Gideon still said nothing. Dickie raised his eyebrows, pursed his lips, and said, thousands? Tens of thousands? Gideon nodded. Dickie sat with that for a long moment, staring out the windshield as he drove. They were passing a large stand of trees now. That makes you a pretty important man, a man with resources, capital, people. Gideon closed his eyes and said softly, maybe once. Not anymore. He said you walked away from it all. Gideon said nothing. Dickie waited a long time for his passenger to speak again. When he didn't, Dickie said finally, and now here you are, in our little borough in the middle of nowhere, and you see a young woman in trouble, you step in and save her. You see an old man about to burn to death in a fire, and you save him. You risk your life and limb to take on 4 hired guns and put them down. 3. I let the 4th one go. Dickie issued a small, involuntary sound that might have been a laugh or a cough, or neither. You let the 4th one go, he repeated. Yes, sir. He was young, green, and didn't have the stomach for that kind of work. I suspect he only went into it to earn some quick money. I sent him back with a message. For Mr. Marsh. For whoever employed him. And what was that message, if you don't mind my asking? That he should inform his boss's boss, the man at the top, that I wanted to have a conversation with him. His boss's boss. That would be Mr. Whitman. If you say so. And what did you want to talk to Mr. Whitman about? About the town. About things he was doing. What about them? It depends. On what? On what his intentions are ultimately. And after you have that talk with Mr. Whitman, what do you intend to do? Ultimately. That depends too. What does that depend on? On what Mr. Whitman says. Gideon did not say anything more to that. The cruiser came up on a 4-way, and Dickie slowed and put on his blinker for the left, and then thought better of it, and turned the blinker off and went straight through. There was nothing at the 4-way. A stop sign on each of the 4 corners and a power pole, and beyond that, the fields. My grandfather was sheriff of this county 41 years, Dickie said. My father had it after him 23 years. I got it after my father. Almost 20 now. There has not been a sheriff in this county who wasn't named Warren since 1941. That's a long time. It is. He let the country go by a while. My grandfather took money from the Whitmans. He told my father about it the year he retired. He sat my father down at the kitchen table, and he told him. He said, son, there's a thing comes with this job that nobody puts in the oath, and you'll figure out what it is the first month, and you can do what you want with it after. My father did what he wanted with it for 23 years. I am doing what I want with it now. Yes, sir. There is a thing you tell yourself when you are doing it. You tell yourself you are keeping the peace. You tell yourself if it wasn't you, it would be a worse man. You tell yourself The people you are letting get away with what they are getting away with are not really getting away with anything in the long run, because the long run gets us all. You tell yourself a lot of things. After a while, you don't have to tell yourself anymore. It just runs. Gideon watched the road. And then a man walks into your county. Dickie said it without looking at the mirror. A man who can take a sidearm off another man because the other man was standing wrong. A man who has people who call sheriffs on his behalf and don't give names. A man who saved a girl in a creek because he heard her crying. He drove a while. I am not going to ask you what you used to be, Mr. Job. I don't want to know. I don't want it on my paper or in my head. What I want to know is what you mean to do. Gideon thought about that a long time. Sheriff. Yes. The girl in the hollow, on Father Tomas's property. Lucia. Tomas told me what she has and what it costs. He would. He told me about Antonio. He would tell you that too. And before either of them told me anything, Letty fed me a meal. And Mr. Haggerty gave me work when nobody else would. And the Delgados took me into their house. And a young woman who waits tables at the diner cried in my arms last night for a boy of her own who died, and she did not know me 5 days ago. All right. I came through this town to walk through it. I'm not walking out of it. Not just yet, anyway. Dickie drove. He did not say anything for a long time. The cruiser ran on through country Gideon had not seen before. Pasture on the right with black cattle standing in the shade of a cottonwood stand. A creek running under the road and out the other side. The land starting to roll a little, the way it had not rolled around Black Ridge. Mr. Job. Yes, sir. There is a town up the road. Hartley. 40 miles. The Whitmans don't run Hartley. They've got some interest there. A man on the bank board, a piece of the implement dealer, but they don't have men there who know your face. There is a bus station. There is a diner that runs all night. There is a man at the hardware store on Front Street, name of Pell, who will sell a man a used pickup for cash and forget the buyer's face for an extra $200. South out of Hartley a road runs to the interstate. After the interstate, the country is large. Yes, sir. I am taking you to Hartley. I am taking these cuffs off you in the alley behind Pell's. After that, I am turning the cruiser around and driving back to my county. What happens after that is between you and your conscience and the Lord, if you keep one. Gideon watched the road. All right. Dickie drove. I am not your friend, Mr. Job. No, sir. I am a man who has been doing a thing for 5 years that he should not have been doing, and the doing of it has not been getting any easier. That is not your problem. I am telling you because you are sitting in the back of my car with cuffs on you, and a man owes another man some small piece of the truth, in certain situations. Yes, sir. A long quiet. Sheriff. Yes. If a man wanted to find Mr. Whitman. That is not what I am telling you. No, sir. I am asking. Dickie drove a while. Mr. Whitman has a house on the ridge north of town. He is not in it most of the year. He flies in on Fridays sometimes. Sometimes not. There is no schedule a man can keep. The house has people in it all the time. 3 at night, 6 during the day. They are not local men. They are flown in too. All right. Mr. Marsh lives in a house on Elm. The white one with the green shutters, 2 blocks off the square. He is in it most nights by 8. He drinks alone. His wife left him in '09. He keeps a sidearm on the nightstand, and another one in the kitchen drawer with the dish towels. All right. Mr. Earl Jessup runs the store. He lives above it. He locks the back door at 9 and the front at 10. He's there every day, including Sundays. All right. The Sunday envelopes go out from an old sawmill north of the Whitman property at 4 in the afternoon. The men who run the envelopes come in 3 vehicles, leave in 3 vehicles, and the man who pays them sits in the office with the door open and a shotgun across his knees while it happens. His name is Bill Hennessy. He has been doing it 5 years. Gideon watched the road. You're telling me this? I am. Why? Dickie drove. Because a man asked me what I meant to do once, and I gave him the wrong answer. I have been giving him the wrong answer for 5 years. He was my father, and he is dead now, and I cannot give him a different one. But I can give one to a man in the back of my car who asked me a different question. Yes, sir. A water tower came up on the right, with Hartley on it in faded black. The town started a quarter-mile after. Dickie slowed coming in. He took a side road off the main, and ran along the back of a feedlot, and came out behind a row of low brick buildings on what looked like the back of the main street. He pulled into an alley between the brick and a hardware store, and stopped the cruiser. He sat with both hands on the wheel a moment. Then he killed the engine. He got out and opened the back door. Gideon swung his legs out and stood. Dickie turned him by the shoulder so his face was to the brick, and worked the cuffs off his wrists. Gideon brought his hands around in front of him and rubbed the blood back into them. Dickie put the cuffs on his belt and stepped back. Pell is 2 doors down. Tell him Warren sent you. He won't write down your face, and he won't write down the truck. 200 extra, and he won't remember either by the weekend. All right. Diner is on the next street over. They run an 11 o'clock bus and a 6 in the morning. All right. Dickie looked at him a long moment. The way a man looks at another man when he is deciding the last thing he is going to say. Mr. Job. Yes, sir. You are not coming back to my county. You've said. I am telling you again, because it is the thing I am supposed to say. A sheriff who picks a man up out of a county, after he has put 3 other men in the dirt, and drives him 40 miles to a town where he can buy a truck without paper, that sheriff says on the way out, that the man is not to come back. That is the script. I have just read you the script. Gideon looked at him. Yes, sir. What you do with what I told you in the car is your business. I am not going to think about it on the drive home. I am going to think about a tractor I need to get running, and about whether the deputy fed the dog at the station like he was supposed to, and about a phone call I have to make to Mr. Marsh in which I am going to tell him I lost track of you somewhere south of the county line. I am going to think about those things. I am not going to think about you. All right. You take care of yourself. You too, Sheriff. Dickie held the look a moment more. Then he turned and walked back to the driver's door and got in and started the cruiser. He backed it out of the alley and turned out onto the side street and was gone past the end of the brick buildings and out of sight. Gideon stood in the alley and rubbed his wrists and watched the dust the cruiser had raised settle slow back down onto the gravel. Then he turned and walked toward the front of the building. Chapter 20. There was a diner on Front Street, 2 doors down from a hardware store with a hand-lettered notice in the window, advertising live bait by the dozen. The hand-painted sign over the door showed a coffee cup with steam rising off it in 3 curled lines, and the name in red script underneath. The screen door had a tight spring, and slapped shut hard behind him when he stepped in. The inside was the way these places had always been. A counter with stools down the right side. Booths with red vinyl bench seats along the front windows. A pass-through to the kitchen at the back, behind which a heavy-set man in a paper hat was scraping a grill with a long-handled spatula. The air smelled of coffee and bacon grease, and the lemon disinfectant they had wiped the counter down with after the lunch rush. 6 or 7 people were scattered through the place at the booths and at the counter, none of them paying him any mind. A radio was playing somewhere in the back, an Ella Langley song about choosing Texas. The payphone was on the back wall by a corkboard, tacked over with index cards advertising lawn mowing and a litter of kittens that needed a home. He went to it. He picked up the receiver, fed in his quarters, and punched in the long-distance number from memory. It rang twice on the far end. Wentworth. Mr. Job. He heard Wentworth get up from wherever he was sitting and cross a room and shut a door. The background noise on the line dropped away. "Go ahead." He told him what he needed. When he was done, Wentworth said, "I can have that for you in 10 minutes or less." "Make it 30. I'm about to grab a bite." He hung up. He walked up the counter and took a stool near the cash register where he had a good view of the payphone on the back wall and of the front door at the same time. The waitress was working the far end. She was a woman in her 60s, broad through the shoulders and the hips, gray hair pulled back into a loose bun with a yellow pencil shoved through it. She wore a clean white apron over a blue dress with small white flowers on it and a name tag pinned above the breast pocket that read Doris in block capitals. She finished pouring a coffee for an old man at the end of the counter who was reading the sports page, capped the pot, and came down with a fresh mug and a worn pad in the pocket of her apron. "Coffee, hun?" "Please, ma'am." She turned the mug right side up in front of him and filled it from the pot. "Cream or sugar?" "Black, thank you." "Menu, or would you like me to tell you what's good?" "Tell me what's good, please." "We've got meatloaf today. I make it with mashed potatoes with the skins on, green beans, and a dinner roll. It comes with pie if you've got the room. The peach is from yesterday, but it's still good. The cherry is from this morning." "The meatloaf, please. And a slice of the cherry pie, after." "Warm with ice cream?" "Please." "Coming right up." She wrote it on her pad without looking down and called the order back through the pass-through. She set the pot on the warmer and went to refill the old man's cup at the end of the counter. Two men in the booth behind Gideon were talking about a softball game. One of them said she threw 3 innings of no-hit ball, and Hank still walked her, and the other man said Hank walks everybody, that's his thing, and the first one said not everybody, and they laughed. The radio behind the counter shifted to a song he did not know. Doris came back with the plate. A thick slab of meatloaf with brown gravy poured over the top, a dollop of skin-on mashed potato beside it, the green beans in a small dish cooked with a bit of bacon, the dinner roll wrapped in a paper napkin. She set it down in front of him and went back to the kitchen and came back with a pat of butter on a small white plate. "There you go, hon. Holler if you want anything else." "Thank you, Doris." "You're welcome." She moved off down the counter. He ate. The meatloaf was good. Doris came back down the counter with the pot and topped him up. "How is everything?" "It's very good, thank you." "I'm glad to hear it." She moved off to a customer at one of the booths who had lifted a hand. He went on eating. The payphone rang on the back wall 4 minutes later. Doris looked at it from down the counter. She looked at him. "Is that one yours, hun?" "It is, if you don't mind." "Help yourself." He set his fork down, wiped his mouth on the napkin, and went back to the phone. He picked up on the second ring. He stood at the back wall with his shoulder against the corkboard and the receiver against his ear and let Wentworth talk. Wentworth laid it out in the order of importance, with the relevant numbers attached, and with a short pause after each section in case there was a question. Gideon asked very few. Once he asked what year a particular transaction had cleared. Once he said, "Go back to the bit about the daughter," and Wentworth went back to it and elaborated, and when he was done, Gideon said "all right" in a tone that meant he had it. When Wentworth was finished, Gideon said, "And Whitman? He's at the property tonight. He flew into Indianapolis yesterday and drove up from there. He'll be there through Monday morning. He flies out of Indianapolis at 11 on Monday for Geneva. Security. Private detail. 6 men on day shift, 3 after midnight. 4 of the 6 are ex-Army, 2 of those are ex-Ranger. The other 2 are former state troopers out of Ohio and Kentucky. The man running the detail is named Doyle. 20 years in. Did 2 tours in Iraq with the 75th, and ran a contractor team out of Mosul afterwards. He knows what he's doing. The rest of them are good, but not at his level. Thank you, Alistair. Mr. Job, will you be requiring anything else? Not at the moment. Should I ask the team to be on standby? No need. Ray and Hamza were asking after you. I'll be in touch. He hung up. He went back to the counter and sat down and picked up his fork and went on with the meatloaf. Doris came down with the pot. More coffee? Please. She topped him up and moved on. He finished the meatloaf, and the potatoes and the beans and most of the dinner roll. The cherry pie came warm with the crust still flaky, and a small scoop of vanilla ice cream on the side that was already softening against the heat of the filling. He ate it slow. It was very good pie. When she came back to clear the plate, he asked her, Doris, could you tell me what time the next bus comes through heading toward Black Ridge? That'll be the 7 o'clock. It picks up at the pharmacy on the corner. Thank you. She brought the check a minute later. He had the cash counted out on the counter already. He left her a tip that was a great deal more than the meal had cost. She picked it up and looked at it and looked at him. That's too much. It's the right amount. You were kind. She held his eye a moment. Then she folded the bills once and slipped them into the pocket of her apron. You take care of yourself. You too, Doris. He went out. The screen door slapped shut behind him. The afternoon had gone soft and long. Front Street ran 4 blocks of brick storefronts under tin awnings, the sidewalks shaded on the east side and bright with sun on the west. He walked slow. He passed a feed store with a black dog asleep on the boards in front of the door. He passed a florist's with buckets of yellow lilies set out on the sidewalk. He passed an insurance office with the blinds closed for the weekend, and a barber pole turning in front of an empty shop. A boy went by on a bicycle with a baseball glove hanging off the handlebar. A pickup pulled away from the curb at the corner. He came up on a 2-story frame house painted a soft pale yellow with white trim, set back from the sidewalk behind a strip of grass that someone had mowed within the last few days. A deep front porch with a swing on the right side. A hand-painted wooden sign on a post near the steps. Hartley Public Library, the Pell House, donated 1953 by the estate of Margaret M. Pell. A second smaller sign hanging from the eaves with the hours painted on it, in a careful schoolteacher's hand. Monday through Thursday 10 to 6. Friday and Saturday 10 to 5. Closed Sunday and on county holidays. The front door stood open onto the porch. A screen door behind it. He climbed the 3 steps and pulled the screen open and stepped inside. It smelled the way every library he had ever been in smelled. Old paper, old wood, the faint sweetness of book glue and binding cloth, and underneath all of it the fine dust that gathers between pages over the slow years. A woman sat at a wooden desk in what had been the front parlor of the original house. The desk had been positioned so whoever sat at it faced the front door. She was perhaps 55, slight, dressed in a dove-gray cardigan over a printed blouse, with a pair of reading glasses on a thin gold chain that lay along the front of the cardigan. A book lay open in front of her, face down. A laptop sat closed at her elbow. A small wooden nameplate at the front of the desk read, Mrs. Hadley, Librarian. She looked up over her glasses when the screen door slapped shut behind him. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. The reading glasses came down off her nose and settled against her chest on the chain. Can I help you with something? I'm hoping to sit and read for a while, if you'll have me. How long? A couple of hours. Probably until closing. What's your name? Job. Were you looking for anything in particular, Mr. Job, or did you just want a quiet place to sit? I have something in mind, if you have it. What's that? The Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. She did not move for a moment. She looked at him over the top rim of her glasses. The look went on a beat longer than was strictly comfortable. He waited her out. We have 2 copies. The long translation from the 1860s, which came in with the original bequest, and a paperback haze from 03 or 04 that one of our board members donated in memory of his late wife. May I ask what put you in mind of it this afternoon? I read it the first time when I was a much younger man. I have not had occasion to pick it up in some years. I have had a long day, and a few hours in a quiet room with that book seemed about the best use I could make of the time. She studied him a moment more. Then she rose from her desk in a single neat motion. The long is a beautiful translation, but the English has aged out from under it. It has. The haze will do nicely. Come along. She led him through the doorway, into the dining room. The shelves there ran from floor to ceiling on 3 walls, the 4th wall taken up by a tall window through which the afternoon light fell in a long warm bar across the floorboards. The philosophy section was small, but well chosen. She ran her finger along the spines, found what she was looking for, and pulled down a slim paperback with a worn matte cover. The corners were soft with handling. She handed it to him. It's a well-loved book. Those are the best kind. She allowed herself a small smile at that. There's a reading room upstairs at the back of the house. 2 carols along the back wall, and a reading chair in the corner under the window. Nobody's up there this afternoon. You'll have it to yourself. The bathroom is the small door under the stairs. There's a water fountain in the upstairs hall. I close at 5. I'll come up and let you know. Thank you, ma'am. You read like a man who has had reason to. Yes, ma'am. She turned and went back to her desk. He climbed the stairs. The reading room had been the back bedroom of the house. It had 3 south-facing windows that looked out over a yard with a vegetable garden in it, and a row of mature lilacs along the back fence. The light came through the windows in long warm bars that lay across the floorboards in straight lines. 2 carols had been set against the back wall, their tops scarred and inked by 50 years of high school students working on their term papers. A worn leather reading chair sat in the corner by one of the windows, with a brass floor lamp standing behind it and a small side table at its right hand. He took the chair. He opened the book and turned to the first page of Book 1 and began to read. He read the long opening passage in which Marcus laid out the names of the people who had shaped him. His grandfather Varus, the father he had never known, his mother, his great-grandfather, his tutors, his philosophy teachers, the brother who had died young, the wife whom Marcus described in 2 sparing lines that contained more love than most husbands managed in a lifetime of writing. Gideon had read Book 1 before. He read it again now slow, finding in it small things he had missed the first 3 or 4 times. He read into Book 2. Begin the morning by saying to thyself, I shall meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, unsocial. All these things happen to them, by reason of their ignorance of what is good and evil. But I who have seen the nature of the good, that it is beautiful, and of the bad, that it is ugly, and the nature of him who does wrong, that it is akin to me, not only of the same blood or seed, but that it participates in the same intelligence and the same portion of divinity. I can neither be injured by any of them, for no one can fix on me what is ugly, nor can I be angry with my kinsman, nor hate him. For we are made for cooperation. He read it twice. He moved on. Do not act as if thou wert going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over thee. While thou livest, while it is in thy power, be good. He sat with that one a long time before he turned the page. The light through the windows lengthened and gold over. The bars on the floor crept sideways across the boards. He heard the screen door slap open and shut downstairs a few times. A child's voice asking Mrs. Hadley a question about a book report. Mrs. Hadley's calm voice answering. The screen door again. The cicadas started up in the lilacs outside the windows. He read. After a long while, he heard footsteps on the stairs. They were light footsteps, 2 sets of them, trying without much success to be quiet. He heard whispering on the landing. A boy's voice and a girl's, neither of them more than 16 by the sound of them. The footsteps came up into the reading room and stopped just inside the doorway. He did not look up from the book. He heard them whisper to each other. Then they moved past his chair to the farther of the 2 carols at the back wall. The chairs scraped on the floorboards as they sat down. He read on. A few minutes passed in which he heard the small rustlings of 2 people pretending to look at books they had not brought with them. Then the rustlings gave way to the small wet sounds of 2 young people kissing. The chairs scraped again. The boy's voice murmured something. The girl's voice murmured something back. There was a small choked-off laugh from her. He turned a page. The sounds went on a little while. He heard a book slide off the surface of the carrel and hit the floor with a soft thump. Neither of them moved to pick it up. He read. Then he heard the girl's breathing change. A small sound that was a different kind of sound, and then she went quiet a moment, and then he heard her say wait in a whisper, and then stop, Tyler, and the chairs scraped, and there was a long silence behind him. He turned a page. Her whisper, very softly. Tyler. There's somebody back here. He did not look up. Footsteps came around the side of the carrel. He saw, in the bottom edge of his vision, a pair of bare legs in cut-off denim shorts and pink canvas sneakers, and beside them, a pair of long skinny legs in jeans and muddy work boots. They stopped 6 feet from his chair. He let them stand there a moment. Then he closed the book over his finger and looked up. The girl was perhaps 15, with long brown hair and a face that had gone the color of a stop sign. She wore a faded blue t-shirt and the cut-off shorts. The boy was a year or two older, tall and thin, his hair mussed and standing up at the back, his t-shirt out of his jeans on one side. Sir. I am so sorry. We didn't know anybody was up here. That's all right, miss. We are so sorry. You don't need to apologize. She did not seem to know what to do with that. The boy did not either. Footsteps came up the stairs. Mrs. Hadley came up into the doorway and took in the two teenagers, and the chairs pulled back and the book on the floor at the carrel, and the man in the chair with his book closed over his finger. Tyler. Megan. Mrs. Hadley. This is a public library. You want to read, you sit down quietly and read. You want to do anything else, you do it somewhere else. Go on. Yes, ma'am. They went. They got their things off the back carrel. The girl kept her eyes on the floor. The boy did not look at the librarian or at Gideon. They went down the stairs. The screen door slapped open and slapped shut. Mrs. Hadley looked at him. I am sorry about that. They weren't any trouble, ma'am. She looked at the book in his lap. How are you getting on with him? He thought about the question. He was the most powerful man in the world when he wrote this, ma'am. Most men in that position spent their evenings being told they were wonderful. He spent his telling himself the truth about what he was and what he was not. She looked at him a moment longer. You're clearly a man of some education, Mr. Job. I didn't pass high school, ma'am. She raised her eyebrows. Self-educated. Life lessons. She nodded slowly. Those are the best kind. He watched her go down the stairs, then went back to his book. He read on. The light through the windows went from gold to a deeper orange. The bars on the floor lengthened and slid sideways across the boards. When Mrs. Hadley came back up at 5, he had closed the book and set it on the side table, and was sitting with his hands folded in his lap, looking out the window at the lilacs and the long light on them. He stood up. It's a fine library, ma'am. You're kind to say so. He followed her down the stairs. She reshelved the book in the dining room while he watched. Then she walked him to the front door and opened the screen for him. You take care of yourself, Mr. Job. Thank you, Mrs. Hadley. He stepped out onto the porch. The screen door slapped shut behind him. Chapter 21. The pharmacy was on the corner 2 blocks down. Granger Pharmacy, the sign over the door read, in letters that had been painted in the 1950s and touched up 2 or 3 times since. A soda counter ran down the left wall. A pharmacist's window at the back. 4 aisles of toothpaste and aspirin, and birthday cards and motor oil between. A wooden bench was set out front beside the door, weathered gray with years of sun, with a small placard wired to its arm. East Fine's line, daily 11 a.m. and 7 p.m., tickets sold inside. He went inside. The bell over the door jingled. The man at the front register was perhaps 70, in a button-down shirt and a tie under a white pharmacist's coat. He looked up over his half-glasses. Help you? 1 ticket to Black Ridge on the 7 o'clock, please. Cash or card? Cash. The man rang it up and pulled a printed ticket from a wooden box on the counter and stamped it with the date and handed it across without asking for a name. Ray pulls in around 5 of. He'll wave you on board. Hand him this when you board. 40 minutes to Black Ridge. Thank you. A cup of coffee, if I might. Help yourself at the counter. Marlene'll pour you one. He thanked the man and went down to the soda counter. A woman in her 30s was working a crossword in a folded magazine on a stool behind the counter. She looked up. Coffee, please. Black. $2. He paid her. She poured the coffee from a glass pot into a paper cup and slid it across to him with a lid. He went back outside and sat on the bench. The afternoon had gone soft. Long shadows lay across the sidewalk from the awnings of the storefronts up and down Front Street. The sun went behind the high false fronts of the buildings on the far side of the street, and the light on the brick went from honey to a deeper orange and then to a soft red. A boy on a bicycle went by with a baseball glove hung off the handlebar. 2 men in Seed Company caps came out of the feed store across the street and stood talking on the sidewalk for a minute, and then got into separate pickups and drove off in opposite directions. He sat with the coffee in both his hands and drank it slow. He thought about what Wentworth had told him. He let it run through his mind in the order Wentworth had laid it out: the family, the holdings, the security, the daughter, the federal questions that had been asked and quietly answered some years back, the way the carbon money laundered itself clean through 3 layers of LLCs before it landed back in the family's general fund. He held all of it in his head together and looked at it. Most of it confirmed what he had pieced together in 5 days walking around in the bones of the thing. Some of it surprised him. 1 or 2 things he tucked away as items he would need to think about for some time before he knew what they meant. The bus came up Front Street at 4 minutes of 7. It was a small county line coach, half full, an older model that had been kept up well. It pulled into the curb in front of the pharmacy with a hiss of its air brakes, and the door folded open with a small mechanical sigh. Gideon stood up off the bench. He dropped the paper cup in the trash can beside the door of the pharmacy. He walked to the bus. The driver was a heavy-set man in his 60s, in a blue uniform shirt with the company's name embroidered over the breast pocket, thinning gray hair under a baseball cap with a fishing lure embroidered above the brim. "Evenin', friend." "Evenin'." He handed the driver the ticket. The driver tore the stub and handed it back. "Find a seat anywhere. Black Ridge in 40 minutes. We stop on Main Street, but if you need to get off before or after, we can accommodate that too." "Thank you." He walked back along the aisle. Most of the passengers were older. He took a window seat 3 rows from the back on the right-hand side. The bus pulled away from the curb. The country rolled past the window in the long blue dusk of the summer evening. The fields ran flat on both sides of the road, the corn standing tall enough now in late June that the stalks were beginning to tassel out at the top, and the long shadows of the fence posts ran out across the fields in dark stripes that lengthened by the minute as the sun went lower behind them. The bus stopped once at a crossroads where nobody got on and nobody got off and went on. It stopped a second time at a town smaller than Hartley, where an older couple in windbreakers got off and walked across the street toward a parked car waiting for them. After a long while, it came up on a sign on the right shoulder. "You are now entering Black Ridge." The bus did not slow at the south end of town. It came up Main, past the bank and the closed insurance office and the lit-up window of the diner where Sam was working the evening shift, and pulled in across from the sheriff's station. The driver looked up in his rear-view mirror. His eyes caught Gideon's. A small question passed across them. Gideon shook his head once. The driver nodded and put the bus back in gear and pulled away from the curb and ran on north up Main. The bus ran out past the houses on the north edge of town and onto the county road. The road ran flat for a couple of miles, past dark fields and the lit window of a farmhouse set back from the road, and then it began to climb. The bus took the grade slow. The land on either side fell away as the road climbed up out of the river bottom and onto the higher ground. The corn gave out, and there was pasture for a stretch, and then there were trees, and then there was the ridge itself. A mile up the ridge road, there was a four-way stop at a crossroads. Gideon stood up and walked up the aisle. "This is me, driver." The bus pulled up and idled. "You sure, friend? Not much out here." "I'm sure. I appreciate the ride. You take care of yourself." The driver pulled the lever, and the door folded open. Gideon stepped down out of the bus. The door folded shut behind him, and the bus pulled away from the stop sign and ran on up the ridge road, its taillights 2 red points dwindling against the deepening blue of the evening. He stood at the crossroads. The light was going. The sun had gone down behind the ridge a while back, and the western sky over it was the color of an old bruise, a deep blue going to violet at the top, with a band of pink low along the horizon that was fading by the minute. A single bright star was out in the east over the dark line of the corn behind him. The cicadas were going hard in the trees on both sides of the road, and somewhere out in the pasture beyond the trees a bullfrog was sounding off in the slow, steady rhythm of a frog that had been at it most of the evening. He turned right at the crossroads and started walking up the road toward the house. The road climbed at an easy grade. He walked at his own pace, which was an unhurried one, and he let the evening come down around him as he walked. The dusk deepened. The pink along the western horizon faded to a thin gold, and then to nothing at all, and the first stars came out one by one and then in handfuls, and by the time he had walked half a mile up the road the sky overhead was thick with them. The cicadas eased off and the night sounds shifted, the bullfrogs taking over from them, and somewhere out in the pasture a whippoorwill started up its 3-note call and kept at it. He walked. After a quarter mile, the trees pulled back from the road on the left-hand side, and the land opened out into the long rolling pasture that ran up to the top of the ridge. He could see the dark shapes of outbuildings up against the skyline at the top of the rise, a barn, a low equipment shed, what looked like a guest house set off to one side, and beyond them, set back on a rise of its own, the house. It was a big house. He had expected that it would be. 2 full stories of stone on the bottom and clapboard on the top, with a 3rd floor under a peaked roof, the whole of it crowned by a wide wraparound porch with white columns at the corners. Lights were on in 3 of the ground floor windows and 2 of the upstairs windows. A 4-car garage stood off to the side of the house, with a covered breezeway connecting it to the kitchen wing. A tall pole light at the corner of the garage threw a circle of cold blue-white light across the gravel yard. He walked on. The drive came up on his right after another half-mile of walking. A wide gravel apron pulled off the county road and ran up to a black iron gate set between 2 stone columns. The columns had been built of the same fieldstone as the foundation of the house, and they stood about 8 feet high, with the iron gate between them set on heavy hinges. A keypad was mounted on a metal post on the driver's side of the apron. A small camera was mounted on top of the left column, with a small red light glowing on its underside. Beyond the gate, the gravel drive ran up between 2 rows of young oaks toward the house. A guard shack stood 20 feet inside the gate, off to the right of the drive. It was a small windowed structure about the size of a toll booth, with a desk inside it and an interior light burning yellow through the glass. The shape of a man was visible at the desk. Gideon walked up the drive apron and stopped at the gate. He stood at it a moment with his hands at his sides. The man in the shack looked up. He set down whatever he had been holding, and stood up and came out and walked down the drive toward the gate. He was in his middle 30s, a little under 6 feet, broad through the chest and shoulders. He had close-cropped sandy hair, and a face that was tanned and lean, and had been weathered by a few hard years in places nobody back home could find on a map. A small white scar ran along the side of his jaw, under the right ear. His eyes were a pale, washed-out blue, the kind of blue that took color from whatever it was looking at, and they took color from Gideon now, as he came down the drive, steady and unhurried and giving nothing back. The expression in them was the expression of a man who had been paid to be polite, and was being polite, and would stop being polite the second the math changed. He wore a navy polo shirt with no logo on it, dark tactical-style cargo pants, lightweight boots. A sidearm rode high on his right hip in a Kydex holster, the grip canted forward. His right hand rested on the butt of it, in the unconscious way of a man who had reached for it more than once. He stopped 6 feet inside the gate and stood with his weight balanced and his shoulders square. "Help you, friend." "Good evening. My name is Gideon Job. I am here to see Mr. Whitman." The man at the gate did not move for a long moment. He looked at Gideon. He looked at the road behind him for headlights and saw none. He looked back at Gideon. "Mr. Whitman is not expecting any visitors this evening. Tell him I am the guy Riley Pence home this morning with a message." The man at the gate stared at him for a long moment. Then he said, "Wait here." He turned and walked back up the drive toward the shack. Chapter 22. Gideon waited at the gate. The security guard had gone back inside the shack. Through the glass, Gideon could see him at the desk with the radio at his mouth. He spoke. He listened. He set the radio down and came back out. He walked down to the gate with the sidearm already in his hand, drawn from the holster, hanging muzzle down at his thigh. He stopped 15 feet inside the gate. "Wait right there," he called out. "All right." The guard watched Gideon, his hand on his sidearm. Gideon had the impression he would have liked to do more than watch, but was under orders. "You the fucker who killed Vince, Corey, and Massimo?" he asked. Gideon looked back at him, calmly. "You talking about the 3 guys at Haggerty's this morning?" The guard muttered something under his breath. "Vince owed me money," he said. 4 Benjis. "You gonna pay me?" Gideon shrugged. "Check with his lawyer." The guy frowned. "Why his lawyer? Maybe he left you something in his will." The guard stared at him, and Gideon saw the muzzle of the Sig Sauer start to rise. Then the man thought better of it, and swore again. He hawked and spat, eyes glinting at Gideon. The cicadas eased a little. The bullfrogs were going steady out in the pasture. Somewhere up in the dark of the trees, an owl called twice and went quiet. The pole light at the corner of the garage, 100 yards up, threw its blue-white circle out across the gravel. The house beyond was lit up, every one of its several dozen windows blazing. Gideon thought he saw silhouettes pass before one of the upstairs windows, but it was too far to tell for sure. Headlights came down the drive after a while. 2 sets of them, coming fast. They braked short of the gate and held with their engines running and their high beams burning into the iron and throwing Gideon's shadow long out behind him on the gravel. 4 doors opened. 4 men came forward into the wash of the lights. They were all heavily muscled in shape and moved the way he had men move in Mosul and the Stan. They were dressed the way the man at the gate was dressed. The first one keyed a fob on his belt, and the gate motor hummed and the iron swung in. He stepped through. The other 3 came through behind him. The man at the gate did not lower the pistol. He stepped 1 pace back to give them room. The muzzle stayed pointed at the gravel, ready to rise to the occasion if required. The first of the 4 men stopped a dozen yards from Gideon. He was a big man, thick through the chest, shaved to the scalp, with a heavy jaw and a flat broken nose. He had a sidearm on his hip, and his right hand was on the grip of it. He looked Gideon up and down once. "Hands on your head." Gideon laced his fingers on the crown of his head. The big man stepped behind him. 2 of the others moved in from the sides. The 4th stayed where he was at the gate. The big man did not pat him down so much as work him over. He ran his hands hard down the outsides, and the insides of the arms and the legs and the ribs. He took the folding knife out of the right front pocket, and the wallet out of the back pocket, and the roll of bills out of the left front pocket, and dropped them in the gravel at his own feet. He stepped to the side and kicked the back of Gideon's right knee. The knee folded, and Gideon went down to 1 knee on the gravel. The big man put a hand flat against the back of Gideon's neck and pushed him forward another 6 inches. "You stay there." "All right." The big man stepped around to the front. He looked down at Gideon, kneeling in the gravel. He looked at the items on the ground. He bent and picked them up and pocketed them. "Get up." Gideon got up. "Walk." He walked. The two vehicles had reversed and turned around in the apron, and were rolling slow ahead of them up the drive now, taillights washing the gravel red. The big man walked half a step ahead on his right. Another walked half a step behind on his left. The third was somewhere at his back. Their hands hung loose and ready. Nobody talked. The drive ran up between the young oaks at an easy grade. He counted the oaks, and he counted his paces between them, and put a number on the distance to the house. He looked at the slope of the pasture falling away on the left, and the line of trees crowding the drive on the right. He looked at the apron at the top where the drive widened. He looked at the four-car garage with its four closed bay doors, and the breezeway running over to the kitchen wing of the house, and the pole light at the corner throwing its cold circle out across the gravel. He looked at the two vehicles parked along the apron, a black Suburban, a white pickup. He looked at the porch of the main house. A man stood there against one of the white columns with his arms folded, watching them come up. He could not see the man's face. The two vehicles ahead of them did not stop at the apron. They rolled past the front of the garage and turned right and went around the side of it and out of sight. The men beside him turned him the same way. They walked him around behind the garage. The space behind the garage opened into a wide gravel turnaround. A pole light in the middle of it caught their motion and came on hard, a single halogen that flared up cold white and threw the shadows of all of them out long and clean across the gravel in every direction. The two vehicles had parked along the back wall of the garage, with their headlights pointed inward. 4 more men were already there. They stood in a loose half-circle in the middle of the gravel, waiting. The big man walked Gideon into the middle of the half-circle and shoved him hard between the shoulder blades. Gideon took 2 stumbling steps forward and caught his footing. The half-circle closed behind him. He counted the ones he could see. 6 in the half-circle around him. 2 had carbines on slings. 1 had a pump shotgun held muzzle down. The other 3 had sidearms only, with their hands resting on the grips. The big man and the 2 who had walked him up had taken positions at the gaps. That was 9 he could see. The one who had stayed at the gate made 10. The man on the porch made 11. There would be more he could not see, in the house with the big man and his family. It was at least twice the number Wentworth had told him to expect, but half as many as Gideon expected. Maybe just a third. Nobody spoke. The halogen hummed. He stood in the middle of it with his hands at his sides and his weight even on both feet and waited. The wait was a long one. Long enough that he heard a screen door slap somewhere up at the house, and a dog bark once and then nothing more from the dog. Long enough that one of the men in the half-circle spat on the gravel and worked his jaw. Long enough that he could feel the heat from the halogen on the back of his neck. A door opened on the side of the garage that faced the turnaround. A man came out. He pulled the door shut behind him and walked across the gravel and stopped 6 feet in front of Gideon and stood with his weight balanced and his hands easy at his sides. He was in his early 50s. 5'11", lean through the shoulders and the waist, built like a man who had done his own work for a long time before he started telling other men to do it. He wore a black canvas barn jacket over a charcoal Henley, dark jeans, brown leather boots. A sidearm rode on his right hip under the open jacket. His hair was salt and pepper, cut close on the sides. His face was clean-shaven and weathered. His eyes were a flat gray and gave nothing. He looked at Gideon for a long moment without speaking. Then he smiled. It was a small smile, and it did not move his eyes. "Mr. Job. Mr. Marsh. You know me. I know your name. I know you hired these men and managed them. I know you were the one who sent the men to Haggerty's this morning. I'm guessing Riley Pence gave you my message to pass on." Marsh held the look on him a beat longer. Then he glanced past Gideon's shoulder at one of the men in the half-circle and made a small gesture with 2 fingers. The man came forward and stood at Marsh's left, half a step back, hands clasped in front of him. Marsh turned his eyes back to Gideon. "You came up to my gate at last light on foot. You gave my man a name and a message. You asked him to take that message up to the house." "Yes, sir." That message did not reach the house, Mr. Job. That message reached me. The house does not know you are here. The house does not know your name. The principal of this property is upstairs with a book and a glass and a quiet evening, and the house is not going to be disturbed tonight by you or by anything to do with you. Are you following me? I'm following. I want to make sure you understand the geography of where you have come tonight. You have come to a place where the principal does not meet strangers at the gate. The principal does not meet strangers at all. The principal does not know strangers exist. The principal employs me to ensure that he does not know they exist. That is the work I do. That is the work I have done for him for a long time. Yes, sir. This morning, I had 4 men out at the elevator south of town doing some routine work on a matter the principal has been patient about for longer than he should have been. 3 of those men did not come back. The 4th came back in a state I would describe as unprofessional, with a story about a man who had taken the other 3 apart and sent him home with a message for me. That man was you. Yes, sir. Vincent Carbone, Anthony Massimo, Corey Corkin. Those were the names of my 3 men. Vincent had a wife and a boy of 9. Anthony had a mother in Cleveland who lived on what he sent her. Corey had nobody. Those were my men. They were doing a job I sent them to do. You interfered with that job, and you killed them. They were trying to kill Haggerty. That was wrong. I couldn't let them do that. They were doing the job I gave them to do. Whose wrong it was is between me and them, and now it is between me and you. Fair enough. Marsh studied him a moment. His eyes moved over Gideon's face, the way a man's eyes moved when he was reading something written in a hand he did not quite recognize. You're not what Riley said you were. I don't know what Riley said. Riley said you were a Superman. Riley said you took down 3 armed men with your hands and moved like smoke. Riley said you let him go, even though you could have killed him. Riley said a lot of things on the ride back here this morning, most of them about how he would like to be somewhere else for a while and never see you again, which I have accommodated. That was a kindness. It was not a kindness. He's at the bottom of a hog lagoon out by Crawford. I just don't want you to think Riley got a better deal than the other 3. He got a worse one. He earned it by living. So you see, you killed 4 men this morning, not 3. The 4th man just took a while longer to die. Gideon said nothing. Marsh watched him a moment to see if anything moved in his face. Nothing did. You're a serious man, Mr. Job. I can see that. I don't know who you used to be. I don't particularly care. What I care about is that you came up to my gate tonight with a message for the principal. And the message was that you wanted to have a conversation with him about his business in this county. And I have to make a decision about what to do with you. Yes, sir. The principal flies out of Indianapolis at 11 on Monday morning. He will be gone for 6 weeks. By the time he comes back, whatever happens here tonight will be a small story that ended a long time ago, and nobody in this county will remember the man who walked up to his gate at last light, asking to talk to him. That is how this kind of thing works. That is how it has always worked. Yes, sir. I am going to give you the courtesy of saying it plain. I am not going to put you in a car and drive you out to the river. I am not going to do you the dignity of a clean ending. The 3 men you killed this morning were friends of these men standing around you. You took something from them. They are going to take it back. They are going to take it back slow, because that is how it ought to be done. When they are finished, I will come back and look at what is left, and decide whether there is anything worth saving for a longer conversation, or whether to put the rest of it in the ground where the principal will never know it was here. Do you understand me? I understand. Good. He stood looking at Gideon another long moment. I'll tell you one thing more, because you came up here with the bearing of a man who has earned an answer to it. The principal does not know you exist. He is not going to know you existed. Whatever you thought you were going to accomplish by walking up that drive tonight, you accomplished none of it. You walked yourself into the wrong yard. That may be. But all I want is to speak to Mr. Whitman face to face. That's it. I don't intend to hurt him, just talk to him." Marsh grinned and shook his head like he was talking to a child or a maniac. "That's never going to happen. Not even if hell freezes over. It's not a big ask, Mr. Marsh. Think on it a minute. Just talk. A brief palaver. Then I go on my way again. This can all be over in just a few minutes, without any further bloodshed, and without you losing any more men." Marsh laughed. One of the other men broke out in a grin too, and guffawed. Others joined in. Some just scowled and stared at Gideon. "You must have bionic balls, Mr. Job, to stand in my yard and talk like that. But I guess we'll soon find out, won't we?" He said something to the man standing to his left, and the man nodded. Then Marsh turned to go. "Mr. Marsh." He stopped and spoke over his shoulder without turning back. "Yes, Mr. Job. I'd like you to hear me say one thing back. So you have it for later." Marsh waited. "This isn't your yard. It's mine now. I took it the minute I walked through that gate." Marsh chuckled, the skin on the back of his bald head wrinkling and creasing in an imitation of a smile. Then he walked set over his shoulder, addressing his men. "Take him into the equipment barn. Take your time. Do what you will. But I want him still breathing when I come back at 11. "Yes, sir," said the man closest to him. Without turning to look back, Marsh walked back across the gravel to the door he had come out of, opened it, went inside, and the door closed behind him. The man at the front of the half-circle stepped forward. Chapter 23. The man at the front of the half-circle gestured with the muzzle of his sidearm. "Move." They closed in around Gideon and walked him toward the barn. Two men went ahead, pistols held low at their sides. One came up on each elbow, close enough to take hold of him if he twitched. The bald one walked behind him, with the muzzle of his pistol pressed firm against the small of his back. The men with the carbines and the shotgun followed behind the bald one, weapons across their fronts. The rest came along loose at the rear, and Gideon sensed the quiet anticipation in the looks they exchanged. They were bruisers and bullies, men who took pleasure in hurting others, had built a career on it, and that was why they worked for Marsh. They assumed, not illogically, that their far superior numbers made them invulnerable to Gideon. That was their biggest mistake. The barn stood 100 yards from the house, long and low under a peaked roof of new corrugated steel. The big rolling cargo doors at the front were closed and chained. Halfway down the long wall, a smaller side door had been set into a steel frame, opening outward. A yellow bulb burned in a wire cage above the lintel, and threw a hard cone of light onto the gravel. A man was waiting at the door, a key on a lanyard already in his hand. As they came up, he turned the lock and pulled the door open and stepped back, holding it open with one hand and motioning Gideon through with the other. "In." The bald one pushed the muzzle harder into Gideon's back. "You heard him." Gideon stepped over the threshold. The inside was dim and cool. The air smelled of fresh concrete and machine oil, and the faint metallic dryness of a steel building shut up all day. The yellow bulb at the door threw his shadow ahead of him, in a long thin stripe across a polished gray floor that ran out into the dark. He took 2 steps in. The bald one came through the door behind him. Gideon turned and drove the point of his right elbow up into the soft hollow under the man's jaw. He felt the larynx give and break and shift sideways under the bone, the cartilage crushing back against the spine. A small wet click came from somewhere deep in the bald one's throat, the sound of something coming loose in a drain. The man's eyes went very wide. He stumbled back a half step against the inside of the doorframe and slid down it to the concrete with both hands at his throat, his mouth working at air that was not going in or out. His face began to darken at once. The next man through was a heavy one, thick across the shoulders, his pistol already coming up. His eyes had not yet adjusted to the dim, and he was scanning for Gideon at the wrong height. Gideon stepped to meet him in the doorway, caught the back of his head with both hands, a fist of hair in his right, the the palm of his left flat against the crown, and yanked the head down hard while driving his right knee up. The man's forehead met the kneecap with a heavy, meaty sound that ran up Gideon's thigh into his hip. Bone gave under the bone. The man's whole body shuddered through. Gideon brought the head down a second time onto the rising knee, and felt the soft give beneath, the skull broken through, and the brain meeting the inside of the bone with nowhere left to go. The man came down face first onto the concrete, in the slow, boneless way men only came down in when the lights had gone out behind their eyes. A dark slick spread out from under his hair almost at once. The third man was already through the doorway. He had come in low and to the right with his pistol up two-handed, and his head turned 3/4 to find Gideon against the wall. He was the better of the three, faster, the muzzle steady. Gideon stepped inside the line of the pistol before the man could finish his turn, caught the gun wrist on its way up with his left hand, and pinned it sideways against the man's own ribs, and drove the heel of his right hand straight up under the chin in a hard, short upstroke from below. The chin took the strike clean. The head snapped back and stopped at the limit of the neck, and Gideon felt the bone of the spine give at the base of the skull, a hard, dry pop, like a knuckle cracking inside something solid. The man's eyes rolled up white, and his grip on the pistol opened. His knees folded inward like a man going down to pray, and his body collapsed sideways onto the floor with the loose weight of a dropped coat. The pistol clattered out onto the concrete and slid 2 feet and stopped. The bald one against the doorframe was still working his hands at his throat. His eyes were on Gideon. He was watching Gideon kill the men who had walked him to the door, and his eyes had something in them that was not quite hate, and not quite anything that had a name. Gideon went past him to the door. The man with the lanyard was still standing in the cone of yellow light outside the threshold, with the door open in his left hand. His right hand had got the holster snap undone, but the pistol was not out yet. He had heard the muffled sounds of the killing inside, and he had set his jaw and started to draw, but the body of the third man falling into the doorway had blocked his shot before he could clear the holster. He was a hard-eyed man with a hard mouth, and the look he had on his face was the look of a professional finding out the math had turned wrong, the look of a man choosing his next move in the half-second he had to choose one. He started to step back. Gideon caught his reaching hand at the wrist and yanked him forward off balance. The man stumbled through the doorway across the bodies on the threshold and into the barn, his free hand coming up to brace against the steel of the frame as he went. As he stumbled past, Gideon brought his right elbow down in a short, hard arc onto the base of the man's skull where it met the spine. There was a small, dry sound, a snap like a green stick, and the man's legs went out from under him in mid-stride. He came down on his face on the concrete, and his hands and his feet jerked twice and then stopped. 4 down in maybe 12 seconds, and the bald one still alive against the doorframe and not going to be for long. Outside a voice said, "Vance." Gideon stepped back against the inside wall on the hinge side of the door and went still. "Vance. Talk to me." The bald one against the frame was making a faint, wet sucking sound at his throat. It was the loudest sound in the barn. A pause outside. "Marco. Reyes. Sound off." No one sounded off. The fifth man came through the doorway to look. He came in low and to his right, pistol up two-handed, the muzzle searching, his head turned slightly down and to one side. He was a careful man, and he had cleared rooms before, and his eyes were already narrowed for the dim. He swept the front of the building first. He saw the bodies in the doorway. He saw the bald one sliding sideways now against the frame with his eyes going white and his hands falling away from his throat. His own breathing changed, a sharp, quick draw in through the nose. He started to turn his pistol toward the dark of the wall on the hinge side. He was a half-second slow. Gideon stepped off the wall behind him and clamped his left hand over the man's mouth and nose from the rear, pulling the head back hard against his own chest. The man's pistol came up at once toward his own face by reflex. Gideon got his right hand under the man's chin and braced and twisted hard the wrong way. The neck broke at the base of the skull with a sound like a heavy book being shut. The body went limp in his hands. He lowered it slowly to the concrete to keep the sound down. He took the pistol out of the loose hand and set it on the floor and stepped back against the wall. The voice outside, now with an edge in it, "Coil." Coil. Talk to me. Gideon did not move. He listened. Boots shifting on the gravel out beyond the cone of yellow light. Men adjusting their positions. Men not knowing what was happening inside. He had 5 down at his feet now, and outside no one had seen any of them go. They didn't believe what they hadn't seen. They couldn't. The bald one against the frame was no longer moving. The voice outside changed. Wes, get in there. Find out what the hell. The 6th man came through the doorway fast. He was younger than the others, narrower through the shoulders, and the speed he came in with was the speed of fear, not training. His pistol was up at chest height, finger inside the trigger guard, the muzzle sweeping in a wide, unsteady arc. He found Gideon a foot to his left, and the pistol came around at him fast. A 7th man had come through the doorway right behind him. He saw the muzzle swing toward Gideon, and his hand came up and slapped the barrel sideways and down. The younger man's finger jerked on the trigger, and the shot went off, a flat hammer of sound bouncing off the steel walls, the round striking the concrete, a foot from Gideon's right boot, and ricocheting with a hot whine into the dark of the barn. Breathing, you stupid son of a bitch. Breathing. The boss wants him breathing. The younger man's pistol was pointing at the floor now. His eyes were on Gideon, and his hands were shaking, and his breath was coming through his open mouth in sharp, short pulls. He killed them all. I know. Stand the hell down. Gideon picked 5th man's gun up off the concrete and shot the younger man through the heart. The round took him high in center, and the impact rocked him backward 2 steps. He looked down at his chest with an expression of mild surprise, as if he had been told something he had not quite understood. And then his legs gave out, and he sat down hard on the bodies in the doorway, and slid sideways down them onto the gravel outside. The 7th man's pistol came up fast. All right. To hell with Marsh. He fired before he was on target. The round narrowly missed Gideon's left shoulder, scoring a line of fire along his deltoid, then slammed into the steel wall behind him with a flat clang. Gideon had already gone to one knee behind the pile of bodies in the doorway. He braced the sidearm with both hands and shot the 7th man thrice, twice high in the chest, once through the head. The man went over backward onto the gravel outside the threshold, and lay there with his arms flung wide. Outside, the shooting started. 2 carbines, and at least 1 sidearm opened up on the doorway from different angles in the dark. Rounds came through and stitched the inside walls and skipped off the polished concrete with hot whines into the back of the barn. The bodies in the doorway absorbed most of it. Gideon felt 1 round thump into the body in front of him, and another go past his ear close enough to feel the heat of it. The shooting slacked off after a few seconds. They had no clear target. A voice outside, an operator's cadence, hold fire. Hold fire. Conserve. He is not coming through that door. He is hurt, and he is bleeding, and he is going nowhere. Set the perimeter, and wait. Gideon counted what was left. 12 had walked him to the barn. He had killed 7. 5 remained outside. 2 carbines, 1 shotgun, the operator running the perimeter, and 1 more he had not yet heard speak. And however many were in the house itself. He looked at the bodies stacked in the cone of yellow light at the door, and at the dark of the barn at his back where his eyes had not yet adjusted, and at the pistol in his right hand, and the second one he could feel on the concrete by the 3rd man. He moved. He knelt beside the 4th man, and unclipped the small tactical flashlight from his belt. He took the spare magazine from the man's back pocket, and pushed it into his waistband beside the other pistol. Then he stood, and grabbed the heavy steel door by its edge and hauled it shut. It jammed on the legs of the man in the threshold. He put his boot against the dead man's hip, and shoved him back and dragged the door across the rest of the way. A round came through the wall 2 feet to his right as the door clanged into the frame. One of the men outside had seen his silhouette in the yellow light and taken the shot. The bullet punched through the corrugated sheeting and hit the concrete floor behind him and whined off into the dark. A second round came through a foot higher up, close enough that he felt the snap of displaced air past his ear. He dropped below the line of the door and found a length of heavy chain coiled on a hook beside the frame. He ran it through the interior handle and around a vertical support post and pulled it tight. A man outside hit the door hard, shoulder or boot, and the chain snapped taut and held. The door bowed inward an inch and settled back. Someone cursed on the other side. He clicked the flashlight on and moved. The beam found the far wall of the barn, 60 feet ahead of him. Wooden crates on pallets stacked too high. Ammunition cases beside them, the heavy green metal kind with flip latches. A spool of det cord on the floor next to the pallets, and a smaller case that he opened and found a row of fragmentation grenades packed in foam. Behind him, the men outside hit the door again. He heard the chain bite into the post, and the post groan in its footing. Someone was shouting for a pry bar. Someone else was shouting to bring one of the vehicles around. He didn't have long. He pulled a length of det cord off the spool and ran it from the explosive crates to the ammunition cases, looping it through the handles and around the pallet straps. He tied the cord off and took 3 grenades from the case. Another impact on the door, heavier this time. They'd found the pry bar or a bumper. The chain sang a high note, and the post leaned 2 inches inward and a crack of light opened at the edge of the frame. He heard the vehicle backing up. They were going to ram it. He took the first grenade to the back wall. He found a seam where the corrugated sheeting met the concrete slab, a gap of 3 or 4 inches where the ground had settled and pulled away and the bolts had rusted loose. The sheeting flexed when he pushed it. He wedged the grenade into the gap, pulled the pin and ran back and got down flat behind the pallets with his arms over his head. The grenade went off, and the sound filled every inch of the barn and hit him in the chest like a fist. The floor bucked under him. Shrapnel skipped off the concrete and pinged off the crates above his head. Dust came down from the roof joints and he tasted it, chalky and metallic, and his ears were gone, nothing left but a high clean whine. At the front of the barn, the ramming had stopped. The blast had given them something new to think about. He got up and walked through the dust. The hole in the back wall was the size of a car. The corrugated sheeting was peeled outward, edges ragged and bright. Night air poured in through the gap, cool and sweet after the dust and the blood smell of the barn. Beyond the hole, grass silver in the moonlight, and the dark line of a tree row 40 yards out. He looked through and checked both ways along the outside wall. Nobody yet. But he could hear a voice around the corner of the building, one of the men with the carbines calling to someone else, the 2 of them coming to find out what had just blown a hole in the back of the barn. He had seconds. He went back to the pallets. He pulled the pins on the 2 remaining grenades and set them at the base of the det cord where it met the explosive crates, one on either side, nestled against the wooden slats where they would not roll. At the front of the barn, the ramming started again. The chain screeched and the post bent further, and the crack of light at the doorframe widened to 6 inches. He could see a headlight beam cutting through the gap. They were coming in. He turned and ran for the hole in the back wall. He came through it onto the grass, and a man was right there, 10 feet to his left, coming around the corner of the building with a carbine up. The man saw him, and the carbine swung toward him, and Gideon shot him twice in the chest with the pistol in his right hand without breaking stride. The man sat down against the wall of the barn, and the carbine clattered onto the concrete apron beside him. Gideon ran for the trees. He was maybe 20 yards out when the grenades went off behind him. The flash lit up the inside of the barn through every crack and seam, a sudden white flare that turned the building into a lantern for one bright instant. A beat later the det cord caught, and he heard it go, a fast hard sizzle running down the line toward the ammunition. The ammo started cooking off before he reached the trees. It began as individual pops, rounds catching the heat and firing in their cases, and built in a few seconds into a sustained crackling roar, rounds punching through the walls in every direction, bright flashes winking through the seams, tracers arcing into the night sky in lazy red curves. He heard men shouting behind him. He heard someone scream. He heard the barn door finally give way with a shriek of steel and chain, and whatever the men on the other side had expected to find inside, it was not a room full of their own ordnance cooking off in their faces. Then the explosives went. The blast hit him in the back like a shove from a very large hand, and drove him stumbling forward into the first of the trees. He caught himself against a trunk and turned and looked back. The barn was gone. Where it had been was a skeleton of glowing steel, and a slab of burning concrete, and a column of orange fire rising 50 feet into the night sky, lighting up the fields and the trees and the house and the lawn for a quarter-mile. Pieces of the roof were still coming down, big sections of corrugated steel tumbling end over end through the air. One of the black SUVs was burning. 2 men were on the ground near it, and were not getting up. Others were staggering away from the fire with their hands over their ears, bent double, done. A man Gideon recognized as the one who had been giving orders to the others was standing 50 yards from the wreckage, with his carbine hanging loose and his hand on top of his head, watching everything he'd been in charge of burn. Nobody was looking at the trees. Nobody was looking at the house. Every man still on his feet was looking at the fire, because the fire was the only thing any of them could see or hear or think about. Gideon turned and moved through the trees. He circled east until the trees thinned, and the house came up on his left. Stone and timber, every window on the ground floor blazing. Faces pressed to the glass, staring out at the fire on the lawn. The upper floors were dark, except for one room at the far corner where a light burned behind heavy curtains. He came out of the trees at the east side where the landscaping ran close to the foundation, boxwood hedges, a flagstone path, a side door set into an alcove. The door was unlocked. Every man whose job it had been to watch it was either lying dead on the concrete floor of a building that was now open to the sky, or standing in the yard watching it burn. He opened the door and went in. Chapter 24. He came through the side door into a dark hallway. Somewhere deeper in the house men were shouting, 2 voices, maybe 3, one of them barking orders, another answering from a floor above. Footsteps pounding on a staircase. A door slamming. The house was in chaos, and the chaos was working in his favor, because every man inside it was trying to understand what had just happened to the barn, and none of them were expecting the man who had done it to be standing in their hallway. He moved with the pistol up, his back to the wall. The hallway opened into a wide kitchen lit by under-cabinet lights that threw a low amber glow across granite countertops and a floor of dark stone. He was halfway across when a man came around the corner from the far side. Polo shirt, khakis, an inside man, a monitor watcher, with a pistol in his right hand held down along his thigh. He saw Gideon, and the pistol started to come up, and Gideon shot him once in the chest. The man hit the kitchen island with his back, and slid down it to the floor, and sat there with his chin on his chest and did not move again. The shot rang through the ground floor, and the shouting above him changed. A voice he didn't recognize yelled something about the kitchen. Footsteps came fast toward the staircase. Gideon moved through the kitchen into a wide central hallway. Staircase on his left, a set of double doors on his right, both closed. His boots were loud on the hardwood. He was 4 steps past the kitchen doorway when 2 men came down the stairs together. The first was dressed for the work, black pants, black shirt, chest rig, and he came down fast with his weapon up and his eyes already finding Gideon in the hallway below. He fired on the move. The round punched into the hardwood floor 2 feet in front of Gideon and threw splinters up against his shins. Gideon fired back twice. The first round caught the man high in the chest and rocked him back against the banister. The second hit him in the same place, and he folded over the railing and hung there. The second man came off the stairs while Gideon's pistol was still on the first. He was big, heavy through the shoulders, and he didn't shoot. He launched himself off the 3rd step and hit Gideon at the waist with his full weight. Gideon went backward into the wall, and the impact drove the air out of him and the pistol out of his hand. It skittered across the hardwood and stopped against the baseboard 10 feet away. The big man had him pinned against the wall with a forearm across his throat, pressing hard, his other hand scrabbling for the pistol on his own hip. His face was 6 inches from Gideon's, and his breath was hot and fast and smelled of tobacco. Gideon got his right hand under the forearm at his throat and pushed just enough to get half a breath, and drove his left thumb into the man's right eye. The man screamed and his head jerked back, and the pressure on Gideon's throat let up for a second. Gideon used the second. He got both hands on the man's head, one fist in his hair, the other cupping his jaw, and twisted hard and slammed the side of his skull into the wall. The plaster cratered. The man's knees buckled, but he didn't go down. He swung blind with his right hand and caught Gideon on the side of the head, a heavy glancing blow that made his vision swim. Gideon grabbed him by the front of his shirt and spun him and drove him headfirst into the newel post at the base of the staircase. The wood cracked. The man hit the floor face down, and his hands opened and closed once and then stopped. Gideon stood there a moment, breathing hard, his ears ringing from the blow to his head. Blood was running from a cut somewhere above his left ear. The hallway smelled of gunpowder and plaster dust. He picked up his pistol from the baseboard and checked the magazine. 4 rounds left. He pulled the second pistol from his waistband. 6 rounds in that one. He held a gun in each hand and listened. Footsteps above him. Someone moving fast, then a door slamming shut. From behind the double doors to his right, a voice. A man talking fast and low into a phone. A third man came around the corner, at the far end of the hallway, from deeper in the house. He had a shotgun, and he racked it as he came. Gideon saw him in the dim, and dropped to one knee and fired the pistol in his left hand 3 times. The first 2 rounds hit the wall beside the man's head. The third hit him in the shoulder and spun him sideways, and the shotgun went off into the ceiling as he fell. Plaster and dust rained down. The man hit the floor, and the shotgun clattered away from him, and he clutched his shoulder and cursed and tried to crawl back around the corner, leaving a slimy trail of crimson in his wake. Gideon let him go. He was done. He went to the double doors. Tried the handle. Locked. He kicked the door below the handle. It took 3 hard kicks before the wood finally splintered, and the door swung inward and banged against the wall. The room was large and warm, and smelled of leather and old books and cigar smoke. Stone fireplace with a fire burning low. Bookshelves floor to ceiling. A heavy oak desk near the windows. Mounted heads above the mantel. Elk whitetail, something African. The curtains were drawn. The room was lit by the desk lamp and the fire. 3 men were in the room. Marsh was between the desk and the door. Sidearm up 2-handed, the muzzle on Gideon's chest. He had positioned himself between the door and the man behind the desk, and he was ready. Gideon brought both pistols up. 4 feet between them. At 4 feet neither man could miss. Mr. Marsh. The voice came from behind the desk. Calm. Unhurried. Marsh did not move. His eyes did not leave Gideon's. Lower your weapon. Sir, this man. I can see what this man is, Mr. Marsh. Lower your weapon. Marsh's breathing was fast and shallow through his nose. The tendons in his neck stood out. Gideon could see the trigger finger pressing, the knuckle whitening. I will not say it a third time. Marsh lowered the pistol by degrees. When it was at his side, he did not holster it. Gideon lowered his. Step aside. Let the man in. Marsh stepped aside. 1 step to his left. Gideon walked past him into the room, and felt Marsh's heat and smelled his sweat, and saw the hate in his eyes from a foot away. The man behind the desk was standing. Late 60s, tall, silver-haired, white dress shirt open at the collar, dark trousers. Phone in his hand. Tan face. Pale clear blue eyes. A younger man was on a leather sofa against the far wall. Mid-20s, sandy-haired, lean, crewneck sweater and jeans and no shoes. A glass was on its side on the floor beside the sofa, liquor soaking into the rug. He was staring at Gideon, with his mouth open. Gideon recognized him. The pale, wiry build. The entitled set of the jaw. The last time he had seen that face, it had been in a creek, wet and raging, with a girl's arm in its grip. Jeremy recognized him at the same moment. That's him. He was off the sofa and pointing. That's the son of a bitch from the creek. Sit down, Jeremy. The older man said it without raising his voice. Dad, that's the... I said sit down. Jeremy sat. Fists on his knees. Face white. The older man set the phone on the desk. Mr. Marsh. Take my son and leave the room. I'm not leaving you. You are leaving the room. You are taking Jeremy. You are going outside to deal with the situation on my property." Marsh looked at the older man. Whatever he saw in those eyes shut his mouth. He jerked his head at Jeremy. Jeremy started to protest. Marsh took him by the arm and pulled him off the sofa and walked him out through the broken door. As he passed Gideon, he held the look, close enough to touch. Their footsteps went down the hallway and were gone. Whitman came around the desk and leaned back against its edge. "You would be Mr. Job." "I would. My name is Whitman. I gather you already know that." "Yes, sir." "Sit down, Mr. Job." "I'll stand." "As you like." Whitman looked at him. He took his time. "Mr. Marsh told me your name a few minutes ago. He told me you were not going to be a problem. My barn is on fire, and there are men bleeding on my lawn, so I think he was wrong about that." "Yes, sir." "What are you doing in my house, Mr. Job?" "I came to your gate tonight and gave my name and asked to speak with you. Your man Marsh decided that wasn't going to happen. Everything after that was his decision. I'm here because I want the conversation I came for." "And what is this conversation about?" "Your business in this county." Whitman reached for a crystal decanter on the desk and poured an inch of whiskey into a glass and did not offer one to Gideon. He drank. "Go on then." 300 acres of farmland taken off production through foreclosure and lease buyouts over the last 5 years. Federal carbon credit subsidies under the Clean Air Reinvestment Act paying you not to farm it. The credits trading on the secondary market at a multiple of the subsidy value to petrochemical and tech companies looking to offset their emissions. Whitman set his glass down. "That's the heritage carbon sink. That's your real business here. The grocery store and the wellness center are local reinvestment fronts, community development on paper, your money behind the counter. And the people who keep it all running at the county level collect their envelopes at an old sawmill north of here every Sunday afternoon." Whitman picked up the glass and drank again and set it down carefully on the same ring of moisture. "Who are you, Mr. Job?" "A man who's seen this kind of deal before. Different county, different names, same architecture." "That's not an answer." "It's the only one you're getting." Whitman studied him. A long silence. The fire crackled. Outside, through the curtains, the glow of the burning barn pulsed against the ceiling. "You didn't learn all of that from talking to farmers." "I learned enough from talking to farmers. The rest I can read in a balance sheet." "There's no balance sheet. Not one you could have seen." "There doesn't need to be. The subsidy structure is public record. The land transfers are filed at the county courthouse. The corporate entities behind the grocery and the wellness center are registered in Delaware, and the beneficial ownership traces back through 2 holding companies to a family trust that bears your name. None of that is hidden, Mr. Whitman. It's just complicated enough that nobody in this county has the background to read it. I do." Whitman was still. The pale blue eyes had not left Gideon's face. "You are not a drifter. I'm not here to talk about what I am. I'm here to talk about what you're doing to this town." "What I'm doing to this town?" He picked up the glass. He did not drink from it. He held it. "I have been in this county 40 years, Mr. Job. My father was here before me. What you describe as exploitation, I would describe as. I don't care what you describe it as. I've walked the hollow where your former tenants live. I've sat at the table of a family whose son died working for men your man Marsh put him in touch with, because the boy couldn't find honest work after you took the land his family had farmed for 3 generations. I've eaten breakfast with a 9-year-old boy who doesn't understand why his mother cries at night. I've watched a man who used to run a crew of 12 sit on the steps of a trailer drinking at 10 in the morning because there's nothing left for him to do. That's what your progress looks like from the ground, Mr. Whitman." Whitman set the glass down. "What do you want?" "Shut it down. The carbon sink. The foreclosures. The payroll. All of it. Let the families come back to the land. Settle what's owed in the hollow. Leave the people who took me in alone. And if I don't, then I shut it down for you." The fire popped. The glow outside the curtains shifted and moved. "I hear you, Mr. Job." Whitman set the glass on the desk. He walked to the leather chair behind the desk and sat down. He settled into it, adjusted the crease of his trousers, placed both hands flat on the arms of the chair, and looked at Gideon. The patience was gone from his face. What was there now was something that had been underneath it the whole time, and it was worse than anger. It was certainty. The pale blue eyes were steady and cold and old, and they held Gideon's without effort, without strain. "Now you hear me." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. "You are going to walk out of my house tonight. I am going to let you walk out. That is the last free thing I will ever give you. After tonight, everything costs." He looked at the fire a moment, then back at Gideon. "You think you know me because you've read some land transfers and talked to some farmers. You don't know me. You have no idea what you have walked into. I am going to find out who you are. Not the name you gave my gate man. Not the story you've been telling people in town. Who you actually are. Where you come from. What you left behind. I will find out, because finding things out is what I do, and I have never failed at it." He leaned forward in the chair. "And when I know who you are, I am going to find every person you have ever loved, every person who has ever cared about you, every friend, every colleague, every employer, every woman who ever shared your bed. Their families. Their children. I will find every person whose life has ever touched yours, Mr. Job, and I will make each one of them wish it hadn't." Gideon thought of Letty at her kitchen table, her hands folded over the napkin, saying grace short and plain. "Thanks for the food, thanks for the hands that worked the land that grew it, thanks for the company, a word for absent friends, and amen." He thought of Hector on the porch, in the cane chair with his coffee and his folded newspaper, looking up at a bloody stranger, and saying only Buenos dias. He thought of Maria at the stove with her back to him, humming to herself, setting a plate of eggs and chorizo down in front of him without being asked. He thought of Miguel with his backpack bouncing on his shoulders, running out the back door to Hector's truck. He thought of Brianna in the yellow cotton skirt at the creek bank, soaked and shaking, pulling his jacket tight around her shoulders and burying her face in the collar. He thought of Sam at the end of the bar in her black skirt and red blouse, one shoe off, her eyes finding his across the room. He thought of Haggerty at the catwalk rail, raising a hand as Gideon left the yard. "Those people have nothing to do with this." "I know they don't. That's the point." Whitman's voice was quiet and even. "They are nothing to me. But you care about them. I can see it in your face right now. That is why." He sat back in the chair. "Your name is Job. I assume that's from the Bible. The man who lost everything, his cattle, his children, his health, his dignity, and sat in the ashes and endured it because he believed God was testing him. I admire that story. I have always admired it. Because the lesson is not that Job endured. The lesson is that God had the power to do it. And in this county, I am the one with the power." He picked up the glass and drank the last of the whiskey and set the empty glass on the desk. "A barn. A few hired men. You think any of that matters to me? I will have a new barn, built by the end of the week. New men by this time tomorrow. Twice, thrice as many as it takes. What you did tonight was loud, and it was expensive, but it means nothing." He looked at Gideon, and the look was final. "You came here to give me a message. An ultimatum. So I'm going to give you one too. Get out of my house. Walk down my driveway. Walk out of my county. Keep walking and don't stop and don't look back. Because if you are still here when the sun comes up, I will begin. And once I begin, I do not stop." The fire popped in the grate. The glow outside the curtains pulsed. Gideon looked at him. He looked at the man in the chair, the hands on the arms of it, the pale blue eyes that held nothing but pure malice and a deep sense of his own power and invulnerability. This was a man who meant every word, and had the means to follow through on every threat, and had done it before, and would do it again, and would sleep well after. "I'm not going to stop, Mr. Whitman. I won't back down." Whitman looked at him a long time. Then he nodded once, slowly. "Then God help you." Gideon turned and walked out through the broken door. Down the hallway. Past the body of the man at the bottom of the stairs. Through the kitchen. Past the body slumped against the island. Out the side door, into the night. The barn was still burning. Men were moving on the lawn in the shifting orange light, some carrying others, some standing, some sitting on the grass with their heads in their hands. Marsh was out there among them, at the edge of the firelight, standing with his arms at his sides. Their eyes met across the lawn. Marsh did not move. Gideon did not look away. He walked across the grass toward the tree line, and he did not hurry. He came out the other side of the trees, onto the county road. The air was cool, and smelled of cut grass, and underneath it, the chemical tang of burning ordnance. It was a war now, and this was just the first battle. Chapter 25. Marsh came into the study 5 minutes after Job walked off the property. His boots were loud in the hallway, and his breathing was louder, short, hard pulls through his nose that Whitman could hear before he saw the man's face. When Marsh came through the broken doorway, his eyes were wild and bright, and the cords in his neck were standing out, and his voice came through his teeth. "Give me the word. I take every man still standing, and we run him down on the road. He's on foot. He's wounded. We finish this tonight." "No." The word stopped Marsh like a wall. His chest was heaving. His fists were clenched at his sides, the knuckles bone white. A smear of someone else's blood was drying on his jaw. He looked like a man who had been holding himself on a leash for the last 5 minutes, and the leash was fraying. "Mr. Whitman." "Sit down." "Sir, if we wait." "Sit down." Marsh looked at Whitman's face. The pale blue eyes were steady and very bright, and there was nothing behind them that could be argued with. Marsh sat. He sat on the edge of the chair, his weight forward, his jaw working. Whitman stood at the window with the curtains pulled back. The fire crew had arrived. He could see the red light strobing across the lawn and hear the diesel thrum of the pump truck. Men in turnout gear were dragging hoses across the grass toward what was left of the barn. He turned from the window. Jeremy appeared in the broken doorway. He stood there a moment, looking at his father, then at Marsh in the chair, then back at his father. "Come in. Sit down." Jeremy crossed the room and sat on the edge of the sofa with his fists on his knees. "You recognize the man who came through that door tonight?" "Yes, sir." "You called him the son of a bitch from the creek?" "Yes, sir." "I want you to tell me about that. I want you to tell me exactly what happened at that creek. And I want the truth, Jeremy. Not a version of it. Not the story you would tell your friends. The truth." Jeremy swallowed. His eyes went to Marsh sitting in the chair, and came back to his father. "It was last Monday. I drove out to the creek off the county road, the one past the oak grove where we used to fish when I was a kid. I had Brianna Miller with me. Letty Miller's granddaughter, the one who works at the store." "I know who Brianna Miller is." "Go on." "We were in the water. We were fooling around and she wanted to stop. She wanted to get out of the water and go home. And you didn't let her." Jeremy's jaw tightened. The red was coming up from his collar, climbing into his cheeks, darkening his ears. His eyes were hard, and his chin came up a fraction. "I had her arm. I was holding on to her. She was pulling away, and I didn't let go. She was crying. She was upset. She was crying, Jeremy. Was she asking you to stop? She was saying things. She was saying stop. And you didn't? I thought if I just..." He stopped. His nostrils flared, and his eyes were bright and defiant now, the shame burning off and something uglier coming up underneath it. "I thought she'd calm down, okay? I thought she was overreacting. Girls do that. They say one thing, and they mean Don't finish that sentence. Jeremy's mouth snapped shut. A muscle in his cheek jumped. And then this man appeared. He came out of the woods. Jeremy's voice was clipped, resentful. I don't know where from. He was just there on the bank, staring at us. He told me to let her go. I told him to mind his own business. He said it again. Same words, same flat voice, like he was talking to a dog. And Brianna pulled free and ran up the bank. He gave her his jacket. She was soaked through, shaking. Then I came up the bank after him, and Jeremy's jaw worked and his eyes were burning now. He put his hand on my chest and pushed me back in. One hand. Like I was nothing. I came back up and swung at him, and he put his palm on my forehead and shoved, and I was back in the water again. I sat on a rock in the creek, and he stood on the bank looking down at me, and I couldn't do a goddamn thing about it. His voice had risen. His face was dark red and his eyes were wet. Not from sadness, from fury. The old deep fury of a boy who had been humiliated and had been carrying it for days, and was reliving it now in front of his father and a man who worked for his father. And you didn't tell me about this, Whitman said. I thought he was nobody, Dad. Jeremy was leaning forward on the sofa now, his voice hard and fast. Some homeless guy walking the road. Old clothes, old boots, carrying a bag. He looked like a bum. I figured he'd be gone by the end of the day. He was in this room tonight, Jeremy. He came through every man Mr. Marsh has on this property. He blew up my barn. He killed my men. He stood where you are sitting and told me to shut down everything I have built. And the first time you saw him, he put you on your back in a creek with one hand while a girl you were trying to rape watched him do it. Jeremy flinched at the word. His whole body jerked. I wasn't. What would you call it? You had a girl in a creek. She was crying. She was begging you to stop. You were holding her, and you would not let go. What word would you use, Jeremy? Jeremy was on his feet. His fists were at his sides, and his chest was heaving, and his face was a mask of rage and shame and something that had been building behind his eyes for a long time, years, his whole life, and it broke through now like water through a busted pipe. You drugged wetback girls in the back of this house. How come it's okay when you do it, and then it's rape when I do it? The room went dead silent. Marsh's eyes went wide. His head turned from Jeremy to Whitman, and his mouth opened slightly, and he pressed himself back into the chair. Whitman's face did not change. For 1 second. 2. 3. His expression held, the pale blue eyes, the composed mouth, the tan jaw, and then he moved. He crossed the distance between the desk and the sofa in 2 strides, and hit Jeremy across the face with his open hand. The sound was sharp and flat, and cracked through the room like a gunshot. Jeremy's head snapped sideways, and his feet tangled, and he stumbled backward and hit the arm of the sofa with the backs of his knees, and went over it, and landed hard on his back on the hardwood floor. The impact drove the air out of him in a grunt. He lay there, looking up at his father. His cheek was bright red, and a thin line of blood ran from the corner of his mouth where his teeth had cut the inside of his lip. His eyes were wide and shocked and wet. He was not crying. He was past crying. He was looking at something between them that had just broken and could not be put back. Whitman stood over him. His hand was at his side. The pale blue eyes looked down at his son on the floor, and there was nothing in them that resembled regret. Get up. Jeremy got up. Slowly. He put his hand on the arm of the sofa and pulled himself to his feet and stood there swaying, one hand at his mouth, blood on his fingers. Go to your room. Don't come out until I send for you. Don't speak to anyone. Don't call anyone. If you open your mouth about what happened in this house tonight, I will do worse than just slap you. Do you understand me? Jeremy nodded. His hand was still at his mouth. His eyes burned like coals in his face, staring at the man who had fathered him. Say it. I understand. Go. Jeremy walked out. His footsteps went down the hallway, unsteady, and were gone. The room was quiet. The fire crackled. Outside, water hissed on wreckage. The air smelt like the inside of a volcano Whitman had visited once on a trip to Hawaii. Whitman looked at Marsh. Marsh looked back. His face had closed again, the shock tucked away behind the professional blankness he wore like a uniform. "You knew about the creek," Whitman said. "I heard about it after the fact. The sheriff picked Job up on the road that morning and booked him for vagrancy. The Miller woman came in and vouched for him. Dickie let him go. And you didn't think to tell me my son was involved. Your son's name wasn't in Dickie's report. No mention of the creek. No mention of Jeremy. No mention of the girl. Because Dickie buried it. Because Dickie buried it." Whitman sat with that a moment. Then he stood up from behind the desk. "Call the sheriff. Get him out here. Now. Tell him his employer's property is burning. Tell him there are dead men on it. Tell him to get out here and do his job." Marsh took out his phone and dialed. Short. Hard. He hung up. 20 minutes. Good. Call Krieger. Not the rotation. The full team. Every man they have. I want them on this property by tomorrow night. Marsh's jaw tightened. Whitman knew he was swallowing his professional pride. Krieger and he had been colleagues once, fellow soldiers. Marsh didn't like having to call Krieger in to replace his team. The team he had told Whitman was better than any team of Krieger's. Good. Marsh needed to be reminded of his place. He had failed Whitman, and if he didn't know so much of Whitman's business, he would have gotten a bullet between the eyes instead of just being told to call in his most bitter rival and ask him for help. "Yes, sir." "Tell Krieger I also need a specialist crew for a job. Not another gang of brawlers who walk into a dark room and don't walk out. Professional killers. People who have dealt with men like this before. Soldiers who finish the assignment they're given, no questions asked." Marsh's jaw worked. "Sir, that kind of crew would cost." "I don't care about the cost. Just do it." "Yes, sir." "When Dickie comes in, tell him to ask around. Talk to whomever he needs to talk to. Find out who this man has been with since he came to my county. Every person who gave him a meal, a room, a job, a ride. I want names. I want addresses. I want to know everything about them. I want it by tomorrow afternoon." He glanced at the window and corrected himself. "By this afternoon." "And then what, sir?" "And then I will tell you what to do with that information." Marsh held Whitman's look a long moment. Something moved behind his eyes. Not the usual anger, not the usual obedience pulled tight over resentment. Something further back. The look of a man reaching the edge of how far he could be pushed. "Yes, sir," Marsh said. "Go outside. Wait for the sheriff. And have someone clean up the mess in my house and fix this door." Marsh stood and walked out. Whitman sat behind the desk, in the quiet. He could hear the fire crew outside, the hiss of water, Marsh's voice giving orders. Dickie would be here soon. The lawyer would come in the morning. Krieger would come tomorrow night. He picked up his cell phone, called up Susan and speed-dialed the number. "The house. Now. Bring your bag of tricks." He set the phone on the desk and drank while he waited. He grew outwardly calmer as the time went by, but on the inside he was seething. Boiling. Raging. Like that volcano he had visited on Maui. He needed to vent. He needed a release. He considered killing someone, then decided against it. He had put that particular form of entertainment behind him a long time ago. He did not want to stir up that particular pot of rage. It was not a pot that could be told to stop boiling once it was fired up. There were other ways to release his fury. More acceptable ways. It was the reason he kept Susan on his payroll. She arrived within the hour. He heard her come through the kitchen, her footsteps careful and measured. She appeared in the doorway of the study, in a dark coat over a blouse and slacks. Her hair was pulled back. Her face was composed in a way that had nothing to do with calm. It was the blankness of a woman who had stopped fighting a long time ago. Her eyes found his, and there was nothing in them a stranger could read. But Whitman was not a stranger. He had made her what she was, and he knew what lived behind those eyes, the fear and the self-loathing, and the exhaustion of a woman who had given up and was waiting without hope for something she could not name. "You have a new girl for me?" he asked. "She's in the back," she said, tilting her head to indicate that direction. "Is she ready?" "I can have her ready for you in the next 10 minutes. "Do it." She left, and he continued drinking. The volcano was bubbling, waiting to unleash. When Susan returned, she only nodded once. Whitman finished the last of his drink, set the glass down on the table, and stood up. He walked past Susan without looking at her, and down the hallway toward the back of the house. She followed. The room was at the far end, away from the fire and the noise. It was warm and smelled of lavender. The curtains were drawn. A lamp on the nightstand threw a circle of amber light across the bed. The girl on the bed was young. Dark hair, dark eyes. From the hollow. She was sitting against the headboard, in a cotton nightgown, and her eyes were open, and her pupils were wide and black, and she was looking at the doorway without seeing what was in it. Her hands were in her lap. They were perfectly, unnaturally still. Whitman looked at her. "Leave us," he said. "Close the door." Susan closed the door. Whitman looked at the girl on the bed. His lips parted, and he felt his tongue probing against his teeth. He grinned. She would do. He moved toward her, unbuttoning and unzipping as he went to the bed. Chapter 26. Dickie saw the glow from 3 miles out. It sat on the horizon like a false dawn, orange and flickering, too big to be a brush fire, and too bright to be anything good. He drove toward it with both hands on the wheel, and a feeling in his stomach that had been there since Marcia's call, and was getting worse with every mile. He came through the gate, and stopped the cruiser, and sat there a moment with the engine running, looking at what was left of the barn. There was no barn. There was a concrete slab, and a skeleton of twisted framing, and a fire that the crew was hosing down but not beating. 2 vehicles were burned out beside it, their windows gone, their paint blistered down to bare metal. The lawn was torn up by tires and hoses and boot prints. Men were sitting on the grass or leaning against vehicles, or lying flat with jackets over their faces. The air smelled of smoke and chemicals, and something sweet and wrong underneath both that Dickie had smelled before, a long time ago, in a different uniform. He got out of the cruiser. Marsh was standing at the edge of the turnaround behind the garage, his phone in his hand. He ended the call when he saw Dickie and walked over. His jacket was filthy. There was blood in the creases of his knuckles, and a smear of soot across his forehead, and his face beneath the soot was gray and drawn, the skin pulled tight across the cheekbones, the mouth pressed into a line so thin it was barely there. His eyes were the worst of it, flat and hard and bright, the eyes of a man running on adrenaline and fury and nothing else, a man who had not blinked in a long time. "Sheriff." "Marsh." Dickie looked past him at the wreckage. "What the hell happened here?" "One man happened here. One man did all this. One man. Walked up to the gate at last light. Gave his name. Asked to see Mr. Whitman. I had him brought up, and walked to the barn with a 12-man detail. He killed 7 of them inside, before any of them got a shot off. Found the ordnance in the back of the building, blew the back wall, set the rest on a fuse, and walked out. The barn went up, and took 2 vehicles and most of the perimeter with it. Then he went into the house, and shot 2 more on his way to the study." Dickie looked at the house. The ground floor windows were blazing. He could see figures moving inside. He got into the house. He got into the study. He spoke to Mr. Whitman. He spoke to Mr. Whitman. Dickie said it slowly, letting each word sit. "Your detail. Your property. Your men." And one guy walked through all of them, and had a conversation with the boss. Marsh's nostrils flared. A muscle jumped in his jaw, and his eyes narrowed, and the flat brightness in them turned sharp and dangerous. He didn't have a conversation. He delivered a message, and he left. He left. Dickie pushed his hat back and scratched his forehead. Just walked out the front door, did he? He walked out. Across the lawn. Into the trees. Nobody stopped him. Nobody stopped him. Dickie looked out across the lawn at the men on the grass, the burned vehicles, the fire crew dragging hoses through the mud. Out of however many you had out here tonight, nobody thought to stop the one guy who just blew up the barn and killed. How many is it? 9 confirmed dead. 2 more probably won't make it. 11 men. And he walked away. Marsh stepped closer. His shoulders were squared, and his chin was down, and the firelight caught the undersides of his eyes and made them glow like a dog's. You think this is funny, Sheriff? I don't think any of this is funny, Marsh. I think it's a mess. I think it's the kind of mess that generates paperwork I'm going to be filling out for months. I think there are going to be questions from people I don't want asking questions. State police. Maybe federal, depending on what was in that barn. I think you've got a property full of dead men who are going to need death certificates and next of kin notifications and coroner's reports. And every single one of those pieces of paper is going to have my name on it. Your name has been on a lot of paper for Mr. Whitman over the years, Sheriff. This is no different. This is considerably different. 3 bodies at Haggerty's elevator I can write up as a workplace dispute that turned violent. 11 bodies on a private estate with a barn full of military ordnance that just exploded. That's a different kind of report. That's the kind of report that gets read by people in offices I've never been to. You'll manage it. Marsh's voice was quiet now, quieter than it had been, and the quiet was worse than the shouting. His face had gone still, and the eyes had stopped moving, and he was looking at Dickie with the expression of a man who has stopped arguing and started deciding. That's what you do. That's what you're paid for. Dickie looked at Marsh. Marsh looked back. The leash was there between them, invisible, the same leash that had been there for 5 years, and they both knew who was holding which end. The man who did this, Marsh said. Job. You drove him out of the county yesterday. I did. Dropped him in Hartley. Told him not to come back. And yet here he is. Seems that way. Dickie shook his head. I'll be honest, I didn't think the man had the balls to come back. I made it pretty clear. Apparently, you weren't clear enough. Apparently not. Where is he staying in town? Dickie shrugged. I don't know. You don't know. I ran him out of the county, Marsh. I didn't keep tabs on him after that. I assumed he'd keep walking. Marsh studied him. His eyes moved over Dickie's face, slow and deliberate, reading it the way a man reads a hand of cards he suspects has been stacked. Dickie gave him nothing. He had been giving men like Marsh nothing for 20 years, first in the uniform he wore before this one, then in this one. His face was a wall when he needed it to be. Find out, Marsh said. Go into town. Talk to people. Someone knows where he sleeps. Someone is feeding him and putting a roof over his head. I want a name and an address by noon. And then what? And then you give it to me. So you can do what? Send another 12 men? Marsh stepped in close. Close enough that Dickie could smell the smoke and the blood on him and see the vein pulsing at his temple. His breath was hot, and it came through his teeth, and his voice was barely above a whisper. You work for Mr. Whitman, Sheriff. Same as me. Same as your daddy. Same as his daddy before him. You've been collecting your envelope at the sawmill every Sunday for 5 years, and you've never had a problem with the arrangement. Don't start having a problem with it now. Dickie held the look. He held it longer than he needed to, long enough to make a point he couldn't make with words, and then he nodded. I'll ask around. You do that. I'm going to need to walk the scene. For the report. Walk it. Don't touch anything in the house. Bodies in the house. 2. Kitchen and hallway. Mr. Whitman wants them cleared out by morning. Dickie frowned. The house is a crime scene, Marsh. Forensics. By morning. Marsh's voice was flat, and his mouth was a thin, hard line that did not invite the next word. His eyes had gone still again, the way they went still when there was nothing left to discuss. Dickie looked at him. He looked at the set of the jaw, and the dried blood on the knuckles and the eyes that had stopped blinking. This was not a negotiation. All right. Where is Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman is unavailable. Dickie looked at the house. The ground floor was lit. The upper floors were dark, except for a faint glow at the back, barely visible through heavy curtains. Somewhere in there, a man who owned the county was doing whatever a man like that did at 3 a.m, after a stranger had walked into his study and told him his business was finished. All right, Dickie said. I'll walk the scene. He turned and walked toward what was left of the barn. The heat hit him 20 yards out, pushing against his face and hands and drying the moisture in his eyes. The fire crew had the blaze down to a smolder, but the slab was still radiating, and the twisted framing glowed dull red. He could see shapes on the concrete, dark, misshapen, not moving, and he would have to look at them closely and photograph them and note their positions and write down the details that would go into a report that no one outside this county would ever read, because that was the arrangement, and the arrangement did not change just because the numbers had gotten bigger. He took out his phone and opened the camera. He started taking pictures. The slab, the framing, the burned vehicles, the men sitting on the grass with their heads in their hands. He walked the perimeter of what had been the barn, and photographed it from 4 angles, and noted the time and the wind direction and the positions of the shapes on the concrete. A fireman passed him, dragging a charged hose, and glanced at the badge on Dickie's chest, and looked away fast, the look of a man who did not want to know more than he already knew. He thought about Gideon Job walking up this driveway at last light with nothing but his name and a message. He thought about what the man had done to deliver it. 3 bodies at the elevator, and now 11 more here, and the man still walking, still out there on a county road somewhere in the dark, heading back toward a town full of people who had no idea what was about to come down on them because they had been kind to a stranger. He put his phone away and walked back to the cruiser. Marsh was on his phone again at the edge of the turnaround, pacing, talking fast and low, his free hand chopping the air in front of him. He did not look up as Dickie passed. Dickie got in the cruiser and closed the door. He sat there with both hands on the wheel. The glow of the dying fire lit up the inside of the cab in shifting orange. He looked at his hands on the wheel. They were clean. They would not be clean for long. He started the engine and drove back down the driveway and through the gate and onto the county road. The glow shrank in his mirror. The night closed in around the cruiser, and the road was dark and empty ahead of him. He had a lot of lies to tell. He drove toward town.